Well, good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for what promises to be an intriguing final day of an intriguing game. In some ways, it's been the perfect four-day match. No weather interruptions whatsoever. And each innings lasting about a day so far. And if Lancashire can make the last innings last about a day, they'll have a decent chance of pulling off a remarkable victory. The state of play: Lancashire resume on 5 without loss, chasing a target of 329 to win. There was originally 6 runs between the two counties on first innings, but just to add to the drama, Warwickshire were penalised 5 runs for running on the pitch, so 5 runs were added to the Lancashire first innings total, reducing that gap to 1. Warwickshire declared on 327 for 9 in their second innings, giving them what turned out to be a first innings lead of 1. Sorry, giving them a lead of 328 over in the second innings. Declared with a view to getting 4 overs in on Lancashire at the close yesterday, but Lancashire survived those. And so they now still have 10 wickets in hand, with 324 more runs needed in minimum of 96 overs in the day. So it's going to be Ollie Hannon-Dolby bowling to Keaton Jennings. The sun is shining. It's another lovely day. I'm Clive Eakin, Phil Britz here. We'll hear from Scott Reed very shortly, and Kevin Howes is also here today.
Good morning, everybody. It's a lovely morning here in Birmingham. Let's hope we've got a really exciting day's cricket ahead.
Promises to be. Hannon-Dolby comes in to bowl to Jennings, wraps him on the pads and appeal. Looked high from here, but a decent first delivery from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. The appeal is duly turned down.
Woken bit Hartley up there.
Good delivery, but hit him above the pad. So
he's a tall man, isn't he, Keaton Jennings? It was, I think you're right, it was going over the top.
And Dolby from the Birmingham end comes in to bowl, and while Keaton, as he tends to, pushes his bat at that, but keeps the bat inside the line. But it was a decent away swinger. Keaton Jennings is a bit of prodding on the pitch. Alex Davis did say the pitch is deteriorating, but then he probably would say that at this point. Put a bit of doubt in the Lancastrian minds. Batted very well for his 121 yesterday, the former Lancashire player. His first century for Warwickshire. Set up this target. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Jennings gets a bit of bat on that, but low in the bat, and the ball bounces down past and goes past leg stump and is fielded by Michael Burgess, who keeps wicket for Warwickshire despite the presence of Alex Davis. Davis has been keeping wicket in the T20 Blast, but Michael Burgess retains the gloves in the Championship.
Well, Lancashire are going to have to make the biggest score of the match in order to win this game, and they're going to have to go along at around about 3.5 and over, so it's not going to be that easy on this surface.
It's going to be a big test for them. That one bounces a bit and Jennings plays it down. can't rule out the draw, so particularly if Lancashire were to lose wickets, they might have to do what England refused to do yesterday and try and settle for a draw. But
they got fined in the end for slow over rate, didn't they? 40% of their match fee, and lost 2 of the World Test match points.
Hannah Dolby from the Birmingham end comes into bowl, and Jennings just again front foot forward, but lets that go past. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're set for a terrific final day of what's been a fascinating LV Championship match. Warwickshire declaring just before the close yesterday have set Lancashire a target of 329 to win, and they've basically got all day to do it. It will be the highest score of the match. Lancashire are 5 without loss. That was their overnight total. They survived 4 overs to the close. Ollie Hannon Dalby in the bowling now already had an appeal for LBW turned down, probably too high. Liam Norwell took 5 wickets in the first innings, no doubt will be in the attack next over. Lancashire then 5 without loss, still need 324 to win.
Oliver Handolby opens up with a maiden this morning. Good accurate line, and Keaton Jennings taking no risks against him. And Liam Norwell will take the opening over of the day from the pavilion end. Bowled very well I thought really well in the first innings, Liam Norwell, returning after that concussion injury, which had kept him out since the second match of the season. It's been a long spell for him to get fit. He had a back problem whilst he was off, so delayed his return. Hardly a cloud in the sky this morning, and it's a good forecast. It is for the next few days. So here's Norwell, turns at the pavilion end, comes racing in to bowl to Luke Wells, who is forward and running this off into the offside, and there's no run. 5 without loss. Scott will be joining you in a second, Clive. I think he's finished now.
He's quite settled there now.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's got his binoculars out.
Maybe he'll come in half an hour then.
He's looking at it.
The game closest to a finish, I guess. Although strange things are happening at Canterbury. I'll come back to that in a minute. But at Taunton, the leaders Surrey are trying to see off a victory.
All the bowls, and forward comes Wells, running it away into the gully, into the backward point area rather, and there's no run.
Somerset have resisted in the second innings, and they are 324 for 8, which means they lead by 122. So somebody will still have high hopes of winning that. Kent could be heading for a victory against Gloucestershire, a bit like the Leicestershire Notts game after a very high scoring first innings. The third innings of the match is proving problematic for Gloucestershire, who are 44 for 5. Still 82 runs behind Kent's first innings total.
Norwell is bounding in past umpire Maunder, bowls. Wells gets behind it, runs it out into the offside. But, there's no run.
Could be a result at Southampton. Hampshire are trying to set themselves up a run chase. Yorkshire 103 for 5. Lead by 121. Looks like a draw at Chester Street. In the second division, Worcestershire 433 for 6. Replying to Durham 642 for 7. Still in the first innings there. Derbyshire beat Middlesex yesterday. Notts beat Leicestershire yesterday. Could still be some life in the game at Cardiff.
All again in bowls, and this one goes past the outside edge of Wells, who's just pushing forward at that. Didn't really play a shot, but comes down there, gives the wicket a tap and has a chat with Keaton Jennings.
Sussex are 94 for 3 against Glamorgan. They're still 24 runs behind Glamorgan's first innings total. Just a word on Nathan McAndrew, who made a career best 92. Warwickshire's overseas player playing for Australia A. He's got 1 wicket so far in the Sri Lankan second innings. 1 for 35. Sri Lanka 242 for 6. Replying to Australia's 379.
Well, in bowls, Wells again plays that defensively, and again it runs out to Brooks at cover point, and there's no run.
So no change to the overnight score here. And it's a trick on for Lancashire. They obviously have to survive, see off the new ball, but they have got to keep the scoreboard ticking a bit. Don't want this rate to start climbing up too much. That's assuming they are going all out for a victory. I'd be surprised if they'd already decided that the draw's the best option.
Oh well, in bowls, and that one got up, and in the end Wells played it, had to readjust his shot and played it from the sort of chest and dropped it down and kept it under control really well. It ran it down to third slip. It was perfectly safe in the end, but just one which surprised him as it popped. 5-0, another maiden.
I think there is some variable bounce out there. It has been. I think 1 or 2 kept low during the Warwickshire innings. Warwickshire looking for their second win of the season. Lancashire looking for their third. It's if Warwickshire do win, they will just nip above Lancashire by a couple of points in the championship table. Hannon Dolby starts coming in, but then pats a bit of turf down on his run-up, walks back. Just 3 runs from his 3 overs so far. Tidy start from Warwickshire, 2 overs bowled, no runs scored, but also no wickets taken. As Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Jennings, who edges out but gets it past third slip and is going to get the first 4 runs of the morning. He did play it with soft hands. I think it was edgier than he intended, but got it down, beat the dive of third slip. 9 without loss, Lancashire, 4 more runs ticked off.
Yeah, just evaded the dive, and there's no third man down there at this stage. That might come depending on how close Lancashire start to get towards this total. You'll see the field becoming more defensive, but at the moment Warwickshire attacking.
Hannon Dolby in again, and Jennings just pushes out into the offside. Accurate delivery from Hannon Dolby, getting a bit of hint of bounce from him, and there is no addition to the score. It'll be an impressive run chase for Lancashire. So Warwickshire do something similar last season. I forget who it was against now when they were chasing. Was it Nottinghamshire here, or was that away when they chased down a big target? As in comes Hannon Dolby to bowl to Jennings, and Jennings does well. Again, that one bounced up a bit. He does well to play it down to the leg side, no run. Or a couple of games last season, I think, but Warwickshire. The point I'm making is big targets were chased down last season on this ground.
Scotty's going to come in here and take over.
Warwickshire, well, chased down.
I think it was
256 to beat Essex easily.
Yeah, that was very comfortable in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hannon Dolby balls that's left. That was not threatening, that delivery against Nottinghamshire. No, they bowled Nottinghamshire out, wasn't it? Because Nottinghamshire were expecting their first win for about since the Stone Age or something. It was quite amusing because they didn't.
Dave Bracegirdle was.
I think they were. They did look favourites to win for a long time in that match, to be fair. But came up short. I'm just trying to find. There was definitely maybe I'm thinking of the Essex game then. They were set 256 to win and got there with only a few wickets down. That's pushed out to the onside for no run. 9 without loss. Yorkshire have lost their 6th wicket, so Hampshire are still retaining some hope there of winning that match. Gap's 125. Hampshire starting in 2nd place in the table. The leaders, Surrey, so far have been held up in the first 10 minutes or so of the morning. Haven't lost any further wickets, Somerset. Some cracking championship cricket been played this week once again.
Hello.
Hi Scott, how are you doing? So this one, Jennings keeps his bat inside the line again. I would ban batters from doing that because it's very difficult from a commentator's point of view. Those batters that sort of put their bat somewhere in the line and you're not sure whether they're keeping the ball inside the line or playing at it or not.
You're very radical with your rule changes, aren't you? You were coming up with all sorts of weird and wonderful things yesterday. What were you banning yesterday? You were banning something else yesterday.
Well, I've got that no ball rule.
Oh yeah, you're getting rid of that, weren't you?
Yeah. No, what I'm doing is introducing a new clause in the law which allows the batting side to decline the extra ball if they want, and a no ball or a wide is called.
Wells on strike. Here's Norwell around the wicket. It's a full ball which he drives down the ground on the bounce, stopped by Norwell. Off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Just put me at the head of a committee with all the laws. I'll go through them all and I'll sort them all out. And I'll tell you what we're introducing. Brian Halford's been campaigning for years to ban leg buys. So I'll probably do that just to keep him happy.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Keep the great man happy with that. 2 slips in the gully. Wells on 2. Norwell into him, and Wells gets right in behind and defends away into the offside, and Don Sibley comes up from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Well, it's a lovely day, isn't it? It's a beautiful day. We've got a really intriguing final match, I think, in prospect. How close can Lancashire take it? How deep into day 4 will they go? Spoke to Glenn Chappell last night, so there's a lot of runs to get on the final day, so the run rate he doesn't think will be a massive issue, but it's just a lot of runs to get kind of psychologically on the final day of a match. That's full and into the pads of Wells. He flens up to mid-on, and there is no run, but he seemed pretty kind of optimistic that Lancashire could take this pretty deep. It wouldn't be a record run chase or anything like that if Lancashire were to get to it, but still a significant number of runs to score batting last on the 4th day. Not a lot. Certainly can't win the match in the morning session, but Lancashire could go a long way to losing it if they have a poor morning. Norwell to Wells. Again, that's defended. Played away into the offside for no run.
Richard Wilford's intervened now. He's texting me saying, no. Most leg buys are scored off bad deliveries. Keep them. I must say, I'm fairly neutral on the subject myself. It's Brian that used to make the argument.
You're neutral on the subject. I find that very difficult to believe, Clive. 2 balls left. Norwell from the pavilion end around the wicket again. Off the back foot and played nicely by Wells. In front of square, out towards the Hollies stand. Good looking shot for 4. His first boundary, and he moves on to 6, and Lancashire to 13 without loss.
People travelling quickly in the outfield, so there's opportunity to score runs out there. Lancashire will need to keep the scoreboard going, but they've started off well enough.
They have, yeah, nice bright start. I think for Lancashire, if they've got any chance of getting 328 to win this match, it's Norwell's in to Wells, who plays off the front foot, but the ball just snakes past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. There is no run. 13 without loss. Wells 6, Jennings on 5. They've got to be in a position to have quite a few wickets in hand heading into the final session of the day. It's not that runs are irrelevant, of course they're not. Ticking along at a pretty steady pace through the morning and the afternoon is fine, and you can play catch-up, as we saw. I know that's exceptional with Bairstow and Stokes, but you can play catch-up if you've got wickets in hand, so they can't really be affording to lose too many in these first 2 sessions. They're going to need a bit of reinforcement in the final session if they're going to be able to get the runs.
What could conceivably win it for them is if they get the first century partnership of the match. No one's managed it yet.
No, we got near yesterday, didn't we? Kind of bit by
bit.
bit.
For 80 odd, it was 84 was for the 8th wicket. And no one's gone on to take that to 3 figures. Hannon Dorby bowls to Jennings. 3 slips in place. That one kept low. It's an appeal from Hannon Dorby. Did it come off bat though? But he's got some to bounce. So that one kept low, and Jennings goes down the pitch to product, because that will sort it out, of course, as we all know. A batter's tapping his bat on the pitch will remove all vagaries from it. 13 without loss. Lancashire 329 the target, 328 to tie. It's Hannah Dolby bowling again, and Jennings again keeps, I think, kept his bat inside the line there, but although he did turn round to the wicket keeper. Teasing delivery from Ollie Hannah Dolby. Fearless again. Warwickshire pretty badly want to win from here. I mean, they've done okay in the championship so far this season, but just the one win. Bad defeat at Taunton. They're to have ambitions of retaining their title. Kind of feel this one's one they probably need to win. Hannah Dolby bowls and he tries to work it round the leg side. Keaton Jennings come off his bat and bounces down by his feet.
Yeah, the Division 1 table has Surrey at the top with 105 points. This is coming into this round of fixtures. Hampshire second, 102 points. Yorkshire third, 90 points. Lancashire fourth, 87. Essex are fifth, 76. And then Warwickshire sixth with 73.
Hannah Dolby bowls to Jennings, who leads out. Oh, it's gone through Michael Burgess's gloves. Have gone out for 4 byes. He has a little suspicious look at the pitch, but he'll be disappointed with that. He's kept wicket really well this season, but that's gone straight through his gloves and provided Lancashire with 4 very welcome runs. 17 without loss. So the leaders, Surrey, are still favourites to win. Somerset are doing their best at the moment. 331 for 8 now, leading 129. And second are playing third at Southampton. With second place Hampshire still in with a chance of winning that. Yorkshire 110 for 6, leading by 128. Of course, Lancashire fourth. Yeah, win for them would be big. As Jennings turns that one round to back of square leg. Just take a single. Might have been 2 there, but they settled for the single. 18 without loss. Not too many in at the moment. It's a potential intriguing day's cricket, but a few people I see walking in the ground as I speak. Looking to take their seats. All wondering what's going to happen. Yeah, this is a pretty much perfect 4-day match. Hannah Dolby just, as he put in an extra attacking fielder in, he's got cover. He's got 3 slips. I don't know whether he's asking cover to go to gully. There seems to be some discussion now. He's asking this cover fielder to go a bit closer, to be just about 3 pitches away. On the offside, and straight away he's there to field that one as it's played into the floor, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Well, the 4 byes were what cost Warwickshire in that over. There was also a single in it to Jennings, who's now on 6, 18 without loss after 9 overs. Minimum 91 left in the day. And 311 more runs required. Yeah,
as Clive mentioned, it has been a fantastic 4-day match so far. Pretty even right the way through it. I think it was just towards the back end of yesterday, really, that Warwickshire were the first team to get on top. And Lancashire had an opportunity yesterday as Norwell bowls to Jennings. It's a good ball that beats him. Just comes back in too, because Burgess takes it, kind of cartwheeling up down to his right hand side, and there's no run. It's all pretty even. In the end, it was 292 plays 291 in the first innings, but Lancashire had the addition of 5 penalty runs because Warwickshire 2 Warwickshire batters were just been running on the pitch. So 292 plays 291, century for Sam Hain, I mean 130, and 90 for Croft in that Lancashire innings. Jennings off the back foot, drives into the offside, but for no run. And then Warwickshire, second time round, eventually declaring on 3-2-7 for 9, but I mean, of which Davis was terrific, a century for Alex Davis, his first for Warwickshire, making 121, and a partnership with Burgess, which was vital. It was so far the biggest partnership in the game. What was it worth again, Clive?
Comes 84.
84. And that came together after a good start after lunch by Lancashire yesterday. Jennings just leans forward and defends away into the offside for no run. Lancashire picking up 3 wickets for just 4 runs in the first 40 minutes after lunch. But then the counter-attack came, Davis and Burgess, and then some lower order runs from Briggs making 18, Brooks 55, Norwell 36, allowed Warwickshire to declare. 3-2-7 for 9, setting Lancashire 328 to win. And they are 18 without loss. And Jennings plays calmly up to mid-off. Actually, doesn't quite reach mid-off. He was aiming for Davis, but Sibley from extra cover comes across and intercepts the ball before it travels along the ground to Davis. And again, there's no run.
Yeah, when Briggs was out, it was 195 for 7. The lead was 196, so Lancashire should have had high hopes at that point of keeping the target well below 250. That's some good tail end. I guess Davis was still in at that point, so that was crucial.
Norwell to Jennings, it's left and through to the keeper, and there is no run.
He actually came close to being the second Warwickshire batter this season to carry his bat against Lancashire. Alex Davis.
Yes.
9th out.
Yeah, it was a good game for Don Sibley at Emirates Old Trafford the other month. Plenty of runs for him. Jennings up onto his toes and leaves a ball that's wide of off stump and into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run, so that completes the over. 18 without loss through the first 25 minutes of the final day. Wells has 6 and Jennings unbeaten on 6.
No major dramas for Lancashire in this first 25 minutes. Yeah, variable bounce perhaps, but I'll be happy enough. The solid start they're making. As you say, at the moment, I suppose it's just about batting, scoring runs when you can, and then let's have a look at it. Maybe somewhere in the middle of the middle session, see where we are. They won't want to lose the game, lose to their rivals, as I say, will overtake them in the table if Warwickshire win. So, much as Lancashire would love to win this, and will certainly attempt to, I'm sure they'll have in the back of their minds that a draw wouldn't be a disastrous result by any means. Helen Dobby bowls, and it's played on to the onside by Wells for no run. It's 8 points for a draw these days, 16 for a win. It was introduced for that curtailed Bob Willis Trophy, or the shortened Bob Willis Trophy competition during COVID, and it's remained in place. And Dolby from the Birmingham end, the tall buildings and the cranes, very clear in view, very clearly defined, solidly defended by Wells. Fielded by Dom Sibley in the covers, and it remains 18 without loss.
You mentioned that Yorkshire lost a wicket. You may have done. Harry Duke.
How many are they down now then?
6 down now.
Yeah, I did mention they lost. I didn't say who it was though, so you provided new information. Next one from Hannah Dolby's played down very solidly. Crucially, Somerset haven't lost a wicket, so, and it's still very early days, and they don't seem to be scoring too many runs, so still plenty of time for Surrey, but Somerset trying to resist at Taunton. You can follow all these games, of course, while listening to us by looking on the BBC Live cricket page. Find the county championship page. Let's see who's on duty today. As in comes Hannon Dolby to bowl to Wells. Again plays that down very well. It's Gary and Ben again on today. Without loss. They've been on 18 for a little while. Won't be getting too stressed about that at this point.
Absolutely not. Nope. We saw yesterday the batting got easier as the day went on and the ball got older.
Which does tend to happen at Edgbaston quite a bit. That's played onto the onside for a quick single by Wells. No real sign of much turn yesterday. I'm sure Danny Briggs will have a role to play today.
Yeah, Parkinson bowled quite a bit, didn't he? But it was just more of a kind of containing role as best he could.
Didn't get the impression that he was expecting to get much turn out there.
I think so. No, he was probably pretty full, wasn't he? And pretty quickly. But, to say, I don't think Lancashire would be too concerned about necessarily the runs that they scored, the run rate this morning. It did seem to get easier to bat yesterday, and if they're going to get near to 328 to win, they're going to need plenty of resources available to them later in the day.
Tom Sibley's now moved into gully, so 3 slips on a gully, and then Dolby bowls, and that goes past. Keaton Jennings is taken by wicketkeeper Michael Burgess. It's 19 without loss. At the end of 11 overs, Lancashire with Luke Wells on 7, Keaton Jennings on 6. You've seen 4 byes today as well. Let's help the Lancashire cause. BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, BBC Lancashire, BBC Online, bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary. This intriguing county championship match. All the matches are still in progress. I've still got something in them, bar possibly one, as Liam Norwell bowls, and that angles it in a little bit. It's left by Wells, comfortably enough lead, but Michael Burgess dives to his right down Wells's leg side to stop that. It's only the game at Chester Street between Durham and Worcestershire which appears to be petering out to a draw. All the others have some jeopardy in them at the moment. Total of 8 county championship matches in this round, 4 in Division 2 and 4 in Division 1. That's clipped away to mid-wicket. There's no run. 2 of the matches finishing yesterday. 2 second division matches, Derbyshire's win over Middlesex and Notts' win over Leicestershire. All the others remain in progress. Norwell his 5 just came on for 1 ball yesterday to get his 5th wicket in the first innings and wrapped up the Lancashire innings. He comes in now to bowl to Wells. Round the wicket, and Wells gets bat on that in the nick of time. I think there's what the Warwickshire fielders are suggesting. That was spearing in towards the front power, but he just got bat on it and plays it away. It's a dot ball. Wells made a start in the first innings. Was eventually 3rd out for 36. Norwell bowls to him. He pushes that out into the offside. There's no run. Keaton Jennings having been dismissed for 1 when there was 1 on the board, so they've already improved on their first wicket partnership from the first innings. Main contribution in the first innings coming from Stephen Crawford is 90. No one else actually got as far as 40. I mentioned Wells was 36. Dane Villas then got 37 before being quite cross when he was given out. So I guess we're looking for more all-round contributions perhaps from their batting today rather than relying on one player. Norwell bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside by Wells for no run.
There's been a bit of that, hasn't there, from both teams? But actually, yesterday Warwickshire were able to find people to bat around Davis a little bit, certainly towards the end. But I spoke to Stephen Crott after he got that 90 on the second day, and he said just that people, batters got in, and the frustrating thing from their point of view is that they're unable to go on and get bigger scores. Well, it's going to need a team contribution, isn't it, today?
Norwell into Wells, defends that. What struck me, I was thinking about yesterday, what gives Lancashire a bit of encouragement is I think both teams will feel they should have got somewhere around the 330 mark in the first innings. Yeah. But a few loose shots denied them. 19 without loss after 12 overs here, Lancashire. So they need another 310 to win. We've got 88 overs minimum of, I say minimum, I think it will be 88 overs left in the day.
Yeah, and it's a pleasant enough day, nice and warm. Didn't walk down from the hotel this morning because obviously I had to check out, but enjoyed my walk back last night. It's quite a walk back to the hotel.
Where are the team staying? Because they were walking in a funny direction when I saw that.
They're over here in a place just about 10 minutes from the ground.
Okay. Yeah, I saw some of the players and coaching staff walking along the Bristol Road yesterday.
I was towards the city centre. But very pleasant walk back last night. Glorious evening. So we're going to have 3 slips and a gully for Hannon Dolby bowling to Keaton Jennings. So Yates, Sibley, Davis in the gully. It's Hannon Dolby to Jennings, who plays forward in defence. It's pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run. Sam Haney's normally in the slips, isn't he? So I don't know where Sam disappeared unless he's left the field.
May have done, yeah. He's had one or two little tweaks.
Right.
Of late, so.
Yates, Rhodes, and Sibley, the 3 slip fielders. Then Davis at gully. Brooks at point. Norwell's at fine leg. Lamb's at mid-wicket. It's Hannon Dolby to Jennings. That squared him up. Good catch from Davis. Low down. And Hannon Dolby strikes and Jennings gone for 6. Sharp work from Davis. Squared the batter up. Came off the edge of the bat. Flew down low towards Davis. That's a very, very good take. He's having a good game against his former side, Alex Davis. And Jennings has to go for 6. And Warwickshire strike early on inside the first 40 minutes, 19 for 1. Jennings the man out for 6. Caught Davis bowled by Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, Lancashire sort of had their eye on getting through the first hour. They sort of looked like they might do that, but well, it was Alex Davis's argument yesterday that he was confident the bowlers would be able to get 10 chances. And there's the first, which he took well low down. And that's a big blow in favour of Warwickshire and against Lancashire. So we talk about Lancashire, what they need to do to win, and that's obviously still very much there, but also the other thing they need to do is bat out 87.4 overs not to lose.
Well, I think that is I think almost the coming into the day the first objective, isn't it? Lancashire, if they want to try and flirt with the idea of getting 320 to win, then I said it before, they're going to need a lot of wickets in hand going into the final session, but they've got to try and just bat through sensibly as much as they can without getting too concerned about the runs to win.
Yeah.
For most of the day, and then if the opportunity then develops because you're still batting at 3:30, 4 o'clock, then see where they are. But there's not an awful lot to be gained and plenty to be lost, I think, in the morning session if they were to lose a few. There's a good ball though by Hannon Dolby. I'm sure Jennings could do much about that. A good catch from Davis. They just changed the field actually because they just brought the gully in. They've gone 3 slips in the gully. And all quite tight in. Davis, he was quite close in that gully. And it's a good job he was, because the ball went down into the ground and he only got his fingertips just about underneath it.
Well, they had Dom Sibley earlier in that position. He would have had a lot further to go down.
That's a good
point.
At
third slip, so it was probably Sam Hain They well have left the field, and that's why it's simply gone to third slip and Davis to gully.
It's kind of worked pretty well, that, for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
So Josh Bohannon, the new batter, Hannon Dalby into him, and it's left with a ball that he gets his bat up towards shoulder height, and it rattles its way into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, Jake Lintott is on the field as the sub fielder, so clearly Hayne has gone off. You'd probably say you might as well stay off now, Sam. We're coping quite well, yeah. Slipping Gully Gordon. But you're right, Dan Davis, he's just standing a little bit in front of the... It's an interesting position, standing a little bit in front of the slips, isn't he? A little bit further forward.
Hannon Dalby to Bohannon. He's in behind and defends up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 19 for 1, so a wicket in the over for Hannon Dalby. Just what the Bears would have wanted here. Wicket in the morning, or in the first hour at least. They wanted Lancashire to be a couple down.
Well, they'll need to do what both teams actually have done for most of this match, is just keep the wickets coming.
Yep.
Just not go too long, obviously, without losing a wicket, not get too frustrated. And as I say, Lancashire weren't a million miles away from sort of beginning to create that frustration time. Wicket came in the nick of time.
And then Dalby to Bohannon. Big appeal for LBW. He's gone. It's 2 in the over. Josh Bohannon out for naught, and Lancashire lose 2. And it's Hannon Dalby with a double strike in the 13th over. And Bohannon adjudged LBW, and Lancashire on 19 for 2.
Well, he stood there for a bit, Bohannon. Don't think he touched it, but he may feel that was a bit leg side-ish, but the umpire didn't. And raises a finger, and that really puts pressure on Lancashire now. 2 early wickets for Warwickshire, of course. I'd love to wrap this up quite quickly today. I'm not saying they will, but that's what they'd love to do. Take away any doubts. It'll be a big win for them if they can achieve it against a good Lancashire side.
Yeah, definitely. In a pretty close Division 1 table, certainly. If,
apart from Surrey.
I'm about to say, but if you've got ambitions of keeping up with Surrey, who look like...
They're still being held up though. Come on, Somerset. Come on the side, boys. Still 8 wickets down. Still plenty of time though. 143 ahead. And I see Hampshire got Yorkshire in real trouble now. 124 for 8.
Okay.
So the lead is just 142 there at Southampton. So Hampshire could be the big gainers.
Well, they're kind of neck and neck, aren't they, those two?
Yeah.
In the minute, Surrey and Hampshire.
A lot of people were tipping Hampshire at the start of the season.
Well, they had it in their grasp at Edgbaston on the final day of last season when Lancashire were playing Hampshire. It was Hampshire's title to win. Had they beaten Lancashire, they would have won the title last year.
I suppose I should thank you for that.
So, yeah, well, it's okay. We thought we'd just help you out as well.
Well, ironically, Hampshire handed the title to Lancashire away from Warwickshire, didn't they, a few years back?
They did, that's true, yeah. Final ball of the over. Hannon Dalby just about to come in, and then Croft just steps away, quite ready. Well, Croft, as we saw in the first innings, is a man that Lancashire have depended on so many times. 90 first time round, but they've got rid of 2 very fine batters in Jennings and Bohannon. It's turning into a terrific over for Warwickshire, and an over of frustration and disappointment so far for Lancashire, but so a long way to go on this final day. I've no idea what the delay is again. Not got a clue, but I think we're all ready. Umpire was speaking to somebody as well.
They're quite proactive, these umpires, should I suggest.
They're involved, yeah. Hannon Dalby to Croft, and it's left, and it's through to Burgess. Great over for Hannon Dalby. 2 wickets from the over, and not a run. A double wicket maiden. It's a wonderful stuff from Hannon Dalby. 19 for 2.
Yeah. A long spell now, been a very reliable and key red ball bowler for Warwickshire. See, Croft didn't actually play in the game at Old Trafford against Warwickshire last season. Was he injured or just...
I can't remember.
No, I know. Sorry. I certainly wouldn't. Norwell comes into bowl round the wicket, and that's pushed out by Wells. The only reason why I looked it up is he asked, and I actually said it to him once because I was down. He was doing yet another interview at the end of his day's play against Warwickshire. I just said, "Could you stop scoring runs against Warwickshire?" So, because he has, it just seemed to every time.
He was a little bit
scores
in and out of the Championship side last year, Stephen Croft. And there's a very good chance he wouldn't have started this season in the team had Keaton Jennings been fit.
So Wells to face Norwell. 3 slips in place, and that's going down the leg side. This time it's well taken by Burgess, diving to his right, making some amends for the one that went through his gloves for 4 byes. So there's no run, 19 for 2. So Warwickshire really should expect to win when you set the opposition the highest score of the match on a 4-day pitch. 4th day pitch. And Liam Norwell, that one raises up on Wells a bit. He does well to keep it down to point. There is that little bit of variation, I think, in the 1 or 2 are just rearing up a bit, 1 or 2 are keeping low. Batters are gardening after every delivery, suggesting they don't trust the pitch. But Lancashire might not feel it right now, but it's proving to be another good 4-day pitch that Gary Barwell has prepared. It's the point that Paul Farbrace made last season, that pretty much every match went to the final session of the final day. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run, including, of course, the one where they clinched the title against Somerset.
It has been he's produced a good game of cricket.
Kent also looking a bit closer to a victory against bottom place Gloucestershire.
What's happened there? They've loads of runs in the first innings, and then they've kind of melted away, haven't they, Gloucestershire?
Sometimes happens when teams that are struggling. 3rd innings can be a real problem for them, can't they? 91 for 6 now, Gloucestershire. They're still 35 behind. Norwell comes into bowl to Wells, who defends that to point. There's no run. Kent starting second from bottom. There's this sort of uncertainty as to whether there is clearly relegation and promotion. I gather the second division teams have been promised that their final positions will count for something.
That's good.
On next season's... but I'm not allowed to say, by the way, that England now winning 2-0 and playing really well, and apparently it's all because there's a new regime. Is it just possible that maybe the county championship wasn't the problem? Just putting that one out there. That might have been something else. Anyway, Norwell comes into bowl to Wells round the wicket, and no run there. He plays it down into the ground. I mean, brilliant stuff from Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes, but well done to Alex Lees. Good match from him. 2 decent innings. Fresh out of county cricket. Ben Folkes again, playing really well, both with the gloves and with the bat.
We had Stuart Law with us on commentary the other day, and he said it was the most predictable outcome, that England going to get hammered in the Ashes, and then it's county cricket's fault. Yeah.
Ho hum. Well, we're enjoying this one anyway.
Well, this is a belter. Yeah. Croft and Wells, Lancashire have lost 2 wickets in this first 45 minutes. A double wicket maiden for Oliver Hannon Dolby, and he's going to come in again from the Birmingham end with Croft on strike, and it's left by Stephen Croft, taken by Burgess. Still with the 3 slips. Oh, Sam Hayne's back. He's in there again. So Yates, Hayne and Rhodes, the 3 slip fielders.
Davis is staying in at gully.
I'm surprised, yeah.
Sibley's gone in at backward point. I think Sibley might have, when I saw him go into gully, I think it was the last ball of the over and he was closest to that position. I think it was an element of that, rather than get someone to run from the other end of the field to get there.
And then Dolby turns, and strides in again. Croft's off the back foot trying to cut the ball, but stopped by Sibley, just a backward point, and there's no run.
I mean, he has been a slip fielder, Dom Sibley, with sort of mixed results, really. He takes some brilliant catches, but he did put a few down as well in that position.
Oh, he's got his hands on his hips, just at backward point. Big open space of grass through extra cover. A wide mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-kit and long leg. Sun beating down, and Alan Dolby's in and bowling to Croft, who's cutting up and over Sibley down towards the deep backward point boundary. And he gets 4 runs. It's his first runs. Moves to 4 then. Lancashire to 23 for 2.
Good positive stroke. Simply not able to reach it. Well, you would have had more chance than Alex Davis would in that position.
That's true. Did you speak to Alex last night?
Did, yeah. Yeah.
Was he a happy chappy?
Yeah, he was. Do you know, I told myself off, I forgot to ask him about the running on the pitch bit, but yeah, no, he obviously Mentaloid said he was quite emotional out there. Mentaloid says I did ask him whether it meant particularly because he was playing against Lancashire, as they always do. He said no.
I don't believe a word of it. Alan Dolby into Croft, play forward in defence, and there's no run.
He felt the team were in a good position, and he said the pitch was deteriorating, and as I say, he would say that to some extent, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He's not going to come out to us a belter. I think they'll probably get them.
No, in contrast, Chappell said it was a lovely pitch, coming onto the back quite nicely.
Yeah.
Croft, 4 not out. And Dolby, 2 for 13. Into Croft, who just cramps him up for room as it comes back in. Trying to work it towards the leg side, just hits him somewhere around the stomach of the thigh, and it's deflected out into the offside. Davis comes up from gully and gives the ball a ferocious shine and lobs it up towards Briggs, and it'll make its way back round to Annan Dolby. Final ball of his 8th over of the Lancashire second innings, the 15th over in the innings in total. It's gone for that boundary 4 so far. He's into Croft, who's backing across and defending. Briggs comes up from mid-off to field, and there's no run. So that's the end of the over. 23 for 2. Wells 7, and Croft on 4.
7 overs for just 6 ones, and Liam Norwell. And 15 overs now ticking by. Lancashire are at the moment concentrating predominantly on survival, and we are seeing Danny Briggs. Well, oh no, we're not. Sorry, I thought he was coming straight in, but he's drying his hands on the surface. We are seeing Danny Briggs.
We are, yeah.
Yeah, so he replaces Liam Norwell. So spin after 15 overs. Yeah, Phil's just suggesting that's why Sam Hain will have gone off, to get all his padding and what he needs to stand in close.
Early shout this, isn't it, to get Briggs into your attack?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised, but maybe they're trying to put a bit of doubt into Lancashire's minds. And this is a turning pitch. Bring the spinner on now. 16th over of the innings. Danny Briggs had a terrific season last season, yet to really far up the season. But this could be an opportunity for him to have a match-winning contribution. Batted pretty well. Didn't make big scores in this match, but batted possibly got the scoreboard moving on. He gives that one a bit of air, and it's pushed back to him. There's no run. Promoted up the order in the absence of Nathan McAndrew. Now, what can he do with the ball? 1 wicket in the first innings. He's in now. Gives that on plenty of air. In fact, it ends up being a full toss, and it's whipped away by Wells through the offside for 4. He moves on to 11. Difficult to judge the term with that one.
Yeah, and he made the most of it, Wells. which we're talking about at the minute, it is more survival this for Lancashire than anything else. Just trying to not do too much more damage before lunch. You still got to, I guess, put the bad ball away, and he did so emphatically.
Well, it's useful to get a few runs, isn't it? It also keeps stops Warwickshire from being able to go all out attack. There's a forward short leg and a slip. Briggs in. He just pitched that one, and it's turned round onto the onside by Wells. It was a quicker ball. There's no run.
He did have a belting year last year, didn't he? 30 wickets at an average of 22, and 410 runs at an average just under 30.
Looked a very good signing as he bowls, and that's a forward defensive into the ground. There's no run.
It's a proper contribution with bat and ball, that, isn't it?
He's had a reasonable T20 campaign as well so far this season, as he turns to come into bowl to Wells, and Wells turns that around onto the leg side. It's a dot ball. Lancashire, well, they need another 302 to win. He'd bat another 84 overs not to lose, or actually need 8 more wickets. Briggs bowls, that's a quicker ball which is played back down to him. There's no run. I mean, I say 84 overs left in the day. If Briggs were to bowl pretty much all day, then you can't rule out the possibility they might sneak an extra 1 or 2 in at the end of the day. 27 for 2 after 16 overs.
Yeah, good start for the morning session from the Bears. And nice to see Briggs into the attack pretty early on. If he can get into a little bit of rhythm from one end, then it will allow a captain to rotate these seamers, which is what Dane Villas did yesterday. Parkinson bowled quite a long spell yesterday, probably a little longer than he was expecting on a pitch that didn't really offer too much assistance.
Well, that might well be the plan here. We haven't seen Henry Brooks yet this morning.
And Dolby to continue. 2 short mid-wickets in place as Croft plays forward into the offside, no runs. So 3 slips. And backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg, and then 2 short mid-wickets about 10 yards apart. Davis and, is that Lamb next to Davis?
Yeah.
And Dolby 2 for 13. 27 for 2. Croft on 4. And Dolby in the sunshine, back into Croft. He's up onto his toes and plays it safely down into the offside for no run.
Glorious sunshine there,
Beautiful,
isn't it?
Yeah.
If they get one more before lunch, I feel it's a terrific session for them. Getting Josh Bohannon would have pleased as well after his 170 last season at Old Trafford.
And Dolby to Croft, but down the leg side, taken by Burgess. And there's no run.
And you get a 1-day break before T20 Blast. Not that too many of these Warwickshire players, well, 4 of them certainly. Sam Hain will play, Danny Briggs will play, Alex Davis, probably Henry Brooks. Alan Dolby will likely be in the squad, but hasn't played yet.
He's in a bowling to Croft, who works the ball on the ground through towards mid-on, but for no run.
And Rob Yates as well. Again, he's played a couple of games in the squad. Not sure he'll start. Michael Burgess, the other one, who will, half a dozen of them or so, will be thinking about a rather dramatic change of pace.
Have you got 2 games this over the weekend? Just the one?
Now you're asking me.
I'm sorry.
I'll have to look it up now. I think we have, yeah. I think we've got Bridge on Friday, and I think we've got a game Sunday, but I'm going to look it up now.
Derby
Yeah,
here.
no,
on
I'm going to look it
Sunday.
up. No, I can't have all the people telling me. I have to look it up myself.
Croft leaves a ball that's pushed full by Hannon Dolby.
It's Derbyshire here on Sunday.
Is it right? 27 for 2. Croft on 4. Derbyshire here on Sunday. Excellent. Get yourself
Who
down.
are a better side than a lot of people give them credit for. As I say, they were pretty unlucky not to pull off what would have been a stunning victory against the Bears at Derby, and of course Warwickshire. The Bears themselves, if you're only as good as your last game, then they've got problems. Because they weren't very good in that last game.
Final ball of the over. It's Hannon Dolby to Croft. He plays forward defensive. Actually gets a run for it because Briggs is quite wide at mid-off. The ball bounces to the left of Hannon Dolby and then to the right of Briggs, and through that little narrow channel up towards the long off boundary, and he gets a single for it. It's the end of the over. Croft's on 5, and Lancashire are 28 for 2. 8 wickets needed from here for Warwickshire to win the match, and there is still over 300 runs required.
Yes,
for Lancashire.
300 to tie. Stanley Briggs hands his glove.
To be fair, you predicted a tie on the first day.
One of the things that's effectively gone out of the game now is that rule, and I saw it many, many years ago applied here, where it used to be that if the team batting second weren't bowled out but the scores were tied at the end of the game, they would get half points as if it was a tie. Happened, I remember, someone is at full Briggs bowls. Scott's leaving now at the start of this particular line of but do come back for me, by the way, just from a production point of view. I will bring Phil in this end. Happened here many years ago. I remember when that's left, there's no run. Warwickshire were playing Worcestershire, and I think Warwickshire needed 2 off the last ball to win. Still had a couple of wickets left. I can't remember who the batter was, but I do remember whoever it was drove the ball straight into his batting partner Gladstone Small's midriff, and that's pushed out the offside, and they were only able to get 1, which meant the scores were tied. The match wasn't a tie because they hadn't been bowled out, but they got the points as if it was a tie. But now, because you get 8 points for a draw, none of that applies because it's the same number of points anyway.
Yep.
Briggs comes in to bowl to Croft, who defends that, and there's no run.
You're not obviously commentating on Monday or Sunday.
I am, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I just need to know where I'm the next day, really. That's the main thing. Briggs comes in to bowl to Croft, who leaves that. There's no run.
Got over from spell from Oliver Hannon Dolby this morning. It looked really effective, building up a real bit of pace as well.
Briggs into Croft for defensive, and there's no run. 28 for 2. 18 overs have ticked by. I've only got 82 left. If Lancashire were to do this, they are going to have to go at some rate at some point. Obviously, Scott was saying, even though there are no wickets down, but especially with them in 2 down now, their concentration is not to lose wickets. If they get the opportunity to score runs, great, but the priority is to stay there.
Yeah.
And if they're still there at tea, then they can have a look at it and think, well, if they need 5 or 6 on over, wickets in hand, maybe they'll go from there. But Henry Brooks has come into the attack for the first time today. First time in this innings from the Birmingham end.
So Hannon Dolby comes out, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. He's got impressive figures. Bowled very well this morning. Getting those 2 wickets in the 1 over. And so Henry Brooks in for his first bowl of the day. He's going to come round the wicket to Luke Wells, and the first ball Wells runs away into the offside. There's no run. Bowled pretty good line this morning, the Warwickshire bowlers. Haven't really given much for Lancashire to get after. Danny Briggs offered a bit of a full toss in his opening over, but that was all. Here he comes again, Brooks from that Birmingham end. Ian bowls and driven nicely by Wells. That's going to go up towards the long on boundary. It's being chased all the way up down, just pulled up inside the ropes, and they come back for 3 runs, taking Lancashire on to 31 for 2. Just stopped inside the ropes.
I'll do an update in a moment. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are looking to bowl Lancashire out on the final day of this LV Championship match to secure what will be their second win of the season, and they've started reasonably well, with Lancashire 31 for 2, chasing 329 to win. Ollie Hallandorby striking twice in 1 over, first getting an edge from Keaton Jennings, a really good delivery which Jennings fended away, and Alex Davis, who just got into the position at gully, took a good low catch. Jennings gone for 6, and then the same over Josh Bohannon, LBW, without scoring. Luke Wells there on 14. Stephen Croft, who held Warwickshire up most in the first innings, is on 6. Lancashire at the moment battling for survival. Warwickshire looking for 8 more wickets. Lancashire 32 for 2.
Oliver Handolby out of the attack, but suddenly brought into. He's had to chase one right up to the fence, and then he's just gone sprawling down to stop the next ball from which Wells plays up at him, and then the next one is easier, but just signalling to the dressing room that he might just need something. He's gone to have a chat with Peter Hartley. So he goes walking across. $32 for 2, 14 to Wells, 6 to Croft. As Brooks in bowls, this is clipped nicely by Wells down to deep backward square leg when they get a single, as Sibley comes running around and does the fielding. So one more onto the total, 33 for 2. That was the last ball of Brooks opening over. No, it wasn't. There's one to go, sorry. Thought they were all changing round for the end of the over, but of course it's right left-hander.
By the time he's bowled it, Scott will be in place.
Brooks comes back over the wicket to the right-handed Stephen Croft, who waits and dabs this one away into the offside. Looks to get a single, but can't. It goes out to cover, and they settle for just that 3 runs. Oliver Handolby is coming off, so whether he's grazed his arm or something, but he just went a bit of a tumble there to stop one, and now he's coming off. That's maybe what he was having a chat with the umpire to say, I'm going to go off at the end of the over. Morning, Scott. Oh, sorry. No, it's the usual. Just past that. Good afternoon, Scott.
Good afternoon.
I think we have that every day this week.
We have, yeah. Good afternoon. Looking lovely in green this morning, Phil.
What, the pitch? Well, I haven't been told I looked very bright yesterday in orange.
There's Briggs to Wells. That's played defensively into the onside for no run.
This is a sort of, it's not grass green, is it? It's sort of sicky green.
Just sounds lovely. Briggs to Wells off the front foot, defending away to the offside for no run. 33 for 2. A sicky colour green Phil Britt is wearing today.
Yeah.
Briggs left arm over, balls again. Well, that beats Wells. He's trying to drive the ball into the offside. Bounces into the gloves of Burgess.
I haven't really seen much sign of any turn for Danny Briggs. I think that's what the expectation was.
Into Wells on the front foot and pushing the ball away into the onside for no run. Sam Hain under the helmet at forward short leg. Well, that was fizzed in quickly, wasn't it? It was flat and quick from Briggs.
Yeah, he does put quite a few quicker ones into.
But again, in defence, no run.
It's going to be. I think Danny Briggs is in for a long old spell today.
Final ball of his third over to Wells. He's onto the front foot, brings his bat in front of his pad and plays it back along the ground. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 33 for 2. Wells 15 and Croft on 6.
Those 2 wickets in the over from Hannon Dolby sort of just destabilise the things. They've got to resettle and look at this. There's still a fair number of runs to get here, nearly 300, but there's overs in hand. There's plenty of overs left.
Yeah, it's loads of time, and the run rate across the 80 overs is not.
No, it's not that bad, is it? No.
Is it? It's just what would it be? It's a lot to get.
Yeah, it's about 3 and 3.6, 3.7, which is not beyond. In comes Brooks, bowls this first ball of his second over, and it's just played by Croft to mid-wicket where Matt Lamb does the fielding. Had a very quiet game, Matt Lamb. Hasn't really did much with the bat today in this game, and hasn't been used to bowl. And actually the ball's partly gone to him in the field. We've not really mentioned him much at all in the field, so one of those games happens sometimes. Sometimes in the field it seems to follow somebody around all the time. We were talking that with Williams in the field. But others don't get pulled in. He's in, Brooks comes in, Croft steers this one away into the offside.
He was involved with the moment where it was Lamb bowled Lamb for 8.
Yes, I suppose that's enough to that can rest on that one.
Justifies your place in the team straight away.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And Danny Lamb bowled Matt Lamb for 8. And you came out with a.
Don't know.
You came out with it. You can't put it away now.
All right.
You made the mint sauce reference or whatever it was.
Yes, I did have to. Yes, it was. I apologise for that. This one is played solidly by Croft back up to mid-on. There's no run.
Actually, mint sauce would be a bit too dark for that T-shirt, wouldn't it?
Yes,
not quite
it's darker than. Yes, it definitely is. You haven't seen our allotment, have you, here at Edgbaston?
I haven't. No.
We've got some allotments at the back of the Colts ground, which have been put in. Yeah. Okay. So we're growing our own vegetables. And,
nice.
It looks. I have to say, it looks very impressive. Makes my allotment look pretty ordinary. I have to say. This one again is right on the mark from Brooks and played again up to mid-on. It's not the size in terms of the allotment I've got is much bigger than the one we've got here, but it's all raised beds and all the wood used is brand new and pristine. And whereas if you look at mine's somebody's old decking, which makes mine.
More rustic here.
Yeah, just a touch. Yeah, and there's not a weed to be seen because all the earth's been brought in and put in. So those days are still to come. But mine this year has got a significant amount of dock and thistle. This next one is pumped in by Brooks, and Croft ducks underneath it, and it goes through to the keeper. But yes, it's a good thing because they're growing.
Okay.
They've got peas going. I gave them some cabbages, which are going. I brought a load of seeds and up for them, which I haven't used, which I've just left this morning, so they can put those in. But they're just putting some stuff in, and it's part of the going green, really. Trying to. Yep. Produce our own. You're not going to produce enough to feed Edgbaston, that's for sure.
One heck of an allotment.
I was going to say, need to be. Brooks in this Croft is stepping inside that one and watches it go through at sort of shoulder height down the leg side, and Burgess tidies up. End of another over, 33 for 2. But it's good, and full credit to one of the chaps who's in the catering department came up with the idea.
Nice.
The club have backed him and supported it, and it's taken the far end, and it's got a wonderful steel fence around it. again, I've got a bit of old chicken wire around my allotment. I'd hate to take him up to look at it. We suffer a lot with deer coming off the Cotswold edge, and they come over our allotment, so yeah, find those and all sorts of wildlife helping itself, I'm afraid. So, but I don't think you've got too many deer attacking us here in Edgbaston. I think we're okay.
We're safe from that, are we? It's Briggs to Wells, who's playing forward in defence, and there's no run. I think no, I've not seen this. I need to.
Yeah, it's behind. Well, a lot of people don't go in there because it's in the where the staff park the cars, etc. In the Colts car park.
Briggs to Wells, it deflects off the pad down towards backward point for no run.
But I think it's a really nice idea, and you know, it's not big, but it will just give something which, and also it can get. Hopefully, it'll get a lot of the staff involved in it.
Briggs tosses one up. Wells drives away through the offside. Met on the full in the end. That ball that was given a bit more flight. And Wells absolutely belted it through extra cover for 4.
It's the second one that Briggs has just let it go, flighted it too much, and it's turned into a full toss outside the off stump, and Wells has helped himself to 2 relatively easy boundaries.
Takes him to 19 and takes the score on to 37 for 2. Another full toss and hit again.
Yeah,
through extra cover for 4 more.
He's just struggling a bit here, Danny Briggs. I think he's compensating for not being able to get the loop right by pushing it through a bit quick. And when you push it through like that, he's not going to be as effective. He's got to get that ball to pitch so to allow it to turn. He ain't going to turn bowling full tosses, that's for sure.
41 for 2.
Soon get the rate up with those.
Into to Wells. Shuffles across the stumps and defends into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, because he's got no protection out on that extra cover boundary, and if he's going to bowl that way, he's going to have a man put out.
Briggs to Wells, and that's defended back along the ground towards the bowler. So it's the end of the over. A couple of boundaries off that from those deliveries that Briggs didn't quite get right with the full tosses, and it's taken Lancashire on to 41 for 2. It's taken Wells to 23, and Croft remains unbeaten on 6.
So, target to start the day was 300. Well, the original target.
There's been about that many different targets.
Yes, 329 to win.
Yeah.
There were 5 not out, 5 for no wicket overnight.
Mm-hmm.
So 324 starting the day. So 329, let's work on that one. So it's still 288 runs.
It's quite a bit, like that.
Yeah, it's quite a lot still. Here's Henry Brooks in again, starting a new over, and Croft turns this one away behind square on the onside for a single. Matt Lamb is brought into action. He returns the ball to Michael Burgess.
We had the 5 additional runs to Lancashire, but they were added to Lancashire's first innings rather than starting 5 without loss.
You can only put them in theory because that's happened, and the second innings hasn't actually occurred when the incident took place. Okay. I'm working it. That was the theory I worked on anyway.
Sounds a good theory to me.
So I just tucked them into on the scorecard. I tucked them into the extras as 5 penalty runs.
And I think the Crick Info and such like had added them to Lancashire's first innings total as well.
No, good. We were all of the similar mind. Brooks in bowls, and this is smacked out on the bounce to extra cover by Wells. Aggressive shot, but straight out extra cover. Lamb. There's no run. If I'd have been playing, I'd have tried and claim those 5 as mine. I'll have them, yes.
Especially if you were 95 not out or something.
Not having a very good season, take anything.
Yeah. They get chalked up in the extras column. This is penalties.
Yeah. Here comes Brooks. Wells waits, goes back and chops that one away through the gap between cover point and extra cover, and that'll run all the way down to the ropes. Nicely played. No, just going across and just using the pace and timing it away through the gap. It runs all the way across the square and down, fielded in the end by one of the ground staff, who returns the ball. So 46 for 2. Wells just beginning to get a bit of a pace on here now. Starting to go. It's on to 27, and with those 2 or 3 boundaries, and Brooks comes in again to bowl to him around the wicket bowls, and this one is run down to backward point where Alex Davis does the fielding. And, just on him a little quicker and just opened the face and ran it down there, but couldn't beat Davis. So 46 for 2.
Century for Lewis Gregory for Somerset, so he's 100 not out. And Somerset 372 for 8. So still 2 wickets left, the lead of 170.
That 9th wicket is really quite a partnership going together there, isn't it? Brooks in bowls and forward comes Wells, and Brooks bends and fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, making life tough, aren't they, Somerset, for the Division 1 leaders?
Well, they're stretching it. You'd still back Surrey there, but at least they're putting up a bit of resistance.
And Yorkshire lead Hampshire by 158 runs at 140 for 8. Hampshire
Going well this year, aren't they? Brooks in bowls, and again Wells has nothing, just defending it, and up to mid-off, and Oliver Hannon Dolby does the fielding. End of the over. It's 46 for 2. We've had 23 overs, 19 of those from this morning, and Lancashire have added 41 runs off those 19 overs, so just a tad over 2 and over at the moment. The original rate was around 3.5 they were requiring, but still well within capability of pulling that back, but and lost those 2 wickets. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon going in the same Oliver Hannon Dolby over. And are we looking at another ball?
I think we are, yes.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, the
old man is coming off that ball box. It's been raided a few times, hasn't it? And how many? Yeah. So presumably now, every ball which actually makes it to the end of a game or an end of an innings, they must grab it. Whereas they used to use them as net balls and things, grab them and put them there, because these things are changing. Seems to be a continual process. Surely it's got to be looked at, do you think, this, Scott?
It's been a theme that's run through the course of the season so far, hasn't it? I can't remember. I certainly can't remember a game this season where the ball has not been changed at least once in innings, and sometimes 2 or 3 times. I think we were joking yesterday because there's an article on the BBC Sport website about this. Our colleague Martin Emerson, who covers Durham, has been speaking to the guy that owns the company that manufactures the Duke balls, because he said that there was it was changed 5 times in a day in a match a few weeks ago, and it's been a problem.
Yeah, it's. I know you had that. You were talking about it, and about the, a bad batch of hide or something, or there was a dodgy cow which had been they'd used the hide for or something, but it seems it was one enormous cow. Or there's a whole herd with a problem.
I'll find the article again. And because he was suggesting that if there's a group of slightly dodgy balls that don't seem to last, then it can be because of one particular cow.
So they line them up and they say, "Oi, you, come here."
I found it. So the quotes from the guy that.
What did the cow say?
wait till he's taking some legal advice. This is the guy that owns British Cricket Balls Limited, the firm that manufactures Duke balls. And he said in the interview to Martin, which is my favourite line of the whole lot, we now got this ball change. So Briggs is left arm around the wicket to Croft, who defends. If just a few balls go out of shape, then it may be down to one cow hide. If it's more than a few balls, and it's a batch of bad cow hides. Poor cows. Briggs to Croft. It's defended. Oh, he gets a run actually. He's just worked it into the ground through gully, but it manages to find its way past Hannon Dalby. And Croft can come back for 2. Takes his total on to 9, 48 for 2. He says we're using exactly the same standard to make the balls. It's not changed since 1994.
No, we've had problems in. It's not a new problem. I remember before we've had issues with the balls.
And Croft defends as Briggs bowls and there's no run. It actually takes, he says, 9 months from cow to cricket ball. It's a slow process. Briggs bowls to Croft. Some great quotes on this. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Playing to the offside, there's no run.
I'm intrigued to see how the cow. They actually is it a special cow? It must be.
Well, I can confirm this for you. There's Briggs bowls to Croft. Again, that's defended, and there's no run. It is. They use Angus cows.
What, Aberdeen Angus?
We always use Angus hide because it's the best. And we dip the hides in vats of dye. There's Briggs bowls and Croft defends. It's the end of the over, 48 for 2. They're then greased to keep the water out. Some stay a lighter colour, depending on the cow. Others are darker red, and some are almost black. Brilliant article.
Yeah. So how do they get the white one then?
This is not affecting the white ball. This is just about the issues with the red balls. Anyway, it is on the BBC Sport website now, but I think you have to delve a bit deeper in there. But if you find it, if you go to the cricket pages, I'm sure it's on there somewhere.
Martin could have a bestseller there, you know.
He could. Yeah. He's found his niche.
Give a present for Christmas. Martin Emerson's book on cowhide. 48 for 2. The ball seems to be okay. Danny Briggs was satisfied with it. And it's Henry Brooks who will continue from the Birmingham end. Bowling to Luke Wells. He's in. Wells plays this one away to the offside, but no power or pace to it, and it's fielded by Matt Lamb. Wells on 27, Croft on 9. 281 required. Still for Lancashire, 8 wickets for Warwickshire. We've got 76 overs remaining in the day, including this one. As Brooks comes in and bowls, and this will be nothing in the end. It was a really good take down the leg side. I thought for a moment that scooted past Mike Burgess, but he got diving down to his right and just tidied that one up, got both hands to it and rolled over to stop that ball, which had zipped past Keaton Jennings, past Luke Wells, and looked to be heading down to the fine leg boundary. Stays 48 for 2. Here comes Brooks again. He's in, bowls and back. And across goes Wells, and again fends this out to Lamb. And there's no run.
This will help Lancashire. Want this little bit of calm.
Yeah.
Nice little partnership developing. Wells up to 27. almost kind of forget the runs required at the minute for Lancashire. Just try and bat for a period of time, and this will.
What they put 20? What was it? 19, wasn't it, when they came together?
Yeah.
So 29 they've added. Brooks in, and Wells waits, bat held high, and this one is squirted down to deep square leg for a single, getting a few oohs and ahs from the Warwickshire fielders, but Wells played it well enough and takes total onto 49 for 2 in the 25th over here. There were 4 overs last night, Warwickshire declaring and getting 4 overs at Lancashire. Didn't, from their point of view, produce anything. Lancashire got the 5 runs. Brooks in bowls, and Croft is forward and running it away to extra cover.
Yeah, it was it seemed to be quite a deliberate ploy, that, didn't it? Because as soon as the over was complete, then Hannon Dolby turned and walked off to leave Lancashire 4 overs to face. But such was the manner that he did it, I actually thought he was out. I thought he edged it behind to the keeper and was turning and walking back, but it turned out that was the declaration.
And I have to say, it had. I think Clive had already forecast that. This one's short, and Croft ducks underneath it. It goes through to the keeper. It's 49 for 2 at the end of the Brooks' 4th over. So he's 0 for 11 from his spell so far. Danny Briggs has bowled the 5 overs for 14. And Lancashire 49, requiring initially 329. So they need a further 280 runs. And we've got 75 overs in which to get them. Scott has gone to do his update, and Clive will rejoin us. So Danny Briggs out of the attack. Struggled a little bit there with his length. That ploy not really working. So Liam Norwell returns. Briggs 5 overs for 14. Norwell, who yet to get a wicket, but been very economic. 7 overs, 5 men's, 0 for 6 so far. Starts a new spell from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and he gets straight away. He's right on the mark, and Wells plays it away into the offside. There's no run. Welcome Clive back with us. 49 for 2. Danny Briggs there struggling a little bit with to get the length right this morning.
Well, Lancashire probably do the right thing, is try and force Will Rhodes' hand on that.
Here's Norwell in again round the wicket. This one is lifted away into the onside. He's going to get a couple of runs here. In fact, they think about the 3rd, but decided against it as it's ball returned back in. So 2 more to the total. Takes Lancashire, gets them up to the 50. 51 for 2.
Will Rhodes may well have been thinking, well, if I can get Danny Briggs to bowl one end pretty much all day, and rotate the seamers at the other end. So Lancashire making it difficult for him to do that.
Wells in and bowls, and this one has Wells going back and just jabbing it out into the offside. There's no run. Tom Sibley out there does the fielding. Wells has moved on to 30 now. Croft on 9. These two have added 32 for this 3rd wicket. So Lancashire lost 2 wickets in an over, and the total was on 19. Norwell in bowls, and this was left. Wells went across to cover the off stump and took the bat out of the way and allowed the ball to go through. He sort of jabbed a little bit at it as it went past him, but that was never anywhere near getting in contact with the ball. 51 for 2. The crowd today is probably the smallest of the 4 days, as Norwell's in and throws his arms up in the air because it was late jabbing down on that one, Luke Wells. He played it out to mid-wicket, but it was a bit late coming across, and he'd stepped right across his stumps. And I think Norwell was the opinion there that if he could have just got that through, he was going to be slap in front. But Wells got bat onto it and ran it to Briggs, who's at mid-wicket.
It's been the most circumspect start of the match so far. The first 50 taking 153 balls.
Norwell again in past Neil Mallender, the umpire, and this one is played up to Henry Brooks, who's at mid-on, and the final ball of Norwell's over. 2 runs coming from it, so 51 for 2.
Yeah. First innings of the match, Warwickshire's first 50 when they also lost 2 wickets, took 109 balls, and Lancashire's first 50 when they lost 1 wicket, took 121 in their first innings, and then Warwickshire in their second innings, having again lost 2 wickets in the first 50, took 112. So the slowest first 50 by some way. That perhaps reflects the state of play in the match. So Henry Brooks from the Birmingham end was 1 over. Provided success for Warwickshire. Ollie Andoby striking twice and 1 over, and that's guided nicely by Croft into the offside. Chase on for Danny Briggs. Croft is easily able to get through for 2. 53 for 2.
You feel that Warwickshire would be really happy to see the Croft go. He's been a thorn in the Warwickshire side, not just in the first innings here, but in many games over the years.
Brooks into bowl to him. 2 slips in place, and that's guided out into the onside. Good tumbling stop by Alex Davis, and there's no run. A good dive to prevent. He runs at mid-wicket.
He's getting up a bit gingerly. He just banged his knee. He's hobbling a little bit, Davis there. He's still crouched over, so doesn't seem to be getting much sympathy from anybody or interest in his.
Just 2 slips in place of Brooks. So not all out attack. Got 5 in there, saving the 1. As Brooks comes into bowl, and it's just dabbed forward by Croft to the offside for no run. Good 9th wicket partnerships elsewhere. Somerset's 9th wicket pair is hanging on at Taunton. They now lead by 192 against Surrey. And after a flurry of wickets at Southampton earlier today, Yorkshire's 9th wicket pair are hanging on. They lead by 170 against Hampshire. 152 for 8. But Gloucestershire have lost their 7th wicket. They're still 8 runs behind Kent at Canterbury. 118 for 7. Don't need to worry too much about Chester Street. That's a draw. Brooks comes into bowl to Croft, who swings and has edged it. Oh, Croft has gone to a shot he'd be really disappointed with. Taking a swing at one and a faint edge. Michael Burgess takes the catch behind the stumps, and that's a massive blow after Lancashire just settled down and resisted a bit, but Croft going for the shot. He was induced into playing a shot he will now deeply regret. And he goes for 11, 53 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket. Croft really went for the expansive off drive and got the nick, and it was low, and Burgess took the catch, and delight in the Warwickshire camp to see the back of Stephen Croft. And he goes for 11, and I have to say at this point it's advantage, I think, to Warwickshire here.
Oh, very much so. 27th over. From their point of view, they have got 73 more overs to try and get 7 more wickets. Likely, if they get a couple more fairly soon, then Lancashire really will go into the let's hang on mode. It'll be interesting to see whether that makes it difficult for Warwickshire to claim the wickets, but at the moment they'll be pretty happy with the morning.
think so. I think they would have settled for 3 if that had been offered at the beginning of the morning to get 3 wickets, and also just 48 runs added this morning, so it's been a good wicket haul, but economic as well.
Still just the 2 slips in place. Dane Villas coming to the crease. The Lancashire captain. And as he approaches, Brooks comes into bowl and he pushes the first one out to the offside. There is no run. And 53 for 3 remains the total. Brooks getting his first wicket of the second innings.
It's certainly been the seamers in this game who've posed the threat. The spinners really haven't had a lot out of this wicket.
Surrey have finally got their 9th wicket. That's a Yorker length delivery, which Villas as well. And then Brooks throws down the stumps. He doesn't appeal. 1 or 2 did ask the question, but Villas was safely in. So Somerset now are 394 for 9. That gives them a lead of 192 over Surrey. So Surrey, you feel, are still on course there, but Somerset are making them work for it. Lewis Gregory still there on 110. Great innings from him. Peter Siddle's gone for 42.
Useful runs from Siddle, aren't they?
Yeah. So, couple of really interesting matches. Well, really, all 4 of the first division matches are proving to be interesting on the final day.
So Stephen Croft faced 40 balls for his 11 before being caught behind. Here is Liam Norwell on his way into bowl to Luke Wells. He bowls and Wells lets that one go through outside the off stump. Offers no shot to it. Was tempted to start, then just took the bat right out the way and didn't offer any shot. Held it behind the body. And there's no run. 53 for 3. Remember the target is 329. So 276 more runs required. The over's just beginning to drift down now. 73, including this one, as Norwell comes running in and bowls, and it's short, and Wells defends up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Wells has been pretty solid. Lancashire opener. He's seen 3 wickets fall around him. Lancashire need a big partnership, at least a partnership that occupies a long time out in the middle, to give them a chance of at least saving the game, never mind winning it.
Well, turns on his way round the wicket. So the left-handed Wells, he's in and bowls, and Wells whips this one away down to the backward square leg for just the 1. Lamb out there does the fielding. 54 for 3. Wells moves on to 31. Here in the 28th over. It'll bring Dane Villas to face his first delivery from Treadwell, from Norwell rather. Not overly attacking. They've got 2 slips, and then the rest of the field is in sort of the inner ring. This one is pushed out into the offside. Henry Brooks comes running in from mid-off to tidy up. So there's a deep backward square leg, and there's a man wide fine leg, and 2 slips, a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So watch, haven't crammed fielders round the back.
No, I think their theory is presumably to try and they can afford to be patient, prevent the runs from being scored. They've got all day.
Well, in bowls, this is tucked down to that fine leg position. It'll be just the single as Brooks does the fielding down there. One more to the total. Sorry, it's not Brooks, it's Oliver Hannon. Dolby under the sun hat down there, isn't it? It's Henry Brooks is down below us. Yeah.
Both of them sporting white sun hats.
Yeah.
The rest of the Warwickshire players are wearing the blue county caps.
Ball comes back round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Wells. He's in and bowls, and Wells is jabbing this one away nicely timed, away through the cover point area, down to the fence for 4. So, just took the pace, was in position, using his height and playing it off the back foot, and away for 4. Nice finish to the over. 59 for 3, Lancashire. And we've had 28 overs of this innings. 24 in the day, so 72 overs remaining.
Yep. Henry Brooks to continue, 1 for 13 for him. Just over 15 minutes to lunch on this final day of a genuine 4-day match, as Brooks has got to feel quite close at mid-on, and that's clipped past him there by Dane Villas. Nice shot off his toes, goes into an expanse of field towards that long boundary, and they have time to get through for an easy 3. Villas on to 4, 62 for 3. And he said that Warwickshire, trying to make it difficult for Lancashire to score runs. It may be no bad thing for them if Lancashire do keep ticking on a bit, because if they do go a long period without getting a wicket, what might potentially give them opportunities if Lancashire fancy they have a chance of winning and go for it. So
It's still only just over 3.5 and over required.
slip and a gully in place. That's a fairly wild delivery from Brooks. Umpire has called it a no ball. Now, is that front foot or was that? It wasn't overhead height. Why does he call it a no ball? He does do this, sticks his arm out. Is it Peter Hartley now that end? They do both stick their arms out a bit.
It is a no ball, Clive. It's been put on.
So 64 for 3. 2 runs for that. Well, it might be front foot, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Brooks comes into bowl to Wells, and that one is not as wide. It's left by Wells, and there's no run. 265 required in 71 overs, so it's actually getting closer to 4 now. But Lancashire won't worry about that at this point. They are 3 wickets down. That'll be their big concern. They need a pair to bat for a long time and then give themselves a thought about where they are. Brooks, he's now got a slip and a sort of third slip, and that's driven and well fielded off his own bowling by Brooks. Driven by Wells. Brooks gets a hand to it and pretty much kills the ball. So no runs added.
Those first 2 deliveries, I was just looking at the replay. The second one wasn't much. In the end, looking at on the replay, wasn't much inside the first one. It must have been the front foot, I think. Although he was very slow signalling it as a no ball. Anyway, the 2 runs were added to the total.
Brooks into bowl to Wells, pitches it right up. Wells clips it off his pads, and it is brilliantly stopped by Dom Sibley on the square leg boundary. Say 3 runs there. Terrific stop by Sibley, and Wells can only get 1. He's on to 36, 65 for 3.
It was a fabulous piece of fielding. It was got the hand down, took the ball cleanly and got it back in. And, I thought that was going to beat him all the way through, because it was really travelling that ball off that shot.
Somerset all outs. Lewis Gregory finished 110 not out. That's driven to mid-off for no runs. Surrey are chasing 193 to win at Taunton. You would expect the championship leaders to get that. How many overs? 71 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
But Hampshire's still been held up by Yorkshire's 9th wicket pair. Brooks trying to break Lancashire's 4th wicket pair. Bowls Device, who drives that classically, but straight to mid-off. There's no run. 65 for 3 at the end of the 29th over. 71 overs, minimum 71 overs left in the day, and still an awful lot for Lancashire to do. 264 required to win. Warwickshire needs 7 more wickets. Looks like they're going to have another go with Danny Briggs, who went for a few runs in his first spell.
I think they've got to, haven't they? They've got to keep using Briggs, because they're not going to be able to bowl the seamers throughout. Will Rhodes seems reluctant to bring himself into the attack here. So
5 overs for 14 so far. Again, bowling from the pavilion end.
You may have to have a man back on the fence, though, I think, to give him some protection. He bowled without anybody out there in his first spell, particularly for Luke Wells. And in fact, there's a man gone out there to protect that cover boundary. Umpire Hartley has decided that he can't see properly with short leg in place. He can't get a good view of the crease in case there's a stumping or a run out, so he's moved across to the other side as the first ball from Briggs is right on the mark, and Luke Wells goes across and just runs it away into the offside. Briggs fields. A little bit of turn there for Briggs into the left-hander. He's in and bowls, gives that again lots of air, and again it's a full toss which is thumped away. Danny Briggs just really over trying to get some air to the ball and not able to get the ball controlled, and it's almost like a free hit for Luke Wells, who thumps it away wide of the Hannah Dolby, who's out on doing the patrolling on the boundary. He was never going to get to that. So Danny Briggs just struggling a little bit with his length. This one he brings Wells forward and plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. .69 for 3 Lancashire as Briggs comes in again. This is short, and Wells comes forward to it, but can only just drop the ball down in front of short leg. Sam Hain, who does the fielding, it's squared him up a little bit, hurried onto him. He wasn't able to do anything but defend it. This next one brings Wells forward, and the ball goes past the outside edge of the bat through to Michael Burgess, and that's a much better line. It hits the footmarks and gets movement. Wells beaten there. That's where Briggs needs to be putting the ball. This next one is hit away past backward point, down to the deep backward point boundary for a second boundary in the over. So it takes Lancashire on to 73 and takes Wells on to 44.
Expensive overs. I wouldn't be that. Obviously, you don't want him to go for too many too often, but I wouldn't be that worried from a Warwickshire point of view. That there is advantage in Lancashire staying interested in the victory target. 73 for 3. Still, Warwickshire, you'd feel, are in the strongest position here, needing 7 more wickets. Umpires are having another chat. I've had a few of those during the course of this match. And what are they chatting about now? Pointing both ends. Perhaps they're going to dock Lancashire points for running on the pitch. Or penalty runs. Let's have a little word with Luke Wells. Anyway, don't think there's anything there. The umpires
No.
wanted to clarify with each other. Ollie Hannon-Dalby is back in the attack from the Birmingham end. 2 for 14. His 2 wickets coming in the same over. Again, he's just got 2 slips in place. 5 saving 1. Right arm over to Baldevillas, who drives. Hasn't quite got it past mid-off. And Will Rhodes fields. I've just realised, that was a while ago now, I just suddenly occurred to me, I said that Michael Burgess plays the T20, because he doesn't. It's only me that selects them for that. Sadly, the Bears don't.
They might do.
Well, they might.
Now
They
do.
haven't shown much sign of it so far. Hannon-Dalby into Baldevillas, takes a little shuffle forward, and that's a good delivery from Hannon-Dalby. That bounces, goes past chest height, past Villas's outside edge, and Burgess takes it. Prompts both batters to come and prod up the pitch.
He's extracted something from the wicket which I don't think any of the others have. But whether it's the height he's bowling from, but he's definitely getting the ball to just lift a little bit and hurry the batsman. That was a beauty there to Villas.
One of Warwickshire's Yorkshiremen trying to take them another step closer to victory against Lancashire. And that one is a little over pitch, and it's played around his feet by Villas for a single. He's on to 5, 74 for 3. So they've stepped up the run rate slightly, Lancashire. They need another 225
255.
sorry, 255 to win, yeah.
In fact, 255, yeah.
I've got the left-handed Wells on strike. As Hannon-Dalby comes around the wicket to bowl to him. He drives, goes past Hannon-Dalby. I think he might have got a little bit on at the bowler, and it slowed the ball down, and therefore it's cut off at mid-on, so there's no run.
He's got a few tumbles today, Oliver Hannon-Dalby, either fielding or bowling. He was sprawled out there trying to stop it. His flannels or his trousers begin to show the wear and signs of sliding around.
He's going to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Wells, who pushes it to mid-on. It's another dot ball, 74 for 3. Lancashire started the day on 5 without loss, so 69 for 3 in the session at the moment. Probably one more over to go, and as Danny Bruce gets in credit. Actually, the umpires have been quite generous in terms of allowing an extra over to be sneaked in when it's looked like it's turned round to 1 o'clock at lunch. So we'll see. Hannon-Dalby, last ball of his over, the 27th of the day, and that's pushed back to him by Wells. There's no run. 74 for 3 at the end of 31 overs in the innings. Henry Brooks had left the field. He's now back on. Umpires again having a chin wag. Now then, Will Rhodes has been called over.
The batsmen are being spoken to.
Surely they're not already more penalty runs. I don't think there's been any communication with the scorer. So Will Rhodes is spoken to by Neil Mound. That's by Peter Hartley rather. And Neil Mound has had a chat with the 2 batters, and he's also saying something to Henry Brooks there. They have been busy, the umpires.
Is he on the walkie-talkie at Square Leg?
No, I don't think he is. He's just thinking.
Here's Briggs starts a new over in, and Villas cuts this one away out into the offside to Lamb for a single.
I mean, there's absolutely no advantage in Lancashire running on the pitch now because they're not going to get the bowl again.
Well, it seemed to be that whether they've been having a bit of verbal out there between them all, but might have been just calming them all down. Here's Briggs again into Wells, who's forward to that one and runs it down to mid-wicket. There's no run. .75 for 3. Briggs in his 7th over is in bowls, and this one is a much better length from Briggs. And Wells plays it quietly back down the wicket. 253 or 4 more runs required for victory for Lancashire, 7 wickets for Warwickshire. This next one gets Wells going back and jabbing that one into the onside. Again, little bit of movement into the bowler, to the batsman, but not a terrific amount from, again, this next one has Wells lunging forward and running it out into the offside. Briggs one more ball. We might get one more over, although it's getting pretty close on the clock at 1 o'clock. As Briggs settles, is in, bowls, gives that air, and again Wells comes forward to it, and end of the over. A much better over from Danny Briggs. And looks like we will get one more over, Clive.
So that would be 29 overs in the session. Everybody's having a little chat with Henry Brooks. I think that's something too formal, but just having a little conversation with him. And indeed, Peter Hartley's having a little conversation with Will Rose at the other end. So I don't know what that's all about. However, where's Brooks sprinting off to now? He's going to take a position at fine leg. So it's going to be Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl the final over of the session. He comes in, and that's carved away by Villas. That'll be 4 runs to backward points, and Villas is on to 10, 79 for 3. So 74 runs in the session now for Lancashire, but they have lost 3 wickets in the process. Michael Birch is standing up to Hannon-Dolby. Hannon-Dolby right arm over, comes into bowl. And that's a bit of an inside edge from Villas onto to mid-wicket. Danny Briggs fields, there's no run. 7 more wickets needed then from Warwickshire in 2 sessions if they don't get one this over. And they've had to work for their wickets a bit this morning, but they've got the 3. Croft might feel he gave his way a little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
Keaton Jennings got a very good ball, but Hannon Justin missed one that got him LBW. Here's Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that's carved away again. It was a bit short, and it's whipped away by Villas, and it's another boundary for him. He's on to 14, 83 for 3.
Yeah, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, they're just guilty there of just being too short, and that's really got laid into that one. It might be the final over before lunch, but he's not going to let those go.
Well, Lancashire's still in it in terms of winning opportunities are concerned. They've speeded the run rate up a little bit towards the end of this session. So a decent partnership, and they could still make a go. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Villas plays it to mid-off. And there's no run.
246. So, and we have had 29 overs, so what's that? 29, 96, so 67 overs to go. That's still very much on.
It's Hannah Dorby to bowl to Villas. I feel it short, close in at mid-wicket. That's going down the leg side, and it's clipped away to back of square leg for a third boundary in the over for Dane Villas. He moves on to 18, and it's 87 for 3.
That's a big over, this one, for Lancashire at 3 boundaries. Oliver and Dolby, who'd been really economic until this stage, is now 2 for 27.
I'll do an update very shortly. At the last ball of the session. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire needs 7 more wickets to complete a victory against Lancashire. They're just going into lunch at 87 for 3. Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, has just hit Ollie Hallandorby for 3 boundaries in an over to keep Lancashire interested. They are chasing a formidable target of 329. Hallandorby struck twice in 1 over to dismiss Keaton Jennings for 6 with a really good ball, and Josh Bohannon for 0. And in the crucial wicket of Stephen Croft, who played a rather loose shot to Henry Brooks and was caught behind for 11. But Luke Wells has batted through the session. He's on 44. Dane Villas on 18. All results still possible here, but Warwickshire will probably be the happier of the two sides at lunch, with Lancashire 87 for 3. So there we are. That's it. 87 for 3 at lunch. We'll see you again in just under 40 minutes.
So what does it mean to be a bear?
We are proud of our history, our county.
It's traditions, it's people.
We're bold and brave and never give up.
We're outspoken and encourage others to speak up.
This is our home, a home for everyone.
Support our communities who support us.
And this is our time for our fans. The shackles are off.
Beautiful shot. That's what the crowd came to see. All the way for 6.
Sustainable events are incredibly important for us as a business, not only for our staff, our consumers and our spectators that come to the ground, but it's for the health and the well-being of both the city and the environment we live in. We have the opportunity as a business to have a huge impact on the environment. We have thousands of spectators, non-match day visitors throughout the year, and if we can make some changes, it's going to have a real impact on the environment. Being carbon neutral by 2030 is for sure our end goal. We've got some hurdles to overcome as we reach that, but being the most sustainable business as possible, working with local independent traders and education is key for us. So firstly, staff training is paramount, and making sure that we've got an education and getting people on board. We're hiring a sustainability manager at the moment, and they're going to drive our goal. We're looking into as many plant-forward options and menus as physically possible. We're working with Climato so that on every menu you'll have the consumption of CO2 used in that dish. We are using recyclable or reusable products throughout our non-match day offering and match day offering, and we're ensuring that we've given our clients more information about the choices that they're making. The future of DDR packages at Edgbaston is about giving the consumer what they want in a sustainable way. So reducing food waste, ensuring that we're getting the right numbers and the right information off our clients and reaching your expectations. Plant forward, looking at where we're getting our food from, no freight delivery. Are we using local and independent traders where possible? What are we doing with our coffee beans? So at the moment we're sending our coffee beans off to get them planted and to helping to build mushrooms. We're building currently our own veg patch in our training ground. So we're striving every day to make more sustainable choices.
Today we're at Edgbaston Cricket Ground for the Eid prayer, which concludes the Ramadan month of fasting.
The atmosphere has been brilliant this morning. People have been fasting for a month, so to come out of the fast and be able to meet friends and family and celebrate the end of Ramadan, it is quite a good occasion.
We've estimated just over 2,000 people here.
We've had lots of people coming up and telling us how much they've been loving it and enjoying it.
By doing these sort of things, it is a step to show that we are open and accessible, and that we are trying to understand the needs of the different elements of the community.
Edgbaston Cricket Ground is for everyone, and as you can see, everyone is here.
We normally go to the mosques for Eid. To actually be outdoors in such an amazing venue like Edgbaston Cricket Ground, it's just fantastic.
I love the fact that we were outdoors saying our Eid namaz together.
It's just amazing to be able to come here today and celebrate it with so many Muslims from around the community.
It's been a really good crowd. It's much bigger than last year. Just want to thank everyone who showed up today. It's great.
So the premise tonight is basically the Ramadan League, trying to give the youngsters some cricket during Ramadan. They were saying to me, sometimes we break our fast, we're at home with our parents, we have said our prayers, we've got nothing to do till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, we're up till all hours. If there was any way that we could access and play cricket, we'd love to. So I thought about it. Edgbaston is closed on an evening anyway. So last year we just said, you know what, let's try it and see if it works. Tried it last year, it's been so successful, so it's just about giving them the opportunity to play cricket when they want to play cricket, not when we think they want to play cricket. So we've opened it up now to our normal young adult project, which is 16 to 24s. We thought about what can we do this year, which is a bit of last year. And a couple of things were like, last year I found out we were starting around about sort of like 9, half 9, 10 o'clock. They were breaking their fast and having to get into a taxi and rush here. So I thought, well, if they're doing that every night, why not they break their fast here? So we decided to just take it one stage further, and why not break their fast here with everybody, and then they're still here, break their fast here and play cricket and then go on after that.
No, that's been brilliant, and the only way we did it was because we talked to people. Went out and said, listen, how can we help? And the lads breaking fast, wanting something to do when they've got the energy, having eaten, playing cricket, getting them here in the taxis and getting them home safely again. It was all just through talking to the community and listening, and then just saying, listen, our part's dead simple. We just unlock the doors, open them, and then you guys come in and make it happen. We're smack bang in the middle of one of Europe's most diverse cities, and we have to represent the communities that we're meant to serve. And being blunt, we haven't done it enough in the past, but we're trying to make moves in all different areas now, not just about religion, but about gender, ethnicity, and really about making Edgbaston a place for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think they're now seeing that they're sort of like more acceptable. People are embracing their culture, embracing their religion, embrace what they do. Before, I think they've been sort of secluded, but now they've opened our eyes, opened my eyes, they've opened everybody else's eyes. This is what Ramadan's about. We always used to hear about Ramadan, 4 weeks of fasting. Didn't really know what it was about. Now we can see a little bit more in depth into it, and these guys can feel that Ramadan can be a part of everyday life. So we can embrace it as much as they can embrace it.
Warwickshire. We'll start off at Chester, where Warwickshire seconds are playing Lancashire seconds. Warwickshire were 380 all out in their first innings, and that was followed by Lancashire, who were all out for 441 in their first innings. In the second innings, Warwickshire seconds recovered 53 without loss, and that game is it's their day, so there's no day to go without tomorrow. In terms of first class around the country, Hampshire and Yorkshire are leading Hampshire by 196 runs with 2 wickets remaining. And Kent, Gloucestershire, at Lobster, Gloucestershire are leading Kent by 16 runs with 3 wickets remaining. At Somerset and Surrey, Surrey currently lead 172 runs to win and have all their wickets in hand. And the 2 remaining games in the Championship Division 2, Durham and Worcestershire, Worcestershire trail with Durham by 110 runs with 1 wicket remaining there. Northern and Sussex lead to Northern by 65 runs with 5 wickets remaining.
Good afternoon, welcome to the second session of this match, which still doesn't disappoint. Lancashire still need another 242 to win, but a good end to that session has kept them hoping. Overall, you'd say it's probably Warwickshire session getting 3 wickets, but Lancashire finished it strongly. With Dane Villas on 18 and Luke Wells on 44.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a counter-attack, wasn't it, towards the end of that morning session? But certainly a good one for Warwickshire. I think that obviously the 2 wickets in the over for Han and Dolby was a significant advantage for Warwickshire, and then Croft came out and settled things down, and he went. So Villas and Wells, a lot of work to do for Lancashire if they are to make the game safe. A lot of overs to bat. 67 left in the day, and we're going to see quite a bit of spin, so there's a possibility, if needed towards the back end of the day, that Warwickshire might get a few extra on top of that. But a lot of work for Lancashire to do if they're to avoid defeat here against Warwickshire this week.
Interesting, Danny Briggs is staying on. They've gone after him a little bit, the Lancashire batters. But I was saying before lunch, Warwickshire might not be too upset by that. They obviously don't want Lancashire to score too freely. They'd probably like them to stay interested in terms of the victory target.
Yeah, there was signs of being a little counter-attacking, wasn't there, just before lunch from these two. I mean, Villas, I think, will just be his usual self. If he bats for half an hour, 45 minutes after lunch, he'll be, 35-40 from something similar. That's just the way he tends to play. You and me.
I'll do it. Briggs comes in the ball round the wicket, pitches up, pushed out by Wells. There's no run.
I'm loving your chilled out approach to it.
87 for 3 is the Lancashire total. All results still very much possible. Briggs bowls, and that's a 4 defensive by Wells. There's no run. Liam Norwell's liberating up, as if he's going to bowl. People moving behind the bowler's arm. That is whipped away by Wells. There is a sweep on the offside, so he just gets a single. He's on to 45. I saw the umpires have quite a long chat and then talk to both Will Rhodes and the Lancashire batters. I'm talking to one or two of the other media people here. I didn't spot at the time, but apparently there was a bit going on between Alex Davis and Stephen Croft when Croft was out in the middle. So whether that's what they were discussing, I don't know. I think Croft was out at the time, though, that they were having those conversations, so I don't know what. Anyway, that's what was observed. That one is guided to backward point, but then Villas can't get it past the fielder there, so no addition to the score. It's been a tense game. Never much in it between these two teams. Briggs bowls, a 4 defensive by Villas. Back to Briggs, and there's no run. Hampshire have got a 9th wicket straight after lunch, so at the moment Hampshire and Surrey victories looking likely. Certainly Surrey, who need 171 more to win. They're 22 without losses. That's driven back to Briggs, who feels that there's no run. And Hampshire now need 1 more wicket, and they Yorkshire lead by just 186 here. Lancashire 88 for 3. Kensal have Gloucestershire 3 down, but Gloucestershire are ahead now by 22. Chester Street is a ball draw, and Cardiff Sussex are hanging on now, 183 for 5. They lead Glamorgan by 65.
I was reading during the lunch interval that Northamptonshire have announced the re-signing of David Willey. So he's the current Yorkshire T20 captain, because he left Northants to join Yorkshire.
Yeah. Is that from next season?
From next season,
right.
Yeah. He signed a 4-year deal, 8 years after leaving Northamptonshire for Yorkshire.
They've announced that quite early, haven't they? You get these sort of the latter part of the season. Okay.
Great signing that for Northants.
Yeah.
The full story of that signing is on the BBC Sport website and the app now. Hannon Dolby to start off after lunch from the Birmingham end, bowling to Luke Wells. That's turned defensively away towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Some quotes from Darren Goff saying that Yorkshire couldn't match what Northants were offering.
Blimey. Well, you sometimes get that if one team is prepared to pay a player their sort of marquee signing pay, whereas the other team maybe don't see him as their number one, and then that can lead them to be trumped.
And then Dolby balls forward, goes Wells in defence, and there is no run.
I actually think the 4-year deal would also have, and that's quite a nice secure deal for him, isn't it?
Yeah. But you say it's slightly awkward. I'm presuming he's going to continue as Yorkshire T20 captain, but when you've announced you're leaving quite early on into the season.
Well, yeah, it happens in rugby a lot, and players play against the teams they're going to join in the Premiership. You couldn't imagine it happening in football. The crowds would go berserk, wouldn't they? But it happens in rugby quite a lot.
Because I'm thinking about the game last year, Hannon Dolby's into Wells, and that's defended again into the offside. There's no run. The Lancashire-Warwickshire game, right at the end of that season, Alex Davis had already been announced as a Warwickshire player, but I don't think he played in that fixture.
I don't think he did. But there was, I do remember one, when Imran Tahir was at Warwickshire as overseas player, it was already, I mean, I think it was already going to be the case even from the start of the season that he was going to be with Hampshire the following season, because they were going to have a vacancy for overseas players, so we already knew. But last game of the season, Warwickshire played Hampshire, and if Warwickshire won, Hampshire were going to be relegated. So Imran Tahir was playing to try and get himself into the second division the following season. Still played very well.
88 for 3. Hannon Dolby around the wicket to the left-hander Wells, who plays forward in defence. And again, there's no run. Yeah, I should say if it happens in other sports, doesn't it, I suppose? So.
Yeah. Just football wouldn't.
No, football.
Imagine social media. When,
blimey, yeah. Not worth the effort, is it? Everyone gets all very excited by it. They're very defensive, don't they? Well, I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. You support your team, and you want your own team to do well, don't you?
Just can get a bit tribal, though, can't you?
It's tiresome. Wells on 45. Hannon Dolby around the wicket. He just dabbed away into the offside for no run. Gathered by Matt Lamb.
I mean, cricket isn't always that. I mean, I remember, was it Tom Kohler-Cadmore when he announced he was leaving Worcestershire to go to Yorkshire? Worcestershire threw a bit of a hump and he didn't play again for the rest of that season. I remember when Warwickshire signed Dom Sibley, actually, that ended up happening mid-season because Surrey signed Ricky Clark. And I think there was a little bit of tension, but ultimately they both thought, well, if we're going to sign them for next season, why don't we just loan them to each other for the rest of the season, which is what they did.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. And then Dolby to complete the over, bowling to Wells, who's driving. And it's bouncing and stopped by, it's bouncing in front of and stopped by extra cover, which is Matt Lamb, but he caught it somewhere in the stomach. He's just rubbing his front.
But I think it was Will Rose. I'm doing this on memory, so I might be completely wrong. But I think it was Will Rose when he was announced from Yorkshire, and Yorkshire weren't playing him at all, and he was sort of with Warwickshire, but he wasn't allowed to play for Warwickshire, and it seemed a bit petty, really. If you're going to say, right, that's it, he's not playing for us anymore, then why not let him play for his new county? But anyway, 88 for 3 is Lancashire score. So Warwickshire got a little maiden in there. Lancashire's prime target still to keep batting. Leg slip and a slip in for Briggs, and that's driven to Rob Yates in the covers for no run by Dane Villaz. Sun popping out. There is a bit of cloud cover overhead though as Briggs comes into bowl. He comes down the pitch, Villaz, and has not got hold of that, but he's going to get a run and to square leg. He's just rehearsing the shot that he would like to have played.
Just in Warwickshire tweet. And This ran through my mind at lunch. So Warwickshire tweeted, lunch update, I've just been offered gravy with my lasagna. I was also slightly confused by that.
Well, they always do. Next one is pushed out back to Briggs's no run. I think I have accepted on occasion.
Have you?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Well, I turned it down. I thought you made a mistake by offering it me.
They offer potatoes, and which you shouldn't. And I actually had chips, so you shouldn't really have that with a lasagna because the pasta is the carbs, isn't it? You don't need the spuds. That's played to mid-on, and there's no rum. But yeah,
took me by surprise at that. I must admit, gravy with. I've not heard of gravy in lasagna before, but fair enough. People were piling it on. Why not?
In comes Briggs to bowl, and that is guided out to the offside by Wells. It cuts off by Leanne Dobbies. Just stops it with his feet. Not going to throw himself around too much, and just keep him down to 2. 91 for 3. Warwickshire got 3 wickets in the morning session. I want to make sure they get at least that, I would think, in this session. If they are to get the victory. They had a few final day victories last season here. Let's play back to the bowlers. In fact, that was one of the differences they felt. Talking to Mark Roberts about last season compared to the season before. The season before, they got into good positions but just couldn't get over the line in matches, whereas last season they got into a good habit of winning games when they were in decent positions on the final day. Sometimes winning them from slightly unlikely positions. So can they get over the line for this one? $91 for 3.
You look at the number of draws that are taking place this season, and that will affect, I think, the number of games you'll need to win the title.
Yeah,
potentially.
Although, of course, with 8 points for a draw now, draws are worth a lot more than it used to be.
I mean, Surrey are top, they've only won 3.
Yeah, well, because Warwickshire famously, Warwickshire won the county championship under Nick Knight with 5 wins, which people still moan about. I don't know why. We've got more points than everyone else. What are you moaning about?
Absolutely.
But people did moan a bit about them winning with 5 wins. I think those were the days when you played 16 matches as well. If they go back to 10 next season, we're talking about, you might win it with 2 wins.
Well, quite, yeah. I mean, you look, if it is down to 10 championship matches, and there's a realistic possibility you can lose at least 1 to weather.
Yeah,
playing
exactly.
8 to 9 game seasons.
That's been one of my arguments. Because always 10 games enough? Well, it's not going to be 10 games, is it? You're probably going to have about 8.
Yeah.
9 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
We've got another ball problem here. Sam Haynes brought on the little metal case of balls. They must have a lot in there because they do seem to keep having to replace them.
I won't dig out that article from I've mentioned it a couple of times.
Elsewhere, Surrey well on the way to victory, it would seem. 40 without loss, needed 153 to beat Somerset. Hampshire got a wicket with the first ball after lunch, but haven't got any more since. Yorkshire 172 for 9, lead by 190. That could be a cracking finish there. Gloucestershire still 7 down, 160 for 70. Kent by 34. Worcestershire 532 for 9. They're going through the motions, you think, at Chester Street. Sussex 191 for 5. Lee Glamorgan by 73. 6 matches still in progress, with 2 having been decided yesterday.
Here we go, bang up to date. All the scores and reports on the BBC Sport website and the app. Following the pictures on the live stream as well, watching Hannon Dalby coming into bowl. And forward goes Villas in defence, and there's no run.
Been a while since much has really happened on the pitch, seems to me. The idea that we've had a little bit of variable bounce. I think the one that got Keaton Jennings was a difficult ball to play, but
yeah. Well,
goodness sake, I see Warwickshire Twitter feeds put a vote on about the grave. For goodness sake, get over it.
I think it's a perfectly valid question. There's Velas again defends to mid-on. There's no run.
The sad thing is, 155 people have voted.
including me, I voted. Yeah, pretty calm start to the afternoon session, but that's okay for Lancashire. They had a bit of a burst before lunch, didn't they? They had seemed to be a little bit of a kind of counter-attack, mini one before lunch. Again, Villas forward in defence. Could stride down the pitch. Ball deflects up towards mid-off and there's no run. Liam Norwell twirling his arms around at mid-off. If Briggs is to settle into a spell here from one end, then it does allow the seamers to rotate from the other. It might actually put a challenge back on Lancashire to try and get Briggs out of the attack and be a little bit more attacking to Briggs. We'll see. I mean, the captain's out there for Lancashire, so a better man to judge how to go about these these afternoon session. He's up onto his front foot, looking to drive. Partially stopped by Hannon Dolby, and there's no run.
Warwickshire will get another new ball briefly. Well, they'll have it for about 20 overs at the close. So they will get another go with a new ball later, which could be crucial if they're sort of 7 wickets down by then.
Yep, that's true. That could come well. That could come into it. Lancashire were kind of sitting in hoping for the new ball last night, but Warwickshire was smoking it around Edgbaston in the meantime. Forward goes Villas again in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure Lancashire got that quite right, to be honest, that period of play. I can see what they were trying to do, but I think they rather lost control in the process.
Yeah. It seemed to unravel quickly. Might be a little bit dramatic, but it did seem to. Warwickshire certainly were able to press on, weren't they? Pretty firmly in the afternoon. It was it was a brilliant afternoon to watch in terms of kind of cricket. The way that Lancashire started and Warwickshire fought back. Villas just steering the ball off an open face with the bat down to deep backward point for a single.
Are we tipping Will Williams to hit the winning runs on his debut?
Well, that would be something.
We'll have to think about keeping him for more than 2 matches. 92 for 3 here. Not a lot happening really since lunch. Lancashire looking pretty comfortable without scoring piles of runs. But, 5 runs since lunch in 4 overs. So, well, they're taking Danny Briggs off and bringing Liam Norwell back on.
Yeah, we saw him warming up just a few minutes ago. So, well, the captain's got the ability to kind of keep bowlers in short spells, hasn't he? Lots of options. Well, not just Briggs, obviously Yates as well as the front lines, Seamers and Rhodes himself. So there's plenty of options there for the Warwickshire captain.
He hasn't bowled himself so far. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's push out the offside. There's no run. That's quite unusual. I don't know whether he just feels he's not the right person for it at the moment, or whether he might have some sort of niggle or something. I don't know, but he's not brought himself on at all. He did go for a few, wasn't he? He's normally quite tight, but I think he did go for a few in the first innings. So we shall see whether he comes on later. He's hoping his frontline seamers can do the job before he's required. Norwell, right arm over bowls to Villas, who just runs that to a vacant area. Fielder comes in from the backward point boundary, and it's an easy single for Dane Villas, who's on to 21, 93 for 3. Norwell not yet got a wicket this innings after getting his 5 from the first. He's only gone for 15 runs in his 9.2 overs. Two slips in place. As Norwell round the wicket, bowls, and that's driven. Oh, has he run out there? He is! Oh, what desperate bad luck for Dane Villas. The ball driven straight down the pitch, and it's hit Liam Norwell. I don't think he was deliberately trying to deflect it. It's hit his hand and gone onto the stumps, and Villas is out of his crease and has gone for 21. What a bonus for Warwickshire. I'm saying David is unlucky. I know some people argue that you're not unlucky if you're out that way. You should be in your crease, but it happened very quickly. That was the other factor, because it was hit hard by Luke Wells and the ball was really travelling. So Villas didn't really have time to react. A really fortunate wicket for Warwickshire. And poor Dane Villas, who felt he was out to a fairly dodgy decision, to say the least, in the first innings, now gets out, backing up in the second. And it's 93 for 4. $93 for 4. So Liam Norwell strikes, although not a wicket that he will be credited to his career stats. Warwickshire won't mind. I don't think he'll mind too much. 93 for 4. A new batter is Rob Jones, who's got the non-strikers in, because that's where Dane Villas was when he was run out. So Wells defends that. I mean, it was a good shot by Wells as well. That really is pretty unlucky for Lancashire, but a real bonus for Warwickshire. So I think Warwickshire's third run out they've managed this season in the county championship. I don't think I've had any against them so far this season. I'm going to do a update in a moment. And this is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire tried to complete a victory against Lancashire, and they've just had a rather fortuitous blow in their favour. Lancashire 93 for 4. Luke Wells driving the ball hard down the pitch. It deflected off Liam Norwell's hands, and Dane Villas was left stranded as the ball cannoned against his stumps, and he was run out at the non-striker's end. It looked an important wicket for Warwickshire, because it was just not a lot happening since lunch really for them. But that wicket has put them back on course. They need 6 more for victory. Wells is still playing well. He's on 47, but Lancashire chasing 329 to win. They are 93 for 4. So Villas out for 21, and that was left by Jones. And it's the end of the over. Well. Another twist in this remarkable game. So, still all results very much possible. Lancashire need to bat out 62 overs for the draw, or need to get 236 more runs for the win. On Warwickshire needs 6 wickets. Welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra with this match now, well, reaching another twist and another turn. Alan Dobby comes into bowl. Let's push out the offside. There's no run. 93 for 4. With Dane Villas out, backing up. Run out by Liam Norwell. It's been a terrific game, this, and a real 4-day game, with each innings lasting about a day. First, Warwickshire were bowled out in the first innings just a couple of overs before the scheduled close. Lancashire took their first innings 7 balls into the next day, no more than that. And then Warwickshire declared just before the close yesterday. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Well, that was a bit unfortunate, Scott Reed, from a Lancashire point of view.
Yeah, I mean, he must have good eyes, the umpire. I've watched it back a few times on the replay. It's... I think he's in his ground. But
yeah, okay. I must have, I haven't looked at the replay. There you go.
Yeah.
I thought from here he looked out, but there you go. Well, that will make him even on that, because he was pretty unhappy the way he was giving out first innings.
Yeah. Advantage Warwickshire here, though. Big advantage. That's going to take something special for Lancashire from this point of view.
And then Dolby bowls, and that's nips back, pushed out the offside. There's no run. Okay, so potentially a bit more controversy. There's been a fair bit.
Well, I mean, he's seen it as he's seen it, hasn't he? You've got to make the call. He's right stood there. He's right by it, which is fine. But you slow it down frame by frame.
No third umpires here, of course.
Exactly.
It was Neil Mallender who
makes you think he's got to be certain. Anyway.
Yes, I hear that argument in football quite a lot. You shouldn't give it necessarily, but the point I was making, perhaps he was certain of that. He might have been wrong, but he might have been certain in his own mind, is what I'm saying. No run there, so I mean, it's a good shot by Wells. It was. As I say, it happened so quickly. There's no. I doubt very much Norwell had any thoughts. Well, I'm going to deflect this onto the stumps. Even instinctively, he was just trying to stop it.
If it was a deliberate deflection, it was a fantastic piece of fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, there we are. For those who have not listened earlier, we had the added drama yesterday, as that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. Of Lancashire being awarded 5 penalty runs because I believe it's Henry Brooks who was penalised for running on the pitch. So that confused us all a bit for a while. The 5 penalty runs were added to their first innings total, so Warwickshire thought they had a first innings lead of 6, but that reduced it to 1. Warwickshire declaring last night, say 327 for 9. Declared with the view to give themselves 4 overs to bowl at Lancashire. Lancashire actually survived those 4 overs and knocked 5 runs off the target in the process. Helen Dolby bowls, and that's a clip to square leg by Jones. They get 2. Seeing the replay again here. Oh yeah, well, David, it's just glare. It does happen very quickly, doesn't it? It's gone now, 95 for 4. You talk, I'll have another look, Scott. It's difficult to tell, isn't it? The umpire certainly isn't square on, so that's another argument against the decision, I suppose.
Yeah, well, he was doing his best to get out of the way of the ball. I don't blame him. It was hit pretty firmly. Norwell, who picked up 5 wickets in the first innings, on his return back to the team from concussion, is in and bowling to Wells, who's hopping back into his crease and defending. Out into the offside, and there is no run. 5 extra with us while they're in between innings at Southampton. It's going to be a good one there. But Hampshire will need 197 to win. We bowled Yorkshire out for 178. It looks like Surrey are going to win. That's been a little bit getting ahead of myself. They are 51 without loss, needing another 142 to beat Somerset. So top 2 could well win here. Norwell past the umpire to Wells, who's punching up to mid-off, just to the right actually of Will Rhodes at mid-off. But he calls Rob Jones through for a single, so Wells moves on to 48, and the score moves on to 96 for 4.
Still way too early to call who's going to win this one. You say Warwickshire favourites, but not massive favourites. 4 wickets down. At what point do Lancashire, I mean, they've playing with making sure they don't lose wickets as a priority anyway, but at what point, 60 overs to go, do they start thinking, let's just try and bat time out? Not
now,
about
I think.
You reckon now? Yeah, okay.
Probably lunchtime they thought that. Norwell over the wicket to Jones. Played a little opishly, but safe enough down towards fine leg for a single. And he moves on to 3, 97 for 4.
Shame they can't loan Johnny Best.
Yeah, that would be quite handy, wouldn't it?
They might then be able to do it.
Borrow those two for, well, I'll just need about 20 overs, aren't they? They'll soon knock this off, no problem.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the highlights on BBC. They'll still be there on the BBC iPlayer. It's kind of incredible stuff, wasn't it?
97 for 4. Wells back on strike. 2 slips in place. He's right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, and that just snaps a little bit towards Wells, and he defends, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays it safely enough back down the pitch for no run.
Does well to keep that down.
There's been a few, I think more from this end, from the pavilion end, that seem to have just had a bit of extra bite in it from every now and again. Not many, but the other one.
Alan Dorby got a few. The one that got Keaton Jennings was a bit like that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it was a good ball this morning, wasn't it? Yeah, that was from the other end. Wells on 48. Bit of width this time. Carves the ball out into the offside, but picked up an extra cover for no run.
A bit frustrating for Wells. He must have thought that's 4. He's hit it straight to Matt Lamb in the covers.
He's had a couple of kind of gimmies, hasn't he, in this day as Luke Wells, and he's put all the bad balls away, but he missed out there. I mean, a couple of yards either side of Lamb, and it is 4, but he's hit it straight to Matt Lamb. Final ball of the over, which is being sent down by Norwell. A full-length delivery, which is flicked away off the toes by Wells, partially stopped by Alex Davis, the Centurion for Warwickshire in the second innings. And there's no run that completes the 40th over of the Lancashire second innings. 97 for 4, Lancashire, in pursuit of a target to win that's 329. So need 32 more runs to win, and the Bears are looking for 6 wickets.
With 60 overs left, minimum of, which is overrated levels. You have to keep half an eye on that. They don't be losing a point if they drop below that, but you would think that Danny Briggs will have a few more overs at some point, particularly as we get to the last 20 overs or so of this ball, bearing in mind that Warwickshire do have the option of a new ball if they need it later in the day. It's Hannon Dolby to bowl to Rob Jones. Comes in now, and Jones works that onto the leg side. Dot ball. What's next? Championship matches at Northampton. This game marking the halfway point of the championship season. 7th game, because even though there's 10 teams in the first division this season, for the first time we've had 8 in the first and 10 in the second. This is the first time it's been this way around.
Yeah, this is supposed to be what it was supposed to be like pre-COVID, but before COVID, isn't it?
That was going to be the first season, and Warwickshire actually were rather grateful to that because they finished second from bottom the season before, so under the old system they would have gone down, but because of the change they stayed up. Jones pushes that one out to the offside and will get a single. They're also fairly grateful for Nottinghamshire being a bit rubbish that year. Because Warwickshire, they had terrible injury problems that season, to be fair. They were loaning all sorts of players from everywhere to make up a team. And then, of course, we had the delay because we had the initially that short Bob Willis Trophy competition, which they managed to get in on the first COVID year, and then they decided to stick with that format, partly to protect themselves against COVID in the second year. Either Kevin House is very angry, or he's telling us we're no longer on 5 live experts. That one is a play and a miss by Wells outside off stop. I did sort of anticipate that because they are back on at Southampton.
What's going to happen to the Bob Willis Trophy? Is it going to forever live here at Edgbaston?
Yes.
Is it just going to be forever its home?
Yeah, I asked Neil Snowball actually on the day of or during the Bob Willis Trophy final, and I think they were sort of talking to try and get it for somewhere. I don't know. We didn't have that traditional MCC match this year, but if that comes back, it could conceivably be used for that. I got another thought on that actually. Around the wicket, that's a wild swing and a miss by Wells. That was uncharacteristic. And Ollie Dolby has a word. I have heard some talk, if they do reduce the county championship matches and they don't have any, obviously they don't have championship cricket during the 100 at the moment, has been some suggestion of having some sort of first class match or similar to the North-South series they had. Do you remember they had the North-South series, the 50 over game? They went out to Dubai to do that. I don't suppose they'll go out there to do it, but Hannon Dolby comes into bowl and that played to mid-on, there's no run. There might be some sense in having some sort of game for those first-class cricketers who aren't involved in the 100.
Okay.
And having a sort of North v South or something like that. Maybe that could be for the Bob Willis Trophy.
So instead of playing the one-day cup alongside the 100,
well,
that.
yeah, but I think one of the proposals to play less of the one-day cup during the 100, so to get that competition back again to be a first-team competition. So in which case there might not be any other cricket during the 100, and that would be a way of stopping some players anyway twiddling their thumbs for a few weeks.
Yeah, which was, I mean, there was a case last year where there's a couple of weeks for some teams, isn't there?
Yeah, well, this is it, and Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, and that's played to point, there's no run. Yeah, there were a few cricketers didn't get a game for a long time. 41 overs bowled, 98 for 4. The Lancashire total, and they've seen off another over, 59 more to go.
Yes, good luck with that.
Kent have got another Gloucestershire wicket. Gloucestershire hanging on grimly at Canterbury. They're 173 for 8. They only lead by 47, so a good chance still of a result there.
Has changed around that game, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Well, the Gloucestershire bowler who got a hat-trick might be regretting it. Kept Kent batting a bit longer.
Here's Norwell to Jones, and 3 slips waiting. He'll bowl over the wicket. And his cries of catch as it loops up off, I think, Jones's glove.
I thought that was going to go to Norwell, but it just seemed to die in front of the batter, didn't it?
From the angle we're looking at, kind of slightly elevated, it did look like it would just loop up and Norwell would take a pretty comfortable catch, but it bounced a decent way in front of the Warwickshire bowler. Jones remains on 4. Bears looking to try and drive home the advantage that they have at the minute, having picked up 4 Lancashire wickets for 98. Jones looking for some runs. Looked decent in the first innings, Jones. He's just pushing it out into the offside for no runs. There's a couple of good scores in the second team. Played a couple of lovely shots, including a gorgeous on drive in the first innings. And then he's probably one of a number of players out to pretty loose shot, really. But he's back out there with the bat. Luke Wells looks well set at the other end on 48. Lancashire have got one batter nicely in. Can Jones be the man to play alongside him? Here's Norwell to Jones. He's pushed full but wide and left by the Lancashire man. And taken by Burgess, and there's no run. Still with 3 slips. We'll probably see 3 slips all day, at least, you would think. There's a point, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Flags fluttering in the breeze as Norwell comes in. That's just flicked off the hip by Jones out towards mid-wicket. Matt Lamb fields, and there's no run. See the Warwickshire and Lancashire flags billowing in the breeze on the far side of the ground. There's a little bit of the white sight screen, the big sheet, which is also flapping away in the breeze.
I think it's got a bit stronger, isn't it, than it's been. It's probably the first day was a bit like that. Just blowing a little bit.
So he's just pushing into Norwell's left-hand side as he comes in from the pavilion end. full of ball, and Jones tries to work it out through the offside, and there is no run. It's a little hazy, plenty of blue sky and sunshine today. Temperatures are good. Hot on Friday, aren't they? Oh my word, we're going into the 30s in some parts of the UK on Friday.
I've just seen actually somebody's issued a stay safe in the heat warning.
Goodness.
Yeah. We'll be here. We'll be at Trent Bridge. It'll be hot stuff there.
Oh yeah, it will be. Yeah, plenty of runs there. Norwell to Jones, who's back in the cross, and that's defended away to extra cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 98 for 4. 42 overs gone of the Lancashire second innings, but it's the other one that matters really. It's the overs remaining, and there's still a whopping 58 of them to go. 6 wickets for Warwickshire, and a stack of runs needed for Lancashire at 98 for 4, chasing 329 to win. Lancashire are playing in Blackpool on Sunday, which is quite exciting.
Lovely.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And they've had a bit of rotten luck recently, Blackpool, when they've been playing host to Lancashire games. There's been quite a lot of games been affected by the rain, and they've got 2 T20 matches, which is very unusual for Lancashire to take T20 games away from Emirates Old Trafford. But they're at Blackpool on Sunday, and then again on the Thursday. So if you're in the northwest and you fancy watching a bit of cricket, get yourself to Stanley Park.
I did do a championship. Warwickshire played a championship game there many years ago now. I remember Neil Smith was playing for Warwickshire at the time, because they nearly turned around the game from an unlikely position. Brooks round the wicket, comes into bowl, there's no run. I used most of my money to play that Kentucky Derby thing. You have to throw a ball in a hole and get the horse to win. I got a bit addicted to that.
Did you get a bit obsessed with it?
Yeah. I won a tape measure at one point.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
It's quite useful.
Yeah. 98 for 4.
Well, you see, these things are offering Blackpool. You can do all these things, not just the cricket.
I'm not one for scary roller coaster rides, to be honest, but
right.
Brooks comes into bowl around the wicket, and that's played to mid-off. There's no run.
See, you'd avoid the pleasure beach with
do you know what?
the big rides.
I did a football match there once, and I rather foolishly thought, well, there's a good opportunity to take my young son, as he was then. We'll go to the pleasure beach for a couple of hours. So yeah.
And were you on the rides or not?
No, I just put him on it and I watched.
Did you? I'll hold the coats.
Yeah. He was about 3 at the time. No, he wasn't. He was older than that. 98 for 4.
Strap him in, he'll be fine. Send him round.
Brooks comes into bowl round the wicket. And short, and it's pulled very effectively by Wells. He's got it between 2 fielders for 4 runs, and that's Luke Wells' 50. Good innings from the Lancashire opener. 131 balls, and he's hit, well, that was his 9th 4. One of his best shots ran out his teammate, but that was unlucky.
It was a lovely shot from Wells. Got him his captain. Oh dear.
It's a daft sport at times. But well played, Luke Wells, and he still carries Lancashire's hopes of at least getting away without losing the game. He's scampered through for a quick single to point. He's also brought the 100 up. That shot that brought his 50 up.
Third 50 of the summer for Luke Wells. Lancashire's top 3 run scorers are all back in the pavilion now. Jennings, Villas and Croft. 3 main run scorers for Lancashire this season. All been and gone.
In comes Brooks, that's left by Wells. There's no run. And it's 103 for 4.
Had a pretty good year last year for Lancashire opening the batting, Luke Wells. If you're opening the batting and you finish your season averaging in the 40s, I think you'd be pretty happy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Pushing up to 600 runs, 1 century, 350s, averaged just a fraction over 40.
England would be happy with that. The 100 came in 256 balls. They have accelerated somewhat for the second 50. That one is played down well. At a little bit of bounce from Brooks. He plays it down well, does Jones. The second 50 took just 103 balls. They had that spell, didn't they, just before lunch, where They got after a couple of bowlers and scored briskly.
Yes, they did, yeah.
They did lose 2 wickets for that second 50. Just compare it to the other first hundreds. So they took 225 balls in the first innings. So even that slight acceleration, it is the slowest first 100 of the match.
There's Norwell, right arm round the wicket to Wells. Just angles it through backward square leg. Jogs through for 1. Takes him to 54. And the score moves on to 104 for 4.
Tense at Southampton. Hampshire lost a wicket already. 12 for 1.
What's the target again?
The target is 197. Sorry, I've lost one, but they are all quite well advanced. 65 for 1. They're chasing 193. 2 quite similar games there.
Here, Lancashire are 104 for 4 in their second innings. It might be something short coming in the way of Rob Jones, but the field that they've set. This is not. It's a full ball that's just wide of off stump and left and just shapes away from Jones through to Burgess. There's a long leg, there's a short square leg, short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Mid-off, cover and point, and 2 slips. Norwell from the pavilion end. 5 wickets in the first innings, wicketless so far, second time round.
Just seen a music announcement about Blackpool. Come to that in a minute.
Balls to Jones, left, and taken by the keeper, no run.
Tom Grennan, who's a big Coventry City fan.
Okay.
He's going to be performing
right
at Blackpool's Illumination Switch On in the Blackpool Tower Ballroom.
Very good.
On Friday, the 2nd of September. So there we are.
Nice.
Yeah, big Sky Blues fan. He's been trying to persuade. He played in the Soccer Aid match.
Okay.
Tried to persuade Mark Robbins to sign him. Not heard anything yet.
Still waiting on the call.
Yeah.
Jones taps the bat and Norwell's back in. Just defends with a half step forward and the ball ricochets into the onside.
Sorry, he performed at Radio 1's big weekend in Coventry.
Okay.
At Godiva Park, and he brought on one of the Sky Blues players, Callum O'Hare, on stage during his performance. That went down well. With
did he sing this?
I don't know whether he sang.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there because I was doing a cricket game at the time, unfortunately. But yeah.
Talking about the lights being switched on in Blackpool already. It's middle of summer.
September.
Norwell to Jones, who defends to mid-off. There's no run. It's really good that Blackpool have been able to get back to this, because there was such a massive financial impact on the resort through COVID. The fact that the illuminations were cancelled, it brings in so much revenue and tourism to the town. It's a pretty big blow to the town when that couldn't happen. At least a year, may have been 2, but I think certainly a year of it. Final ball of the over, back of a length to Jones, who's flicking it down to fine leg and jogging through for 1, so he's up to 5 and he keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. It's 105 for 4.
Scott off to do an update. And well, Somerset have taken 2 quick wickets. There might still be some life left in that game. Sorry, 65 for 2 now. Need another 128 to win. Here, well, Lancashire still need another 224 to win. Or failing that, they need to survive 56 overs not to lose. Henry Brooks in, that's turned round to the man on the square leg boundary by Jones for a single. So not a huge amount has happened with the ball since lunch. The 1 wicket to fall, a very unfortunate one from a Lancashire point of view, and Dane Villas was run out at the non-striker's end after a straight drive from Luke Wells was deflected onto the stumps by bowler Liam Norwell. But other than that, rather unfortunate turn of events, the Lancashire batters will look fairly comfortable. Brooks round the wicket bowls, that's left by Wells. Might just be the pitch is easing up a little bit. Warwickshire were expecting some deterioration today, and there is a little bit of variable bounce. But whether there's enough for them to create at least 6 more chances, we shall see. Really could do with a win here, Warwickshire. I think they've got aspirations of defending their county championship title. Brooks around the wicket bowls, and that's run to backward point. There's no run, but then it's important for Lancashire as well, particularly important for them they don't lose. Although really they could have done with a win too, which is still not out of the question. It's possibly looking the least likely the outcomes now, but it's not beyond the bounds. The point was made to me that Warwickshire scored very briskly in the final session yesterday when the bowlers were getting a bit tired. The pitch does tend to get easier as the day goes on here at Edgbaston. So if Lancashire is still there at tea, who knows what might happen. Brooks around the wicket bowls, and it's defended out into the offside for no run. 106 for 4. Here at Edgbaston. Been a really competitive match. The quality hasn't always been there. There have been some poor shots, but there has been some very good cricket played. As Brooks comes into bowl to Wells. Short, Wells tries to pull it, and it comes off a bit of a bottom edge and bounces down onto the onside. No run. Phil Britt rejoins me.
Afternoon, everybody. Greyed up a bit, hasn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
All that nice blue sky gone. That was an unfortunate run out for Dame Villas. He was looking pretty good, I thought.
Brooks round the wicket again to Wells. That's going down the leg side. Wells has a nibble at it but doesn't make any contact. Burgess takes it. End of the 45th over. 55 more scheduled in the day, and Lancashire are 106 for 4. Got a few helmets being brought on, so we're going to see Danny Briggs back in the attack.
Yeah, and the asking rate's now gone up to virtually exactly 4 and over, so it crept up from the original 3.5 up to 4 and over. Just these two just struggling a bit to get going.
I think it's let's just make sure we're still in approach from these two. They can get to T for the sake of argument, then they might have a bit of license to have a real go at it. But the priority, I think, for Lancashire now, it's got to be not to give Warwickshire a win.
Yep, I think that's true. So Briggs to the spell from the pavilion end in and bowls, and forward comes Jones, runs it away into the offside. Jones went 28 in the first innings. Briggs again in bowls, and this is played down to Henry Brooks at mid-off, and there's no run. .106 for 4 Lancashire, and remember 329 was their target as Briggs bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket. Davis does the fielding. Briggs had 2 maidens, but he's been a little bit expensive. 27 coming from his 9. As he comes in and bowls, and this is driven, but driven straight up again to Henry Brooks at mid-off, and there's no run. Jones probably in the side with all the players away on international call. This next one he comes forward to. Briggs fields off his own bowling.
Looked good in the first innings, but then got out to a bit of a loose shot, Jones.
Again, defended, and Briggs fields a maiden from Briggs. 106 for 4 it remains. 54 overs remaining in the day.
Wells calling a towel on, mopping his brow. He's looking a key player for Lancashire now. On 54. Not out. And he'll be facing as Henry Brooks prepares to bowl from the Birmingham end. Warwickshire having to be patient. So, a bit of luck after lunch, not that much else. So
yes.
Huge encouragement. But Brooks will bowl to Wells, and he turns that to square leg for a single. He's on to 55.
Now this ball isn't. No, I can't remember. I don't think it is. It's not the original ball, is it?
No.
I think they've already changed it
they
at least
have.
once. So it's, whilst we say it's 46 overs, we're not actually entirely sure how old it really is.
Well, in theory, it should be that.
It should
old
be.
anyway.
Yeah, you'd think.
They will get a new ball before the end, if they need it for the last 20 overs or so. Brooks to Jones. That's a Yorker length delivery, and Jones has played it very nicely off his toes. Tom Sibley giving chase on the boundary rider position on the onside. He will stop it just inside the ropes, but they'll get through for 3. Jones on to 9. 110 for 4.
That was a nice shot from Jones there. Just slowing up. It was a long boundary he's picked out for that. And Tom Sibley had a huge amount of ground to have to make up to get there, but just got it inside the rope.
So Brooks, again, 1 wicket for him so far. Bowls, and that one just reared up slightly at Wells, but he's kept it down, pats it down past the slip cordon for a single. Wells on to 56. Lancashire battling at the moment. Lost 2 wickets in an over fairly early on to Ollie Allen Dolby. Settled things down, but then lost key man for the first innings. Interesting events at Taunton as that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. Surrey's first wicket pair seem to be going great guns, but they've lost 3 quick wickets now. 70 for 3. They still need another 123 to beat Somerset. That one's still very much alive. Sussex are now 220 for 7 in the second division, leading Glamorgan by 102. So that game still has some life. Worcestershire eventually all out for 550, but Donald will start that second. He's 92 ahead. Brooks to Jones, who just plays that round his hands. It was a leg by. No appeal from the bowler, just a strangle appeal from behind the stumps. It's an extra onto the total, 112 for 4. Lancashire set 329 by Warwickshire's declaration yesterday. Brooks, last ball of the over. Bowls, and that's played into the covers. Good tumbling stop. There is no run. So 112 for 4. It's 20 overs now since the bowlers last took a wicket. We had that fortuitous run out, but the last one to come from a bowler was in the 27th over. It was 53 for 3. It's now 112 for 4. Luke Wells on 56.
Going to be Danny Briggs to continue at the pavilion end. We've got a slip, a short leg, forward short leg. He comes in and bowls to Jones, who plays this one. Comes down, just uses his feet, just plays the ball back to Briggs. Turns, gets through his overs really quickly, Briggs. As he's in again, bowls, and this is flicked a little bit uppishly by Jones to Davis at mid-wicket. Yeah, for just a while, just sort of scooped it a bit, that one. He goes for a little walk out towards square leg. Briggs gives the ball a polish and then comes in and bowls and brings Jones forward to run it out to Yates, who's out at short extra cover. Briggs looking for his first wicket of the innings is in. Bowls and Jones drives, but only drives into the ground, and Briggs is able to scamper across and prevent any runs. In he comes again, and again forward comes Jones, defensively pushing it out into the offside to Yates with extra cover. Briggs again turns. This is right on the mark, and much better and tidier over from Danny Briggs. Just getting the batsman to just push forward onto a length, but no real signs of turn for the Warwickshire spinner. A little bit of movement, but it's mostly with the arm. It's not really getting any sort of bite off the wicket.
I expect there'll be some Lancashire supporters who'll be saying, why can't they follow the example of Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes and really go for it? But I think their priority is to just bat out as best they can for now, and who knows, they might do a Stokes Bairstow in the final session of the game. But at the moment, it's about not losing a wicket for Lancashire, and that one from Wales has pushed onto the onside, and there's no runs. Brooks bowling round the wicket. Target of 329 sets, a big target. And the highest score of the match it would be if they got it. Brooks once again into Wells, who lets that one go. So no addition to the score once again.
Which is still not over-attacking here, ensuring that the deep cover point boundaries protected, the deep mid-wicket, backward square leg boundaries.
Brooks in, and it's turned to mid-wicket by Wells, who gets his 57th run, batting well the Lancashire opener. Can he be the Lancashire build around in this innings? Obviously been there from the start, so this is 49th over. At the moment, Warwickshire having to work to try and make things happen. They're putting that short leg in, then Sam Hain just 2 pitches away from Jones. Still just the 2 slips in place. One man on the square leg boundary. It's gone well down the leg side as well, taken by Michael Burgess, tumbling to his left. So, yeah, one down at long leg and one at back of square leg of the 2 fielders on the boundary. Brooks has the ball tossed to him by Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain. Little grey here at Edgbaston, the wind blowing a little bit. A few spectators in the ground as it's pushed out to the offside to point for no run by Jones.
Jones taking it very steadily at the moment. He's 9 of 39 deliveries. And Wells 57 from 144. Most importantly, from Lancashire's point of view, they're still there. Actually just being held up a little.
In comes Brooks. That's on leg stump. It's turned round by Jones. Liam Norwell down long leg feels it. They're going back for the second run. That is well run. Looked a little tight, but Jones called it, I think, and did well to get that second run. 115 for 5 is the Lancashire total. 51 overs remaining in the day. They're almost halfway through the allotted overs in their innings, which was 100 overs because they got 4 yesterday. Set 329 in 100 overs to win. They still need 214 more in 49. Warwickshire still needs 6 wickets.
Danny Briggs will continue here from the Birmingham end, from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Luke Wells, and just a helmet being brought on for Rob Yates now, so perhaps Rob Yates is being brought up into a catching position. It's just putting the protective equipment in place before he goes to join Sam Hain up close around the bat. Might be just a silly point coming in, perhaps for Rob Jones. I don't think it'll be for Luke Wells. He'll probably stay out for Luke Wells. As Briggs is in, starts a new over. This first ball is run away into the offside, but can't get a run. Briggs goes running across and fields off his own bowling. 115 for 4. Wells 57. He's on strike as Briggs is into him and bowls and forward, solidly bending the knee with bat and pad close together comes Wells, and that has just brought a change in the field. In fact, a significant change, because Alex Davis has moved over from the offside now into a short mid-wicket, but Rob Yates has come in at very silly point up in front, as this next one brings Wells forward, and this is a much better length that Briggs has got into. He struggled a bit before lunch in the couple of spells to actually get the ball on a length, but the beauty goes past and through Luke Wells, just lunges forward and the ball just moves away a little from him. Not a great deal of movement, but Wells completely beaten.
Not gripped. That was a threatening ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this one he goes back to, opens the face and just runs it down through the vacant point area for a single, down to simply coming in. Matt Lamb coming in off the deep cover boundary.
The only thing about Lancashire playing the way they are at the moment, it's giving Warwickshire license to put more attacking fielders in. maybe at some point Lancashire feel there's too many fielders around the bat. They might have to try and force them out with some more positive shots.
So we've got, again now for Jones, we've got that silly point in place and a shortish mid-wicket come in, as this one is driven by Jones, but only up to Norwell at mid-on. It's the end of another over from Briggs, another tidy over from Briggs, and we've reached the halfway stage exactly now of this innings. 50 overs bowled, 50 to go, and still 213 more runs required.
Well, the second half of the innings goes the same way as the first. It'll be a draw. Should have got the 4 wickets. So they need 6 wickets in the final 50 overs if they're to win this game. Hampshire now 2 down against Yorkshire. 2 good games going on elsewhere. 31 for 2. Need another 166 to win. Gloucestershire 9th wicket down, 62 ahead of Kent. Kent could be the first team to win today, the way things are going. Henry Brooks to bowl to Wells. Right in the block hole, Wells digs it out, there's no run. And Sussex are 8 down now against Glamorgan, just 113 ahead in the second division. Here it's all about the final innings. Can Warwickshire get 6 more wickets? Can Lancashire survive 50 more overs? And could they even get another 213 runs? Brooks bowls. Wells carves that away, and there's a big gap on the offside. That's going to go all the way for 4. Removes the shackles somewhat, and Wells on to 62, 120 for 4.
Yeah, it was just slightly over pitched by Brooks, and Wells was onto that in a flash. It was a big boundary, and he was given width as well. That was the other thing. Brooks was quite wide with that delivery, and it was allowed Wells to hit through it and away.
27 added in 12 overs so far by this pair. Brooks bowls, and it's defended by Wells. Back to the bowler.
Brooks on to 62 with that boundary.
Number 3 on his back, he goes down the pitch, does a bit of prodding. Luke Wells holding things together for Lancashire at the moment. As Brooks back to his mark, what a shot. Fairly quiet out there, a couple of fielders clap their hands and encourage each other. So having to work hard for these wickets. Brooks bowls, it's pushed out to the offside.
There are very few balls beating the bat in this. It's, I think there's no real pace in this wicket, and batsmen, I think if they're intent on survival, it's not doing a great deal, and as this ball's got softer, I think it'll do less and less. But it's going to be hard work for the bowlers, I think, to bowl a side out if they're determined not to get out, and that may be the what ultimately Lancashire may do is to decide to shut up shop.
The forward defensive by Wells out into the offside.
However, at the moment, they've still got it's only 208, isn't it? It doesn't sound that many, but in the context of the game, it's quite a lot of runs in the overs available.
A 120 for 4, Lancashire. Warwickshire's only other win did come here against Essex. Brooks bowls, it's pushed to mid-on by Wells. It's another dot ball, another over, ticks by. 51 bowled, 49 to go. Lancashire set 329 to win, are 120 for 4 with Luke Wells 62 not out. See Danny Briggs continue.
Robbie Yates putting on some shin pads as well now, which
get the men around the bat. It might force Lancashire to try and scatter them. That could lead to mistakes. 3 around the bat at the moment.
Here's Briggs. In starts a new over. This is slightly overpitched, flicked away by Jones. He's going to pick up 4 runs again. Danny Briggs not pitching the ball, giving him a full toss and onto leg stump and flicked away, and it's almost like a free shot for the batsman. And he takes full advantage of it. Well, almost full advantage. He hits a 4 away.
Slaps his thigh in frustration with himself there, Danny Briggs. Doesn't matter if he licks a few runs, but he needs to try and get the ball to grip as he did earlier.
And he comes again. This is shorter and cut well past point. It's not going to get to the boundary. There's a sweeper out who does the collecting, but Jones gets back for 2. So good start to this over. 126 for 4. Jones moves on to 17.
That's been Warwickshire's issue this season. Has been bowling teams out. Struggled to do that at times this season.
Here he is again. In comes Briggs and forward comes Jones. Just stretching about as far as he can go. He's not a tall man. He loses balance a little. He's back up on his feet and Briggs in and bowls, and this one's played out to Davies at extra cover, short extra cover. Straight to him, all on the floor. And Jones just walks away as if to say, no, I'll dictate the pace and won't bowl. This next one is and into the ground. Sam Hain was right there at short leg, and this was played. I don't wonder whether that hit Hain and dropped down.
I wonder the reaction of the fielder suggested that might have been a sharp chance.
He survives, goes back, cuts to backward point, and excellent stop there from Hannah Dolby has prevented what could have been 4 runs, but yeah, I think that may well have been a chance, a sharp one, which hit him on the left side, left arm, and dropped down, and Hain tried to grab it the second time and didn't get to it. We're going to have a bowling change at the Birmingham end by the looks of things.
Briggs is beginning to look a bit of a threat. The last couple of overs he's come close now. So we'll encourage Warwickshire. And Will Rose, for the first time in this innings, is bringing himself on from the Birmingham end. It's 126 for 4. So 203 required. Six more wickets needed by Warwickshire. Rhodes just got 1 slip in place, 5 saving the 1. Fielder on the long leg boundary, another one. Boundary riders on both sides. Comes in now, that's going down the leg side, and Wells pushes at it, doesn't make contact, and it's taken by Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire wicketkeeper. Rhodes ship a few runs in the first innings. It's into bowl to Wells, who drives at that and doesn't get it away. No change to the score. Wells on 62. No Lancashire batters managed to make a century so far in this game. Stephen Croft got 90 in the first innings, with the 2 Centurions Both Warwickshire's Sam Hain with 130 in their first innings and Alex Davis with 121 in their second. That one is turned round to square leg by Luke Wells. He's able to sprint through for a run. $127 for 4. Jones on strike. Right-hander, the field changes round. 2 slips for Jones. And Rhodes bowls, and it's played by Jones onto the onside. Another dot ball. Final day, isn't it? Tees at 3:40, come what may.
Yep. Yep.
So just under 40 minutes for Warwickshire. I would think at least 2 more before then.
Not particularly threatening since Dane Villas was run out.
Rhodes to Jones, who drives that to mid-off along the ground. There's a point of cover, a wideish mid-wicket and mid-on. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, so Rose might try and bang one in short at some point. And again, that is short and it's pull, but it's a very controlled pull shot by Jones. And lands on the ground well short of the field as he gets 1 run. He's on to 18. 128 for 4.
So was there just a couple off the over there? Yes, it was for Rhodes.
Almost got the requirement down to less than 200, but crucially 47 overs to go. At the moment, you have to say Lancashire aren't really going for. That's not to say they won't at some stage in the innings change tack, but at the moment they're not really going for all out for a victory. They're looking to survive. Danny Briggs to bowl, just going to do an update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are trying to get the 6 remaining wickets they need to win this game against Lancashire. Lancashire 128 for 4, set 329 to win. Right now, Lancashire don't really look as if they're going for that. That might change later, but at the moment they're batting for survival, and Warwickshire have been a little frustrated. Danny Briggs has begun to look a bit more of a threat in the last couple of overs, but the only wicket they have had since lunch was a rather fortuitous one when Dane Villas was run out, backing up off the bowling of Luke Norwell. Villas gone for 21. Luke Wells in particular is holding Warwickshire up. He's on 63, and Lancashire with 46 overs to go in the day are 128 for 4. I'll bring Scott in here.
Thanks, Clive. This next one from Briggs is Jones playing it carefully back down the wicket and fielded by Briggs, who has had several relatively short spells today. It's about 4 or 5 spells, and this one again he pushes through a bit quicker, and again Jones plays it soft hands, plays it back. Good afternoon to Scott.
Good afternoon, Phil.
Game's just gone a little quiet, hasn't it, as this one's pushed back. But Lancashire making sure they don't lose any wickets and picking up the runs when they're there, but not pushing it at this stage.
No, a little bit of a kind of batten down the hatches type thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
The dismissal of Villas was so unfortunate.
Well, it was, wasn't it?
And these two, I think, now just try and get your head, try and get the head down, play sensibly, try and get to tee, which is 40 minutes away and see where they are at tee.
Yep.
The dismissal of Villas changed it because Villas has the ability to score quickly, has the ability to really potentially go on try and force a result for Lancashire later in the day. Is at Rhodes into Wells, who plays off the front foot and defends away into the offside for no run.
He was looking actually a nice touch as well. I have to say, the shot he was out to, it was obviously not Villas who played the shot, but he played some nice shots, and both of them were beginning to get after it, and Wells drove that ball straight, and Norwell just managed to get fingers to it and turn it. I was watching from behind the arm, and he wasn't that far up from getting back in. It was only just out.
Rhodes to Wells, that's up onto his toes and flicked out towards deep backward square leg for a single.
The one who was most surprised of any of them was Neil Mallender, I think, who had to make a decision, because I don't think, I'm not sure, I've perhaps doing him a disservice, but I think he could see from where he was, but it wasn't, he didn't have a lot of time to make a decision.
No.
But
he was trying to get out the way of the ball as
yes,
well.
he was. I think the last thing in his mind was he was going to have to make a run-out decision within a split second.
I think the Lancashire captain can feel a little unlucky in this game. Rhodes to Jones, who's turning the ball out into the onside for no run.
It's because he wasn't overly happy with his dismissal in the first innings.
No,
he caught a leg slip.
No. 129 for 4. Oh dear. I mean, it's a lovely shot from Wells, but he got his captain out.
Stay out there now if I was you.
He's batted well, hasn't he, for his 64?
He has batted well, yeah. He has.
Rob Jones in his own game here, of course. He's not had too much of a chance here, so he's got his own personal objectives as well as the team ones as he's up onto his toes to drop it away into the offside for no run.
It's difficult if you've not played a huge amount and also perhaps not been in greatest form as a result because you're not playing, to suddenly pick up and accelerate the pace. And but what he's doing, at least he's getting himself played in, so that if he does have to do that, then he's doing it from a position of, rather than coming out and just having to smack it around, he can now accelerate from seeing the ball well. He looks like he's not in too much trouble so far.
Rhodes to Jones. Well, that's driven and it's off an edge down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4 runs. A little streaky, I think, on this occasion.
Well, he took his hand ended up off the bat when he played it. It lost a little bit of control of the shot. He was looking to drive it, and it was he threw quite a lot at it. So he got the net result. May not be in quite the spot he'd intended, but he got the 4 he was looking for.
He got 28 in the first innings, and it's in good nick, didn't he?
Yeah.
Rhodes to Jones. It's defended into the offside. There's no run, and it's the end of the over as well. 133 for 4. Wells on 64. Jones on 22. He was a bit angry with himself, wasn't he, Rob Jones, for the way he got out in the first innings. It was a bit of a loose shot, really, and went for a good 28. Played a lovely on drive in the middle of all that. Let's see how he gets on today.
Has he played much in the team this year?
He hasn't. No, I think this is just his second match, and he's not played any T20 cricket.
Right.
And he's been playing obviously quite a bit in the second team. He has had some runs in the second team, but no, just his second game this season.
Danny Briggs to continue at the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Luke Wells. Wells on 64, 133 for 4, 196 more needed, and make that 192 because he's reverse swept that down past slip and down to the fence for 4. Oliver Handolby saved the chase down there because the 2 or 3 of the Warwickshire coaching staff are now leaning on the railings in front of the Thwaite scoreboard, and one of those goes to pick it up and return the ball. 137 for 4. And Briggs in again to bowl to Wells, and Wells comes forward. Got these 2 men still in these catching positions just in case one pops up. I don't know whether you saw it, but we thought there was a chance to Hayne at short leg about 2 overs ago from off Briggs. It flew in his direction, but again, he's trying for the same shot. He's going to get 4 more runs here onto the Lancashire scoreboard. It's come this time off the... No, he's got bat on it again. He has in terms of the sweep. So Wells got something on that. That might just have saved him, I think, that little touch, because I think it swept it pretty much off middle stump, but effective. And he goes on into the 70s. Lancashire move to 141 for 4, and a little flurry here now as Wells just beginning to pick up the pace.
Well, he's liked the sweep, hasn't he? The sweep and the reverse sweep. He's got big reach, as Luke Wells. He's a big, tall man with able to play the reverse sweep and the sweep pretty effectively. Important knock this for Lancashire. It's got to go on though.
It's Briggs in again and bowls, and forward comes Wells and plays it down into the ground, and it bounces up to Yates, who's at that silly point position. Not the position you want to be if the ball's thrown up and you're in complete firing line. With this one sees Wells jab forward and wide of Yates in that catching position. Briggs has in his 15th over. This next one is going to be... they're not going to run on it. There was a shout of no. The ball scurried away down to backward point. And it looked like there may be a single there, but they didn't take it. So it's on 141 for 4. 188 more runs required. We've had 56 overs, so that's 52 in the day. And we've got 44 more remaining.
Just looking at the Surrey-Somerset match and the Hampshire-Yorkshire game. Surrey 93 for 3. Need 100 more runs to beat Somerset. And Hampshire lost a couple of wickets in their run chase as well. 52 for 2. Need 145 more runs to beat Yorkshire. Current top 2, Surrey and Hampshire. If either side wins this one, as Jones works it away towards mid-wicket for a very sharp single, not picked up cleanly by Alex Davis. So Jones is through for 123 to him now, 142 for 4. Potentially a significant win, because you would be backing Hampshire and Surrey to win their matches. So if there is a winner of this game, that's the top 2, Surrey against Hampshire, Yorkshire a third. It would be potentially a big win to keep pace with the top 2.
Yeah, if it's... Yes, neither side here would want to be beaten, to be honest. They'd be...
No.
But if a couple of those win, and those games end in results.
Wells defends his next delivery by Will Rhodes up towards mid-on for no run.
It's going to open the gap even more, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. The halfway stage after this round of fixtures of the county championship games this season. We've got a few filtered through June and July, haven't we?
But at least we are playing in the middle of the summer this year, aren't we?
Yeah. I actually feel it. I mean, I'm not playing, but the players might see it differently, because there is lots of T20 cricket in and around all this. But Rhodes into Wells, it's wide and through to the keeper, there's no run. But it feels like there's a little better spread of 4-day cricket this year.
Yeah, I think it's better the way it's been put through. It's a bit early for a lot of evening games in the T20. It's been quite chilly at night. I have to be honest and say that I've been quite pleased to be inside rather than sat on the terraces. But
no, I agree with that.
I suppose the amount of liquid substance you put in to help warm you up, that makes it easier.
Rhodes to Wells, again takes a step forward and defends very deliberately in front of his front pad. The ball ricochets up towards mid-on for no run.
And what's the crowds been like at Old Trafford?
They've been okay. Yeah, they've been okay. They've been, I mean, aside from the Yorkshire game, that was sold out, but that's a kind of a given. The they've got in and around the 9 to 10,000 mark for home games.
I think Warwickshire, obviously they'd always like more.
His Rhodes to Wells, that's turned down towards backward square leg, and he moves on to 73, and Lancashire to 143 for 4.
But I think behind the two London clubs, I think Warwickshire, I think next in the list in terms of attendances. We've got 2 more games at home. The 50 partnership between these two gets a round of applause from the crowd. It's come off. Was that 118 balls? I think
it was. Yeah.
143 for 4. So, and we've got the big game against Worcester, which always is a big crowd, a bit like the Yorkshire-Lancashire game.
Rhodes to Jones. It's a ball fullish on off stump, and he's down on one knee in the end, Jones, as he plays it back towards the bowler. End of the over, 143 for 4. Wells 73, Jones on 23.
I look forward to the 50 over competition. I quite like that, I have to say. And I quite liked it last year, where there were a lot of young new players who were brought in because players were away with the 100, which was going on, and that'll be the same this year, of course.
Yeah, I agree.
In August, so
it was enjoyable last year. The 50.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, and we discovered some players, and it gives them an opportunity as well to on a stage, and the crowds were just. To be honest, I didn't see any difference in the crowds to what we would have had if the first team had been out. Here's Briggs starting a new over, and Wells runs this one away down towards the third man boundary, and they only go for 1. Now, I would have thought there were 2 there, but it was a long chase, probably 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, but refused the second run, so Wells goes on to 74, 144 for 4.
Stephen Croft last year described the One Day Cup as being a dads and lads competition. That's quite a nice way of describing it, but I really enjoyed it last year.
I always find that most peculiar that's been put in that sort of state. This one from Briggs is played solidly by Jones. We're the world champions of 50 over cricket. We've been battling to be that since I can ever remember, and then we scrapped the competition. I had this discussion the other day, but I really do feel quite strongly on this one. Briggs bowls. This is run away into the offside. Jones is interested in the single, but Wells sends him back with an emphatic no. He sort of opened the face, ran it to backward point, but Alex Davis came scampering round and did the fielding. Might have been a bit tight. In he comes again, Briggs, and again brings Jones forward, meeting that one solidly back to the bowler. No run. 74 to Wells, 23 for Jones. These two just going on nicely. This has given some width, and he's cut away down to the third man boundary by Jones to take Lancashire on to 148 for 4. And this ball just beginning to get moving now for Lancashire. They require a further 185, but it's coming down reasonably quickly, and the runs, particularly off Briggs, are beginning to flow quite quickly.
Yeah, which is ideal, obviously, for Lancashire, but for a number of reasons. One, it's ticking off on the scoreboard, but it's going to put a question mark back onto Warwickshire with what they do from this end with Briggs.
Yeah, I don't think Briggs has bowled. He hasn't looked as threatening, probably, as they were hoping he was going to be. This next one is left outside the off stump. End of another over from Briggs. He's bowled. He hasn't been massively expensive. 16 overs for 47. But it's been every so often he'll bring the batsman forward and bring them. He's not getting a huge amount of turn. There's not that much from it. But then he'll throw a loose one in, which sort of takes the pressure off the batsman. Struggled early on in his spells to get to find the right length.
Just looking at that partnership between Rob Jones and Luke Wells, it's the first one to reach 50 in this Lancashire innings. It's perfectly even partnership. They've both scored exactly, well, they've now put on 55 runs, but they've both scored exactly 25 each, 27 each, sorry, off pretty much similar deliveries. So it's a really even partnership. As Wells looks to take on this next delivery from Rhodes, a bit of a swing and a miss. The keeper standing up, looking to hammer it through extra cover.
Getting a definite impression here that Wells is beginning to look to get this scoreboard moving. He really threw everything at that last one. Yeah, they've got this partnership started, and now's the time to take advantage. The overs, we've still got plenty in hand. This is the 59th over, so the 55th of the day. So we've still got 41 more overs after this. So we've only had one ball, so effectively it's 42 overs remaining and 180 required. So it's 4.5 an over required now.
There's two short extra covers in position. Rhodes into Wells, who hammers it in between them both.
Yep.
And gets 4 runs. That's the shot he was looking for in the previous delivery. On this occasion, he makes sweet contact with it. Moves on to 78, not out. Lancashire move on to 152 for 4.
Well, too much width there, wasn't there, from the Bears captain? He was having seen what Wells was intending to do the previous ball, he gave him exactly the same delivery this time. Wells said, right, this time I'll show you what I meant to do last time, and he got hold of that beauty. The two guys I felt sorry for, the two short extra covers, who probably should have tin hats put on if he's going to bowl there.
Yeah, they're in the firing line there, aren't they? That's what we're going to see from Wells. Rhodes around the wicket. He steers that actually quite nicely down into the gap to third man. He's going to come back for 2. Davis just catch up with it. But he took his bottom hand off the bat. It came out the outer half of the bat, but I think it was controlled into the ground by Wells. There's a slip in place. There's wide gully backward point in Davis. Quite a big gap to work between the two there, Yates and Davis, and he's managed to get a couple down to third man. Takes him on to 80. Score moves on to 154 for 4. He's a big twirler of the bat, is Luke Wells. Quite like that. Before every delivery, gives the bat a good twirl. Settles into his crease, Rhodes in. Punched down into the ground, up and over shot extra cover, or one of the 2 shot extras. And they might even get 3 here.
Yeah, they're going to get back for it comfortably.
The time that Brooks catches up with it towards that wide long off boundary, they have run 3. So Wells 83 not out. I'd Lancashire to 157 for 4.
Well, Alex Davis seemingly said that the wicket was breaking up when he spoke to Clive last night. There aren't too many signs. This wicket seems to me to be playing as well now to bat on as it has throughout the game.
Well, Glenn Chappell, that was his view of the pitch when I spoke to him last night. But again, you're not quite sure how much of that is...
What, he thought it was breaking up?
No, he thought it was quite a good pitch. It was coming to the back
Yeah.
quite nicely, and didn't think that would be too much of an issue.
Yeah.
As Rhodes is in and bowling to Jones, that steered away into the offside for no run. But the view from Davis and the view from Chappell might well be the extremes from each side. It's somewhere perhaps in the middle, as often is maybe the more accurate.
Well, I think as this ball's got soft, which it clearly is now, and I was saying to Clive, we don't know how old the ball was which they took out the box, because this has been replaced. You assume, you try and get it, when you look at it, to think it may be the same, but let's assume it's exactly the same age, but it won't be. But it's not going to get any harder, is it?
It's Jones defending at the ball, the final delivery of the over from Rhodes. Play back past the bowler up to mid-on, and that completes the over. So 41 remain. 157 for 4.
I think perhaps they may be calling on Oliver Hannon-Dolby for another little burst before too long. I just haven't got apart from that fortuitous run out, or from Warwickshire's point of view, or unfortunate if you're a Lancastrian, then hasn't really been too many signs of a wicket since lunch. We've actually got those 2 in 1 over from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and then they got Stephen Croft, who went through everything at a attempted couple of drive and got an edge. He went before lunch, but since then these two have batted very well, and just Villas, who's gone. Forward comes Wells at the start of another over from Danny Briggs.
Yeah, must be tempted to have a little go with Hannon Dolby before we get to tea. Maybe just give him a short spell.
Briggs in again. Back. Oh, that one definitely got some movement on it and really got all through Briggs there. As it came out of the footmarks and came back sharply at Wells. That one hit one of the bowler's footmarks and came back virtually over the top of the middle and off stump. This one he uses his feet to, and they scamper through for the single. Brooks is onto it, but not before Jones is well home. So real tip and run there from Wells. He was on the move right from the moment he played the shot, and Jones, he was well home. He was well past the stumps when the ball arrived. So good running, very good running. 158 for 4.
I think he was quite keen to get bat on ball and get off.
Get away, yes, you could have it.
Yeah, you do it for a little bit.
You can kick those away. Here's Briggs in. Jones plays into the ground to that city point. They've still got the short legs, still got the city point and the slip in close catching. I noticed at the corner of my eye, Hannon Dolby is going to do some bowling warm-ups over there. So perhaps he will be into the attack, as this one is again played steadily with Jones leaning forward.
It's a good move, isn't it? We're edging towards tea on the fourth day. Get your main man back in for a little burst.
Here's Briggs bowls, and again not entirely convincing this time, Jones, but he survives. The ball drops down into the floor, perfectly safe, and an end of another over. 158 for 4. We've now had 60 overs of the innings. We've had 56 today, so we've got 40 overs left. Tea is at 20 to 4 on the final day. So we go have a cup of tea, and two teams will regroup. With still 171 required for Lancashire, 6 wickets for Warwickshire. If you were going to go down to the local bookies, which one would you put your money on? A win or a draw? And to whom?
Can I play the Fifth Amendment?
Oh, this fence you're sitting on here is a big one.
It is. Well, can I give you an answer at tea? If these two are resuming after tea, Lancashire have got 6 wickets going to the final session.
Yeah,
I would be edging towards Lancashire not losing the match.
I think I'm going to go for the draw.
Yeah. Hannon Dolby is in and bowling to Wells. He's up onto his toes and working it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think this is these perhaps 2 overs we get, or 3 overs we get from Hannon Dolby before tea, may be the key.
They need a wicket here, don't they?
Yeah, definitely need a wicket. Yeah.
If Lancashire can get to tea with 6 wickets in hand, I think it'll be a much more confident dressing room. They can bat through the final. They probably should bat through the final session with 6 wickets in hand.
It was 93 for 4, so really.
Because back and just drops into the offside for a run there, Wells.
It's a useful partnership. Scott will just go and update the local radio, and he'll be back to see you through to tea. Clive will be rejoining us. 159 for 4. And still no sign of that breakthrough that Warwickshire are looking for. Oliver Hannon Dolby will now bowl to the right-handed Rob Jones, who's batted pretty well here. He's on 27 to go complement the 85 that Luke Wells has got. Here's Hannon Dolby comes in from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Jones defends that one back to the bowler. There's no run. Useful partnership this for Lancashire.
Yep. Yeah. Have you mentioned the latest at Canterbury?
No, we haven't. No.
Kent will need just 88 to win that, so it looks like Kent are going to win. They bowled Gloucestershire out for 213 in their second innings. So a result looking on there. Glamorgan need one more wicket at Cardiff, with Sussex just 138 ahead. Surrey has settled down a bit after that flurry of wickets.
And Dobby bowls, and Jones cuts beautifully down to the backward point boundary. Just a tiny bit of width, and he was on it in a flash, and he got himself nicely in position, went through with the shot and executed it perfectly. He goes on to 31, 163 for 4.
Surrey 113 for 3 now. They need 80 more to beat Somerset. Hampshire 78 for 3, need another 119 to beat Yorkshire. So every game still bar one has still got something in it.
And Dolby again. Jones, who just played that lovely shot, and this one has beaten him. Goes past the outside edge and through to Burgess, but didn't get a nick on it. Good delivery from Hannah Dolby, just moving away from the right hander. Got the ball just to seam away from him and played at it. But
well, that's a bit more encouraging from a Warwickshire point of view. And bowlers still haven't taken a wicket this session. The only wicket to fall that run out. Good ball there from Hannon Dolby.
Here he is again. Last ball of this over. Ian bowls, and Jones plays it solidly back into the offside. It's the end of the over. It's 163 for 4. Another 166 required, so almost halfway there, and 39 overs remaining in the day to get those 166. So that shouldn't be a problem really in terms of run rate.
Well, they'll certainly got themselves in a position where a good final session they could challenge for it, but
they've got some wickets in hand as well now, haven't they?
Well, yeah. As soon as they lose one, though, that becomes tight. It's still the case as it has been throughout most of this match. All results are still possible. Danny Briggs will continue. It's also getting a bit dark and gloomy now for the first time in the match. Bowls left arm over. It's defended by Wells. There's no run. We might even see the floodlights on in the final session for the first time in the game. Briggs 48 runs from his 18th over so far, hasn't got a wicket. That's played down well by Wells, short of Sam Hain. Just one chance, we think, from Briggs. Sam Hain couldn't quite cling on to a low, difficult chance. Short leg. Briggs again bowls. He comes forward a bit. Wells pushes it out to the offside. No run. Tough session this for Warwickshire's bowlers. If they don't get another wicket before tea, they'll start to wonder whether this is going to slip away from them. Briggs bowls, and it comes down the pitch well, and that bounces just short of Briggs, who feels it after it bounces. And 2 more balls left. Probably get just the one more over in before tea, and that's defended out back to down the pitch. Alex Davis actually comes and fields it. Last ball of the over. Decent over from Danny Briggs, but still no breakthrough. Can he get it with the final ball? Bowls, and Wells plays back to that, plays it down to the ground, negotiates the over successfully. 38 left in the match potentially, and Lancashire 163 for 4, chasing 329 to win. Warwickshire still looking for these last 6 wickets. Is the second win of the season going to elude them? Sussex have set themselves a target of 140. Glamorgan have set themselves a target of 141. Bowling Sussex out for 258 at Cardiff. And Hampshire have lost a 4th wicket. Yorkshire in that game, 80 for 4. Hampshire needing another 117 to win.
Yeah, Alan Dolby starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls to Jones, who turns it away nicely down to fine leg for a single. Henry Brooks comes in off the fence. Jones looking increasingly comfortable and confident and scoring now reasonably freely. He goes on to 32, 164 for 4. So almost at the halfway point here. They trail, in fact, absolutely 164. They trail by it, but they need 165 more for victory. So Hannah Dolby comes round the wicket to bowl. And this one is run away into the offside by Wells, and well called through by Jones for the single. So another one off the total, 165 it goes. Wells moves on to 86. And I was saying just before you came on to Scott, there's no sign that the wickets deteriorated at all. In fact, it seems to be playing as easy as at any time in the game. Hannah Dolby in, and this goes through outside the off stump, through to the keeper.
Yeah, that's often the case here.
A little bit of away movement there, but nothing to trouble the batsman.
Be interesting to see. I imagine that Lancashire will go for it in the final session. They're still 4 wickets down. Whether that makes things start to happen, and they have to start scoring it over 4 and over.
And Dolby again comes in. And what could be the last over before tea, and this one is short, and Jones just ducks underneath it, and it goes through harmlessly through to the keeper. It's quite a sparse crowd in the ground today. It's never been particularly packed throughout the whole of this match, but it really is today. Relatively very quiet. Even the members area is quiet down to our right. And Dolby comes in the 5th ball of this over, and that was a good delivery outside the off stump, and Dolby has a long stare back at Rob Jones, who was sort of going to play that, and in the end left it, but he left it very close to the top of his off stump. Good delivery.
This session, if this is the last over, will have been 30 overs. At the moment, they have scored 78 runs in those 30 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. So they will have to accelerate quite a bit in the final session if they are to make a chase of this target of 329.
Here's Hannah Dolby in, bowls Jones, plays it away into the offside. It is the end of the over.
Might get one more in actually, mightn't we?
Yeah, looks as though we're going to. Yep. So looks like we'll go to tea probably with 36 overs remaining.
Warwickshire will get the new ball, 16 overs into that final session, assuming they want it.
It's produced results every time, hasn't it, on the first 3 innings?
Meanwhile, Danny Briggs has just begun to get a little bit out there without causing problems every ball. He's bowling to Luke Wells on 86. Pitches that one up and it's pushed out through the offside. Wells gets a single. He's on to 87. Very good innings from him for Lancashire. So 3 round the bat. Forward short leg, short cover, slip. Which feels fairly close on either side as well as it's cut and short covers life flash before his eyes then as that's hit hard past Rob Yates, but it's stopped by Ollie Hannah Dolby at backward point. So there's no run. Jones the batter, and Briggs round the wicket, bowls quick approach, Jones leaves.
The tea interval might just come at the wrong time for these two, because they've got themselves into... Now that they're both batting quite confidently.
Briggs bowls, that's a left. That one turned a little bit, I think, in towards the stumps, but Jones left it. Goes past off stump into the gloves of Michael Burgess. 2 more balls before tea for Warwickshire to try and get one more out, and that's a 4 defensive by Jones, and the bowlers facing a blank session. Just fortunately got that run out, and Dean Villas run out backing up. So in comes Danny Briggs, and he plays back to that Jones, and that I think will be tea, will it? Oh no, I don't think so. They're going to get another one in.
No, right there.
Well, it is just about 3:40 now, so I'll probably just try and squeeze another one in and make that last session not too long. It'll be 35 overs, the final session. So Warwickshire have one more over to try and get their first success with the ball this session.
Let's hope that Dolby hadn't got his mind set on a cup of tea. Anyway, he comes in for his another over and bowling to Luke Wells, who defends this one back to the bowler. There's no run. 163 required for victory for Lancashire. 6 wickets for Warwickshire.
35 overs after that final session to get it, so don't get any more runs now. Well, remember, it's not a white ball game. It's a lot harder to score that sort of rate in a red ball game, despite what Stokes and Bairstow did yesterday.
Here's Hannah Dolby in bowls, and Wells plays that solidly back into the onside. Briggs comes running in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. There's no run. 166 for 4. And Dolby turns and comes in past umpire Hartley, bowls, and again Wells is happy enough just to run this away into the offside. No run. Warwick's just been able to put a little stop on the scoring for these 3 overs just leading up to tea. It's almost like the players expected that we would be going in for 2 and sort of took that previous over quietly, and now they're taking this one, not risking anything at this stage before they go in. And Dolby in again round the wicket bowls, and this is played down into the ground and beautifully stopped at a wide second slip. In fact, his third slip really. Sam Hain diving down to his right and saved 4 runs there by diving down and getting both hands to it. It had gone past him. It would have run down to this vacant third man boundary, but it didn't, so it stays on 166 for 4. Ball's found its way back into Hannah Dolby's hands via about 2 or 3 other fielders, who now charges in and bowls, and this is going to bring runs, but only a single to Wells as he turns this next ball from Hannah Dolby into the mid-wicket area and picks up 167 for 4. He moves on to 88. Jones is on 32. This should be the last ball before the interval.
Yeah, on a good session for Lancashire. Daneville has a piece of bad luck notwithstanding. Warwickshire can still win this game, but it's just slipped away from them a little bit.
Comes bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. It's the end of the over, it's the end of the session, And Lancashire 167 for 4 with Luke Wells 88 not out. Rob Jones is 32 not out. Just the one wicket which fell, which was the rather unlucky or fortuitous for whoever you happen to be supporting run out for David Ellis. He was run out for 21. The only wicket to fall in the session, that's when the total was on 95. These two are taken on to 167. There is a further 162 required for victory for Lancashire, 6 more wickets for Warwickshire. It's all to play for in the final session.
It is just 80 runs scored in that session, but only the 1 wicket lost. So Lancashire have obviously got a chance, but they will have to pick it up fairly dramatically. That was in 32 overs, those 80 runs, if they're to win this game. I had Warwickshire's favourites at lunchtime. I think I've got the draw as the favourite now at tea, but other outcomes are still very feasible. But there we are at tea. Lancashire 167 for 4 will rejoin you again in just under 20 minutes.
the scores around the country. Hampshire and Yorkshire, they are at tea on their final day, and Hampshire require 117 runs to win from their last session, and they have 6 wickets in hand. Kent and Gloucestershire, Kent have just restarted their second innings and lead 88 runs to win there. Somerset versus Surrey at tea, Surrey needs 65 runs to win, and they have 7 wickets in hand. For the Division 2 fixtures, at tea, Durham lead Worcestershire by 143 runs with 10 wickets remaining, and Sussex lead Glamorgan by 140 runs, and on resumption of tea, Glamorgan will start their second innings. And in the second 11 fixture between Warwickshire and Lancashire, at the moment, at tea, Warwickshire second 11 lead Lancashire by 155 runs and 9 wickets remaining, with Dan Mosley currently 113 not out.
Welcome back to the final session of this intriguing match with all outcomes still possible. The draws probably loom larger now than ever has in the course of this match, but both Lancashire and Warwickshire will still have ambitions to win it. Lancashire 167 for 4. 35 overs left. They need another 162 to win. Warwickshire needs 6 wickets. Be doing an update on our local radio shortly, but they're just taking the field. Luke Wells and Rob Jones walking out there, the Lancashire batters, having got Warwickshire got Lancashire through that session. They're down with 74 so far. Here comes the update. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's hopes of winning this LV Championship match against Lancashire have suffered a setback during the session between lunch and tea, where they only managed 1 wicket, and that was a fortuitous run out. Dane Villas run out the non-strikers end backing up. But Lancashire 167 for 4, 35 overs left in the day. You'd think Lancashire would still have some ambitions of winning the match. They need another 162 to win, but they will have to step up the scoring rate quite a bit in the final session if they're to do that. Warwickshire need to find 6 more wickets from somewhere, and a pitch which doesn't seem to be giving them a great deal on this final day. Still an intriguing match. Lancashire 167 for 4. So Danny Briggs set to bowl. The 66th over of the innings. That new ball could still be a factor for Warwickshire, but they'd want 1 or 2 more wickets with the old ball first. And that's a 4 defensive by Wells. Outside off stump, there's no run. Scott Reed joining me. (167 for 4). Briggs comes into bowl. That's turned around the onside for no run. What's Lancashire's approach going to be in this final session, do you think, Scott?
To not lose the match.
Still just not lose it?
Well, it's a lot of runs to get, isn't it?
I can hear Lancastrians now saying, what about Ben Stokes and Johnny Bear? So that's swept and miscued a little bit by Wells. So that hit Sam, and it's gone down to fine leg. He's run 3 for 2. Moves on to 90.
4.5 runs and over, isn't it?
It is, with 6 wickets left. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah. I think if Villas is still there, I think it's a slightly more optimistic view.
That's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
But I think that dismissal of Villas, because he can score so quickly. I just think Lancashire almost straight away went to the position that let's try and not lose them from this position.
Briggs into bowl to Wells, who comes and turns it into a full toss, comes down the pitch well, and that's a good positive shot. Well, they've got what they required this over. Wells gets a 4, he's on to 94.
But, 35 overs left. He's come down there and made that into a full toss, hasn't he, Wells, and hit it well, but I just think they'll just go in a similar way as they approach the back end of the afternoon session. That's certainly at least to begin with.
I hope he's not going to hit this for 6, otherwise I've nicked it up here. But he plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. 173 for 4 at the end of the over.
But yeah, I don't think from the position that they were in, with the couple of wickets that fell quickly in the morning, then Croft went and Villas run out a little unfortunately after lunch. I suppose if you don't lose the match from that position, it's not a bad outcome for Lancashire. It's been a pretty even game, hasn't it? I think it would be unfortunate for his side to probably lose it. They've been quite evenly matched. We'll see how they go about it. Still a bit of batting to come. Still a bit of time to try and see how they progress. Jones has done well here, 32.
Yes. Liam Law back in the attack. It's also that added fact that it's actually quite gloomy now. It's gloomier than it's been for the entire match. Floodlights haven't come on. I wonder whether they might even come on during the tea interval.
Yeah, the glorious blue sky and sunshine has disappeared. A burst from Norwell, from the Birmingham end to begin with after tea. 2 slips in place. And Rob Jones, the man on strike for Lancashire. Here's Norwell to Jones. And he leaves that one, just kind of hops across his stumps and then brings his bat up and across his body and allows it through to the keeper. He's got a point and a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. And there's a deep backward square leg and long leg for Norwell. He's walking back up towards his mark from the Birmingham end. Under, as Clive said, slightly hazy, cloudy conditions. Now the wind has dropped as well. The flags are not fluttering as much. In the breeze, it was a little windy earlier on. Norwell to Jones. He plays forward and he's beaten through to Burgess for no run.
That's reasonably encouraging. I imagine we'll get a short burst from Norwell now, and then he'll probably save himself for the new ball, which is potentially 14 overs away after this one.
Yeah, that's the other factor to put into it. New ball will be available for Warwickshire to take in this final session. Norwell to Jones. He's going to get 4 for it down towards kind of wide third man. And a flash of the blade playing away from his body, but steering it down into the ground towards a wide third boundary. Takes Jones on to 36. Lancashire to 177 for 4.
Well, they're scoring well enough to win the game at the moment since tea.
Jones looking out towards the leg side boundary. He's got 2 fielders out on the rope, albeit they're about 10 yards in. It's a big boundary to Jones's leg side, the right-hander. As he's turned in towards him from Norwell, and he just guides the ball out to Davis at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And then again takes a little walk away to square leg, and Luke Wells comes down the pitch. He's 94 not out, Luke Wells. Jones on 36. As we're into the final session of the game, and still we're not certain which way the game is going to finish. An evenly matched contest across the 3 previous days, where we've seen actually on days 1, 2 and 3 there's Norwell bowls and Jones is forward in defence and there's no run. The team bowled out. Day 1 Warwickshire bowled out, day 2 Lancashire bowled out, day 3 there's every chance Warwickshire would have been bowled out. They declared 9 down with half a dozen overs left.
You've not seen Ollie Handolby.
No, fair point. Fair point. But Warwickshire giving themselves basically a day to try and bowl Lancashire out. 10 wickets have effectively falling on each of the 3 previous days. Only 4 so far today. It's turned away off the pads by Jones out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. It's the end of Norwell's first over after tea. 177 for 4, Lancashire.
Without wanting to be all too doom and gloom from a Warwickshire point of view, and also dismissing the possibility that it won't come to relegation because of all the discuss. Let's assume that relegation is still on. It is at the moment. Bottom 2 go down. Warwickshire started 20 points ahead of Kent in this match. Well, Kent look like they're going to win, in which case they will close that gap down by my reckoning to just 3 points. Now Somerset are going to probably lose. Danny Briggs comes in to bowl the Wells. That's in the onside, there's no run, and Somerset will only get 1 point from their match if they do lose it. So there'll still be a little bit of breathing space there. There'll be 17 points clear a second from bottom Somerset if Warwickshire were to lose this game. Of course, if they draw, then it won't be quite so bad. That's whipped away into the offside for 2 for Wales. So I suppose in a way that almost underlines from Warwickshire's point of view that getting away with a draw might just make things look a little bit more comfortable. Otherwise, if they were to lose, they would find themselves just, what did I say, it was about 17 points clear of relegation.
It's pretty tight,
still
isn't it?
Half the season to go. Briggs balls gives that a bit of air. It's whipped out to the offside. It's another single for Wells. So it's an interesting one from Warwickshire.
Yeah.
At the moment, you sort of feel it's almost in their interests. Obviously, they want to get wickets, but not to be too upset if Lancashire score a few runs, because they quite like to keep Lancashire interested if Warwickshire are all out for a win. On the other hand, it's a case, a slightly negative case, admittedly, but a case of saying, well, let's just go on the defensive and take the 8 points ourselves. Briggs will come round the wicket to Jones. Still got 3 around the bat, so they're still attacking at the moment. And Jones cuts that, and we said that there is a defensive fielder out in the sweeper position on the offside, and therefore Jones can only get a single. He's on to 37.
Yeah, because Surrey do look well on course at Donny. They've only lost 3 wickets and they need 64 more runs to win. Yeah. But the Hampshire-Yorkshire game's slightly more dicey.
It is very much so. All results still possible there, I would suggest. Because, I mean, we're into the final session. They still need 111, so I suppose you can't rule out a draw there.
They've got rid of some good batters there, haven't they? Yeah. Organ's gone, Holland's gone, Gubbins, Vince, all back in the pavilion.
Briggs over the wicket to Wells, who takes a little step down the pitch and ends up adjusting and pushing it out to the onside. I shall hope they can get 1. They might get more. But so the bowlers went through the entire middle session without getting a wicket, so Wells a little bit quicker there. Briggs perhaps in the hope that the batter would have come down the pitch again and maybe getting him stumped, but he plays back to that and out to the offside for no run. 181 for 4. 32 over 6. It is a minimum of 32, but I can't see it being any more than that. Although we get to the final hour, don't we? And we have to have 16, so it could conceivably be more if Danny Briggs bowls a lot of overs in the final hour. But by that time, I guess they'll have a new ball, so it's not very likely he will be bowling much in that hour.
But it's worth a mention. It is a minimum of 32.
I've been caught out of that before. That was actually, I'm sure that was against Lancashire. Was that at Edgbaston? And I was commentating away because being an outground, you're slightly limited in what I told there. And I was coming away saying, they've held up. Warwickshire were batting out to hold the draw. And I said, they've done it. They've held up for a draw. Hang on, I'd roll another over here. What's going on?
I remember that. Yeah.
They did eventually hold out. Another delay. I think it's another ball change.
Another change. Yeah, another ball change.
O'Reilly.
This dodgy hind.
Yes, it's all this cow's fault.
Yes.
Probably a bit of a revenge, really, from. If you're going to carve me up to me the cricket balls, I shall make sure they're rubbish balls.
Should we really? So then another bowling change. Another ball change, sorry.
Well,
it'll be some result for Kent.
It will, won't it? And it gets them, poor old Gloucestershire finding, perhaps not that surprising. It's a long time since they've been in the top flight. I'll look at how long it is in a minute, and they are finding it tough. And there is, despite people not liking to hear it, there is that gap between the first and the second division, definitely. And you see that from teams like, Gloucestershire, first season in the first division. Well, I suppose, in fairness to them, if they'd gone into the first division the season after winning promotion, they might have been more strongly placed to make a fist of it.
Yeah, had we had a 2020 as per norm. Yeah, that's a fair point. That, that all the good things they did the previous year, they might have been able to kick on the following year.
But
we've got a different ball again.
Gloucestershire in the first division for the first time since 2005, so they've had 16 consecutive years. Well, not last 2 seasons have confused it, haven't they? They had 14 consecutive years in the second division before winning promotion, and they are finding it tough now. But the rest, it's all very closely bunched up. Somerset beat Warwickshire at Taunton. They've actually won 2 games, Somerset, which is more than Warwickshire, Northants, Kent, and Yorkshire at the moment, and yet they are taking just 1 point from the current game doesn't help their cause.
Yeah, that's some wallopings on the way, aren't there?
Yeah.
There's Norwell to Jones. Well, that ball just carries nicely through to Burgess.
Might be a bit of life in that second division game at Cardiff as well, where Glamorgan chasing 141 to win, but they're 8 for 2. I don't know whether they got. I suppose the overs might. They've got 37 overs to get them in.
181 for 4. Well, plenty of good cricket around, lots of good finishes. Commentary and coverage across the BBC Sport website and the app for that. Lots of excellent live streams as well to follow. Norwell to Jones, because hopping back into his crease and plays the ball away into the offside. There's a throw towards the bowler's end by Lamb. And Jones hurried through for 1. Moves on to 38. Lamb didn't hit. 182 for 4. Brings Wells on strike. He's 97 not out. Luke Wells, and this season he has had 2 50s. His previous highest score this year was 80. So he's 3 runs away from a first century of the season. Norwell to Wells. He's off the back foot and plays the ball handsomely through the offside. This should be it. It is. It's gone for 4 runs through extra cover. And it's 101 not out for Luke Wells. His first century of the season, just when Lancashire needed it the most, batting on the final day here. Gets a terrific hug from Rob Jones, and he celebrates his first ton of 2022.
Very good innings. 205 balls. He's obviously playing in a situation where he had to survive for a while. 15 fours hit. First Lancastrian centurion in this game.
Yeah, third of the match, following Sam Hain and Alex Davis. Luke Wells, here is Norwell to Wells, again up onto his toes, guides the ball right on top of the bounce away towards deep backward point for 1. Takes his total on to 102, and Lancashire to 187 for 4. To win from this position, Lancashire need 142 more runs from 31 overs. Jones back on strike. It's Norwell from the Birmingham end. 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a deep square leg, long leg. And Jones pushes this one away through the offside. Briggs will chase after it, but he's timed that well enough. Rob Jones out through extra cover, and he gets 4 and takes him to 42. It's now 191 for 4.
It's around about 4.5 and over they need. Well, they're scoring fairly freely, but you'd think if this carried on for much longer, Warwickshire would get more and more defensive. But short boundary on one side. It's doable for Lancashire.
Final ball of the over. Norwell to Jones, cuts it into the ground and stopped by Matt Lamb at backward point for no run. 31 overs left, 191 for 4.
Sorry, I've lost a 4th wicket. Might be writing some off too quickly. I might get 17 points on the game. 137 for 4. Sorry, you need another 56 to win. Kent have lost 1, but they're only 49 runs away from their winning target at Canterbury. And here, Lancashire are beginning to believe. Briggs stays in the attack, and they have gone slightly more defensive. They're just 2 round the bat now as he bowls, and that's a attempted sweep. There is a shout which comes mainly from slip, and Michael Burgess sort of joins in, looking for a catch, but it's not. It was a good take by Burgess, but not off the bat of Luke Wells. There's a forward short leg and a slip. That's bowled again on leg stump by Briggs, turned round.
He's aiming for those footmarks, isn't he, outside?
Yeah.
Wells is off stump, the left-hander, trying to get forward as quickly as he can, trying to get right on top of the bounce.
Comes in to bowl, and that one's a good forward defensive by Wells. They miss Keith Barker. His footmarks. 9-1 for 4. Lancashire. Briggs balls gives that a bit of air, and that's hit in the air, and there is a despairing dive at mid-off, but they can't reach the ball. It's gone through for 4. And good shot from Wells, just a hint of risk, but Liam Norwell couldn't get to it, and it is the century partnership, the first century partnership of the match from either side. Wells and Jones have put on 102 and 193 balls.
The 50 partnership between the pair of them was a really even partnership. We'll take a look to see what this one's been like. Yeah, again, pretty even. They're both. I'll come back to it.
Briggs to Wells. It turns into the ground. It's fielded at short leg.
Wells facing 94 deliveries. Jones facing 99 deliveries. Wells scoring 59 of the runs and Jones 42.
Briggs balls as a 4 defensive out to point. Well, they got 4 out over, which is only just under the required rate. 195 for 4. 30 overs to go. Warwickshire still needing 6 wickets. Lancashire needing 134 to win.
Just seeing Barker's in the wickets again, obviously, for Hampshire this week.
Here's another one that must be very unlucky never to have got a call up for England.
Yeah. Picked up 3 in the Yorkshire second innings.
Well, Henry Brooks' turn to have a go. For Warwickshire, whose struggles of bowling teams out this season are rather continuing here.
He got Salt, didn't he? Sorry, he got Croft earlier on today. Brooks.
Yeah, it was a big wicket. It was an untypical shot from Croft, though, wasn't it? He'll have been disappointed with it after the way he played in the first innings. To get out of that, Glamorgan, by the way, 9 for 3 now against Sussex. Sussex bottom of the county championship, but they're putting up a fist of it at the moment.
So Brooks replaces Norwell from the Birmingham end. Jones on strike. Jones plays forward in defence, and there's no run. At the wickets 2 fall today. Keaton Jennings for 6. Josh Bohannon for 0. That was a double wicket maiden for Oliver Hannon Dolby.
What are they give for one of those right now?
Yeah. Croft for 11. And then Villas was run out by Liam Norwell. It was hit well by Luke Wells back down the pitch, and Norwell deflected it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Villas was adjudged to be out of his ground. This is Jones off the back foot, played away into the offside, just in front of square.
I like it judged.
Moves on to 43, 196 for 4. So Villas went for 21.
Marvellous piece of fielding from Liam Norwell. I mean, he hasn't got a clue how he did it.
Well, we spotted Tom Bailey, didn't we, early on in the match, and I've mentioned this before. He just every time the ball's hit down the ground, he will deliberately try and deflect it back on.
Warwickshire went through a phase where they were doing that, and I'd like to say that Liam Norwell was doing that there, but I think the ball was travelling so fast.
True,
I don't think he'd have had time to think.
No. It was proper hammered, wasn't it, by Wells?
Hampshire now 94 for 5, by the way.
Goodness. The Yorkies are on the march.
Yeah.
Brooks to Wells, full ball and off stump, and he defends out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So we're in the 71st over, so Wells and Jones, I'm sure we'll be keeping a little eye on that into the 70th over, so 71st, so that the new ball, second new ball's not far away, might just curtail a little bit their sense of freedom, maybe, or to make sure they're in to face that new ball, or conversely try and make the most of the older one. We'll see. Brooks to Wells. It's short, he takes it on and he pulls it out towards deep backward square leg, and he's through for 1.
Of course, new ball will travel quicker off the bat, so while there's obviously the jeopardy that wickets have fallen with the new ball in this match, they might find the scoring naturally becomes quicker.
197 for 4. Wells on to 107. Gets Jones back on strike. 1 slip and a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg, long leg. And Brooks is over the wicket to Jones. Well, the ball's deflected away off his hip, trickling out towards umpire Neil Mallander at square leg. Jones gets a run. 44 to him now. 198 for 4, with one delivery left. Brooks's 12th over, having come into the attack to replace Liam Norwell. He's bowled 15 overs for 33. And Dolby will not be far away with the new ball due in 10 overs time. He's going to have another go here. He's at mid-off at the minute, throwing the ball back to the bowler. Brooks to Wells. And that's turned out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 198 for 4.
Well, he eked out 3 runs on that over without having to do too much dramatically. And I still need just over 4.5 and over if they are going to win. And now then, Sam Hain has ditched his padding, so even though the new ball is due in 9 overs, it looks like they are dispensing with Danny Briggs. Are they? Oh, no, they're not. Just maybe one less fielder close in for Warwickshire. It's here's going to be Briggs to continue. Just 9 overs to the new ball, and we've got a slip and a forward short leg still in place. Briggs bowling to Jones. 198 for 4. It's been a terrific effort from Lancashire. First ball is defended, and there is no run. It's Jones on strike on 44. The first century partnership of the match. It's giving Lancashire a chance here, and that is carved away. That'll be 4 runs down to third. That was a bit short and wide from Danny Briggs, and the 200 comes up. 202 for 4.
Still on target with 4 and over. They kept it round that sort of mark. In fact, I think they probably pulled it slightly back from where it was at tee in terms of the actual run rate required. So Lancashire working themselves into a good position here.
Briggs, I was just pausing. Batter's having a look at the field. The 200 coming in 430 balls. That one is defended, there's no run, so the second 100 took 176 balls, a bit quicker than the first, which took 256. And no wickets falling in that second 100. That's a 4 defensive, there's no run. In comes Briggs to bowl. That's another 4 defensive. No run. It was 78 balls for the 4th 50, which is the quickest of the 50 so far. In comes Briggs. That's defended, and there's no run. So the 4 off the over. 202 for 4. 28 overs to go, and 127 required. Just over 4.5 and over required.
Yep.
Warwickshire still needs 6 wickets. Wickets eluding them at the moment.
Brooks going to continue at the Birmingham end and get involved. Luke Wells, who's on 107. That's come off 215 balls. He comes charging in. Wells waits and plays out into the offside. There's no run. One thing Warwickshire can do, of course, is to push the field back a bit,
Yeah.
and if it starts getting close, but once they get a head of steam up, even that becomes difficult to defend against once they got wickets in hand and the finish in sight. I'll leave it with you, Clyde. Okay.
I think you're all right.
Okay. Next one from Brooks is in and run into the offside, and there's no run. Sorry, I thought you had gone up there.
I don't think I am this one. I'll jump in if they do come to me,
Okay.
but I don't think they will.
202 for 4. Those last two balls have not given any width. Anytime they get any width, both batsmen are really throwing the bat at it and taking advantage of it, not letting that chance go. And that's been a pretty effective tactic. It's kept the scoring rate around that 4 right the way through the afternoon. Here's Brooks in, and this one is turned down through mid-wicket, and the fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary, Matt Lamb, who returns it. One more to Wells, 180 goes to, 203 for 4.
Yeah, Warwickshire needs some tight overs if they can't get wickets. They need some overs that don't concede boundaries. Brooks' last one didn't concede a boundary, but 3 singles came off it, including the leg by 1 single so far for the first 3 balls of this over.
Jones waits, he's on 48, and he runs this one away into the offside, looking to dab that one into one of the gaps, but he got a little bit, he was actually a little bit early on the shot, and in the end it just ran out to Briggs out at extra cover. There's no run. Target 329, so another 126 runs for victory. Warwickshire still requiring these 6 wickets, as they have done for most of the afternoon. Here's Brooks in and bowls, and this time one-handed. Jones plays it down in front of him. Brooks following through, does the fielding up his own bowling.
It's been a disappointing day for Warwickshire. They set it up nicely at the end of yesterday. Those 2 wickets and 1 over lifted them this morning, and they got a third before lunch. At lunch they were still felt pretty good, but just the run out in the middle session. Now it's slipping away from them.
That's Brooks again from that Birmingham end. He's in. Jones turns it to Davis and mid-wicket. So a good over from Henry Brooks, just the single coming from it. And total 203 for 4, 108 of them to Wells, 48 to Jones, 126 required.
Well, just one off that over. It's a decent over from Brooks. Warwickshire's problem of bowling teams out is becoming a little bit tedious for them. Cannot bowl teams out this season, with the exception of Essex, who they did manage to bowl out twice to win the game. They really have struggled to see teams off. Did well in the first innings against Lancashire with the help of a few injudicious shots, but the second innings, again, it's not happening for them. They might talk about the pitch getting easier, might talk about the balls. This ball's been replaced a couple of times, but ultimately you can't win games if you don't bowl teams out. Briggs bowls, and that's swept by Wells, and that will be another 4. And they are getting runs off Danny Briggs. At what point does... Well, I suppose you'll probably keep him on until the new ball's due, but it's allowing Lancashire to keep on track here. 207 for 4.
It does seem to be Danny Briggs that Luke Wells has taken a bit of a liking to during this innings. Fetched that one away from sort of middle and off and swept it away fiercely.
None for 71 now, Briggs. Wells just waiting to see where Ollie Handorby's going to end up. So he comes in. Leg gully. He takes a step forward. Wells is a optimistic LBW appeal from Briggs as the ball moves out on the offside, the pad well outside the line of off stump, you would think. So no, not out as a goal, as Briggs bowls. That's a quicker ball which Wells gets bat on, and there's no run there. 122 required by Lancashire, looking for their third win of the season. Briggs bowls, and he plays forward to that. Was I think about a quick single, they're sent back. There's no run in the end. It was good sharp fielding from Alex Davis on the offside. Here's Briggs again. That's whipped by Wells up to mid-off. Liam Norwell fields, no run. Last ball of the 74th over. Bowled by Danny Briggs. And it's whipped onto the offside. They get 5 of that over. That's up with the rate. Wells moves on to 113. 208 for 4. And Warwickshire's bowlers still haven't got a wicket now for 47 overs with the ball. Remember the ground stats come on. No, it's one of the Warwickshire backup teams have got something for it. Ollie Hannon and Dolby. I wonder if he's struggling a bit there with a popping a pill or something.
Got the glasses on him. Looks like it. Looks like something was brought on for him. Henry Brooks will continue at the Birmingham end. He's going to be bowling to Luke Wells after he took that single off the last ball of that over from Danny Briggs. 121 runs required and 26 overs as this one is turned to mid-wicket off the first ball from Brooks.
So we're now 5 down, but they're only 39 runs away from victory. Hampshire are 6 down. They're 94 away from victory. That game very much is in doubt. I think Surrey should get over the line from there, but Somerset are still trying. Kent are just 26 runs now away from beating Gloucestershire.
Here comes Brooks. Round the wicket in bowls, and this is cracked away by Wells into the offside. They're going to come back for a second and take the arm on. They make it safely as the ball was had to come from probably one of the furthest parts of the ground back in, but
yeah, only a very slight risk. A direct hit is highly unlikely from there, but had it been one from out there, then he would have been in trouble. Sibley, I think, the fielder out there.
So two Wells, 210 for 4. He goes back and pulls this, and it's pulled for 6. He's lifted it over mid-wicket and picked that one up nicely, and for a second Matt Lamb out there was interested and then just looked up to the skies as the ball carried on going and bounced into the fence off the AstroTurf out there. So that's a big strike and a big step forward for Lancashire. 216 for 4.
Sort of happened in the Warwickshire, isn't it, when they were trying to get to the new ball. Warwickshire pummeled runs off the last few overs with the old ball.
Yeah, that's a good start to this over. 8 already off the over as Brooks in and Wells turns this one to mid-wicket. This time there's no run. 121 now. Wells has moved on to. Jones on 48. This is a really good partnership between these two. It's setting up a platform for what could be a terrific race. Only 113 now required for Lancashire, and they've still got those 6 wickets in hand. 216 for 4. Brooks in again round the wicket and bowls, and this one is turned again by Wells to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. Briggs does the fielding. Warwick should be counting these overs down to the new ball, but still 5 of them after this to go. And every day the new ball has brought wickets with it. In each of the first 3 innings, there's been wickets falling with the second new ball. And that's what Warwickshire will be hoping for. And Lancashire will want to make sure that they optimise the chances of getting runs. And a big shout for LBW as he went to turn it away through the onside Wells, but umpire Hartley not in the least bit interested, and end of the over, 216 for 4.
Yeah, it's a reasonable shout, but turned down. He's bowling from a bit of an angle, Brooks, so that probably doesn't help his cause. Did look a good shout, but from the angle he was bowling, I guess Peter Hartley concluded that it was going down the leg side. Yeah. Could have got that on another day. There's a bit of a chat going on now among the Warwickshire committee out there. How they approach this from here. Do they go ultra defensive, maybe? As you say, that can be dangerous in itself. But Briggs is going to continue. Still going to have 2 round the bat by the looks of things. So not yet.
Well, I think they've still got to put the pressure. There's some pressure on, although they may have to relax it a bit. But
well, I've got some 6 now, saving 1. Well, a slip and a forward short leg. So just 1 on the boundary as Briggs comes into. He's gone for a reverse sweep slap and misses it. Hits his pads Jones and there's no run. We're calculating because there's no one on the boundary on the of Jones's offside, that big boundary. So he's got 3 fielders. He's got to get it past. If he can do that, there are runs there. This time he pads the bowling outside leg stump, Danny Briggs. So that is a little bit of a defensive move now, and that one's padded away by Jones. Briggs in again, and again he pads up to that, does Jones.
There's a similar tactic to the one Parkinson did just before new ball was due, in, I think, of the first innings, wasn't it?
So Briggs in again, he's gone for a sweep shot and he's got that away for 4. Yeah. Jones brings up his half century with a beautiful sweep shot just back of square off 115 balls and 8 fours. And Lancashire really are in charge here. Very good batting by Rob Jones. Warwickshire cannot find an answer at the moment.
No, they were really sort of trying to work on the principle that Wells was the aggressive one, but Jones has really joined in as well now. He's been at the crease for a considerable amount of time since Dame Vilas was run out, and he's settled himself in. He's taken no real risks and beginning to time the ball well.
Oh, for goodness sake. We've got another ball change. I think this one's been changed at least 3 times now.
I think this will be the 4th ball, won't it? This is ridiculous.
Sorry, now 161 for 6, but they only need 32 more to win. Tense stuff there at Taunton. Still tense at Southampton, but no further loss at the moment for Hampshire. 109 for 6, need 88 more to win.
This box of balls he keeps dipping into must be a magic box, because it's taken the supply out.
We're going to calm things down a bit at Cardiff. They're 31 for 3 now, still need another 110 to win. So lots of games heading towards conclusions. At the moment, Lancashire will be eyeing a victory here.
Yes, very much so. They've got 24 overs after this one, and only 109 runs required. So they still haven't got it under 4 and over, but they're maintaining that just on the right, on that rate, just slightly over. certainly well within their capability now.
2 balls left this over. We've replaced the ball. And Briggs having a tough innings so far. Bowls, and that's again on leg stump. It's padded away by Jones. He's got the 4 he needs this over. Doesn't need to take any further risks. And we have now just got a slip.
Yep.
It's the only fielder now around the bat. Briggs in, and that one's a quicker ball going outside off stump. That was a decent delivery from Briggs. It's left by Jones. End of the over in which 4 came off it. 109 required for Lancashire, who are 220 for 4. We've got 24 overs to go.
Having a good old look at that this replacement ball, giving it a polish. And Brooks will continue. Hands his sun hat to the umpire. Oliver Hannah-Dolby has been giving it a bit of a polish and a good look at, and the fast bowling trio, yeah, talking to one another with Will Rhodes. Just making 1 or 2 more adjustments to the field, strengthening the offside. Now he stands talking to Brooks as to what the field placing will be. He's dropping Hayne back down to third man. So I think Hayne could shed those leg pads very soon, which he's got on. Here comes Brooks round the wicket to bowl, and Wells will flick this one away down to deep square leg for a single. That manages the fielding. 221 for 4.
Brightening up a little bit now. Lancashire were 19 for 2, 53 for 3 and 93 for 4. So all those points Warwickshire look favourites, but Lancashire now 221 for 4 and working their way towards what would be a pretty remarkable win.
The meeting goes on at the bowler's top of his run for the right-handed Rob Jones, who settles as the sun comes back out again. And this one is turned by Jones. He wants a single, but he's sent back by Luke Wells as Alex Davis had sped in, picked up and thrown at the stumps from position at mid-wicket. Stays on 221 for 4. 108 more runs required. Three overs plus this one to go. 23.4 overs as Neil Mander has to move because the position that Alex Davis has taken. Jogs across to the open side. Here comes Brooks to bowl to Jones. He's in and bowls, and that's underneath. That one from Brooks flew over Jones's head through to the keeper, and no run. Still looks over the back of the ground. Still looks quite dark, and but here it's bright. It's brightened up beautifully now.
So there's going to be some rain coming over. It does look a bit like that in the distance.
Yeah,
not
on the forecast at all. Brooks bowls. Jones is looking to cut that one away. He's opened up his stance and trying to cut it away backward a square, but the ball through him, and Luke Wells just comes down and says, just take it steady. We haven't got to throw at everything. Just taps gloves with him. He comes right the way down the wicket to talk to him. Luke Wells just using the experience and coming down and just trying to settle Jones. got work still to do. As Brooks is into him, and this one is down the leg side, and nothing.
It's a run chase. You're almost expecting a wide call, but of course, this is red ball. It's one of the reasons why it's harder to score at sort of rates with the red ball. As long as they don't do it
too much.
As long as the umpires don't conclude they're doing it.
Yeah.
All the time to stop run scoring, then those leg side deliveries will not be called wide.
Here he comes again, Brooks. Ian bowls, and this is turned down to deep backward square leg for just a single by Jones. Davis comes in, does the fielding. It's the end of the over, just 2 off that over. 222 for 4. 108 more runs required, 107 more runs required rather, and we have got 23 overs left.
Yeah. Well, decent over from Henry Brooks. Danny Briggs still struggling to stem the flow of runs. Will Rhodes having a chat with him. He will bowl. This and one more over, you would think.
Yeah.
With the new ball due after 80. I'm tempted to bring Rob Yates in maybe for an over, but Rhodes banking on Briggs' experience, maybe hoping that might snaffle one out before he finishes. Rhodes is standing at slip. He's the only fielder in an attacking position. It's nudged by Jones down to the ground. Alex Davis fields as no run. 6 are saving 1. A couple on the leg side boundary, that short leg side boundary. And that's short, and it's played away through the offside. He's banged that one in short again, Danny Briggs, and he's going to go for runs. It won't go all the way for 4. Dom Sibley fields it, but it's 3 to Jones. He's on to 56. It's 225 for 4.
Short outside the off stump, and it's really is quite easy pickings for the right-hander there. Just cutting it away, and with the field saving 1, once it's gone through the field, it's going to be 3 or across the boundary. But this has been the problem this time, that anybody hasn't got wickets, which nobody else has, but the runs have leaked a bit from this end.
They're bringing short leg back now for Wells on strike. So slipping a short leg. Danny Briggs bowls to Wells and pushes it into the ground. Sam Hain fields. So dot ball, 225 for 4 Lancashire. Turn this around in this second innings. That one is swept onto the leg side. It's going to be more runs for Wells, and that's going to be a 4. And this is costly stuff, and Lancashire are striding towards what will be a famous victory. They need exactly 100 more to win, so they've still got a long way to go, don't get me wrong, but at the moment they look to have a great chance of pulling off something very special.
Yeah, that was a good shot. It was just a fraction shortened. It was fetched from sort of just outside off stump, pulled, swept round down to the backward square leg for 4, and he got hold of it really powerfully. Wells, this is a terrific innings from the opener.
Briggs bowls, and there was a bit of a leading edge there, and that's gone into a vacant area, and Will Rhodes beats the ground in frustration at slip. That nearly was something for them, but it just fell wide of Rhodes at slip, and he's got 2 runs for it. 231 for 4 was the false shot on that occasion.
So 9 off the over so far, and exactly now 100. No, in fact, 98 required now for victory.
Briggs bowls the quicker ball. He comes down the crease, Wells, and plays it to square leg. They've got 1. They'll settle for that. The end of the over. Does Will Rhodes keep Briggs on for 1 more over? It's 232 for 4. 78 overs bowled. So 22 to go. This innings will be exactly 100 overs if it goes the distance. And they need 97 more to win Another conflab going on. Danny Briggs chatting to Alex Davis and Will Rhodes. Maybe discussing, will they bowl them one more over? Maybe Will Rhodes might bring himself on for one over just to get to that new ball. Is the option of Rob Yates or even Matt Lambert, who don't seem to bowl much now.
No, he did at the beginning of the season a bit, but it seems to be totally ignored, as you say. Brooks it will be, and Wells takes a single off the first ball. There's a shy at the stumps, and from Davis, which was well backed up and prevented, because that could, from Rhodes, that could easily have gone through for overthrows as he was trying to pick up another run out.
First completed game of the day. No great surprise at Chester Street, where only 17 wickets fell on the whole match, and Durham versus Worcestershire has ended in a draw.
Here, there's no chance here of them shaking hands early. This is going to go right to the wire as Brooks in and Jones ducks underneath a ball which was thumped in short and flew over his head. 233 for 4. 96 more runs required. And Lancashire have gone along very nicely since tea. And in fairness, Warwickshire really haven't looked like taking a wicket. As Brooks tries again round the wicket and Jones pushes away into the offside. There's no run, goes up to mid-off.
Annan Dolby and Liam Norwell to take the new ball. Warwickshire's last chance to get back into this game.
Yes, if that doesn't work for them in the over after, then they're going to have some real problems. As Brooks in bowls, that's a good delivery, flashes past Jones. Jones is not a very big man. It flashed past him at sort of grill height through to the keeper. It was a good, short, quick delivery. Stays on 233 for 4. 96 required. We'll have. So here comes again Henry Brooks. Now bright sunshine here now. It's changed completely again. And he bowls, and this is run away to backward point. But again, Jones just dabbing at it. There's no run. So far, Brooks been able to just restrict Jones. Jones, once he sees any sort of width, throws the bat at it. And there's nobody out there protecting the offside boundary this time, so he'll be looking to try and pierce the infield and get the ball down to the Hollies stand. Brooks bowls, and this again is short, and again it's ducked underneath. It's the end of the over, just a single off that over. 233 for 4.
Surrey need just 18 more to win at Taunton, but they've lost their 7th wicket. They're 175 for 7. What a finish there at Taunton. Hampshire seem to have calmed things down at Southampton. They need 75 more to win with still 4 wickets left. But Kent are going to be the first to win today by the looks of things. They need just 5 more runs. So, last over with this ball. They are going to persist with Danny Briggs, despite the fact that these Lancashire batters have been scoring freely off him. 2 on the long leg side boundary for the left-handed Jones, who comes down the pitch and plays that back to Briggs, who then shies at the stumps. No run at the end of all that. It's Briggs, and that's guided to backward point play slightly late on that. Jones. That's Briggs excited for a moment. It's Briggs to bowl, and Wells whips out away in the end safely, and it's gone through for 4. So Briggs had Wells in some trouble with the first few balls of the over, but Wells has got it away, and runs continue to come from this end. 237 for 4. Wells is on to the highest score of the match of 134. Do an update in a moment. It's not great news for our listeners in West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire. Well, this is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where a match Warwickshire had high hopes of winning is now somewhat slipping away from them, and Lancashire are looking to have a decent chance of pulling off what would be a remarkable win, chasing 329 to win. They're 237 for 4. Warwickshire started the day well with a couple of early wickets for Ollie Halland-Dalby in 1 over, and Henry Brooks striking before lunch as well. But the only wicket since lunch was a fortuitous run out of Dane Villas, and since then Luke Wells and Rob Jones have batted very positively and effectively, with Wells on 135 and Jones on 56. They've got after the spin of Danny Briggs in particular. The one hope that Warwickshire cling on to is they do have the new ball available to them in a couple of deliveries time, but they're going to have to make that a strike pretty quickly, because at the moment Lancashire seem to be motoring to victory. They've still got work to do. They've got 91 more runs to win, but they're well placed at 238 for 4. And Briggs bowls, and that's padded away by Jones. End of the over, and presumably the end of Danny Briggs. None for 91, and it's 238 for 4.
Yes, it's been interesting spell there for Danny Briggs. Clive leaves us just for a bit, and in comes Scott, who must be he's got quite a big smile on his face at the moment. That's Scott, as he comes in. Afternoon.
Afternoon, Phil. Afternoon.
Yes. Looking well, going well actually for Lancashire here.
It's a great effort.
Yeah, oh,
still
absolutely.
Needs to be. It's still 4.5 and over.
It is. Yes. It's stayed around that figure, and they kept it. You know, they've had an over where they've only picked up 1, but then they've scored. Yeah. You know, they've kept the boundaries going, and both of them. You know, I give credit to both of these batsmen. Rob Jones has become more and more confident as to anything with a bit of width to it. He's absolutely tried to thrash it away, but Luke Wells has batted well. Very well indeed.
This could determine it quite a bit, couldn't it? Now, yeah. and the new ball which Warwickshire have taken straight away. Yeah. Best situation for Lancashire that the two batters are still there. They took risks, but calculated ones. They did attack with the older ball, but when you attack, you're then creating potentially opportunities. But they've got through that. They've scored at a good rate, and they're both in to face the new ball.
I'm just going to get my lead because my battery has just died on my laptop, so you carry on,
okay,
Scott.
That's okay. It's going to be Halland-Dalby. That won't be a massive surprise to take the second new ball. Not seen him for a while, so he'll be nice and refreshed. 18 overs today. Well, actually, no, he bowled 2 last night, didn't he? So 16 overs today for Halland-Dalby. 2 for 39. So here we go, new ball taken. 1 slip in place, Wells on strike. Halland-Dalby balls to Wells, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. So they've got the slip with the new ball taken, and then certainly more than one eye on runs as well, with 3 fielders pretty close in on the offside. Davis at backward point. I think that's Hayne at extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Long leg, third man, deep square leg. 238 for 4. Halland-Dalby to Wells, who defends again. It bounces away into the offside. Hayne does jog up from extra cover to field. No run.
We calculated that they had that ball changed 4 times. I was saying to Clive, how many balls are in that box? This is a magic box. Which, you know,
it's like a TARDIS. You put your hand in there, and who knows what you might pull out, a rabbit or a ball.
And presumably what they normally do is, as a match finishes, they put the ball in with a note how many overs it's bowled.
And then Dolby from the Birmingham end bowls to Wells. It's driven down the ground, stopped by Hannon Dolby off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So the umpire can say, well, look, this ball's so-and-so. But if they're throwing every ball away because it's gone out of shape, that box is never going to get filled up. So somebody's got to go out there and bowl 40 overs with a ball and hit it around. They're not quite sure where they're getting the balls back to replace them.
It's been a theme of the year. Well, this is a brand new one. See how long this one lasts. There's only 19, well, a minimum of 19 overs left. Hannon Dolby to Wells. It's a steer down towards the third man. And he's through for a single. And Craig Miles at third man, down below us.
Yes, it is. You're well spotted. And he is on 4. We've had 1 or 2 substitutes. We had Jacob Bethel was on, I think, earlier on in the day. Craig Miles. Craig is the one that came on interview with us earlier in the season against Essex when Norwell got hit on the head. He'd been having a chat about, how he wanted to be and what was going to happen. Off he'd gone home in the car, and they had to call him back because he became the concussion substitute. So, and he ended up the day having batting at the end of the day, having thought, he was going to have the weekend off because he was telling us about the club cricket he was going to be playing on the Saturday. He thought he was going to be playing on the Saturday.
That's a busy day for him.
Yeah.
Jones on strike now with that single run down to third man. Hannon Dolby to Jones. It's left. Taken by Burgess, no run.
I think it might be Henry Brooks who's off the field. May just be changing after that spell at the far end.
There are some outstanding finishes across the county championship.
Yeah.
Some brilliant games. All heading deep into the final session, with teams looking to try and force victories and deny the opposition wins. Surrey are edging there, but they've lost 7 wickets in pursuit of a pretty modest total. And Dolby to Jones, left and through to the keeper, no run. So that's the first over with the second new ball done. 19 overs remaining. And Lancashire 239 for 4, Wells 136, and Rob Jones. This is a terrific knock by Rob Jones. It's only his second game of the season, and he has produced an innings which is of equal importance to Wells' century. His 56 is terrific. He takes a well-deserved drink, as indeed does Luke Wells. We're going to see Norwell tearing in from this end with a new ball.
Yeah. Well, Rob Jones has 132 balls he's faced, 245 balls Luke Wells has faced, and in fairness, they haven't really looked like getting into any sort of trouble. There haven't been very few balls which have actually beaten the bat throughout the whole day.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been a wicket fall to the bowling as such since this morning.
Since this morning, yeah, when Croft was, that's right, when Croft went for that expansive cover drive, there was the 2 in the 1 over from Hannon Dolby, and then Croft. And that was it. The Dane Vilas one, which was a bit of fortune. Norwell from the pavilion end is in bowls, and this is chopped away to cover point, straight to cover point by Wells.
We had 2 wickets in the over this morning. A double wicket maiden by Oliver Hannon Dolby, Jennings and Bohannon. And then a little bit of a partnership before Croft's dismissal before lunch. And then the run out after lunch, Villas, and that's been it so far.
There's Norwell again. In bowls. This is pulled away and in the air for a while from Wells, but out to Henry Brooks, who's out on the. Is that Brooks out on the? I think it might be. Yeah. Yes, out on the mid-wicket boundary. So it's not Henry Brooks who's off the field. So just have a quick scout round. Let's see. Norwell comes back over the wicket now to the right-handed Jones. He's in and bowls. That's full, and that's driven straight to backward point. Who's unable to field that? Alex Davis cleanly, but stops it and prevents the run. It was a nice clean strike from Jones.
Either side, a yard or two either side.
Absolutely, and just signalled the boundary. There's two men back on the one on the deep backward square leg boundary and one at a very wide-ish fine leg for the pull, but I think so far another one which is hit out into the offside by Jones, given with some power. Brooks is after it and gets it in, but can't prevent them getting back for 2 runs. And again, that was hit with fierce power by Jones. Unable to stop it cleanly there, Brooks. 242 for 4. 87 more runs required.
We mentioned the result that we've had in Division 1. Just confirmation of Kent beating Gloucestershire.
That's a good result for Kent. Strange old game, that one, wasn't it?
Absolutely bizarre, yeah. 2 big first innings scores.
Yeah. Norwell bowls. Jones drives beautifully down the ground, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Absolutely perfect. He's hit 3 really good shots this over, and that's the first one. He could easily have had 3 boundaries, but that was a beautifully executed straight drive. And the partnership between these two passes 150, 153, 286 balls. Is that?
Yeah, at 66 balls.
266 balls, sorry.
Bottle that one up, Rob Jones. That was a lovely shot.
It's 246 for 4. 82 they trail by, 83 for victory now as Norwell comes in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Jones looking to flick it and help it on its way. Wasn't able to get bat onto it. It's the end of the over. We have 18 more required, now, isn't it? Yeah. 18 more overs to go, and I'm just looking for the requirement figure. 54 plus 37. They're down into the 70s now. So,
just confirmation of that result for Kent. 91 for 2. They've won by 8 wickets.
It's a good win. Good win.
564, 438 to Gloucestershire, 564 to Kent, and then Gloucestershire's second innings unravelled massively. 213 all out. It's a pretty modest total in the end for Kent to win, and Surrey have just beaten Somerset as well.
Right, so they extend their lead at the top at the moment, unless Hampshire win.
Yeah, Surrey won by 3 wickets.
Well, they gave them a good performance, because Yorkshire at one stage looked to be in real trouble, didn't they? They had a bit of a stand there for the tails wagged a bit.
Yeah, Hampshire in pursuit of their target are 6 down, but 46 runs away. Barker's in alongside Dawson. Hannon Dolby to Luke Wells, a wide ball, he cards it away through the offside, and that'll be 4 for Luke Wells, and he moves to 141 not out, and that brings up the 250 for Lancashire. 250 for 4, trailed by 78. So Hampshire looking to try and get those runs to match the results of Surrey. They're the top 2.
So a win here for Lancashire will take them to 3rd in the table or 4th?
It would take them. Well, I thought Yorkshire 3rd.
Oh, Yorkshire there as well, aren't they? They're at the moment. Sorry, Scotland.
It's okay. It's Hannon Dolby to Wells. That's nudged away just along square on the leg side for a single. 251 for 4. Wells 142. Lancashire currently 4th. So yeah, if Hampshire beat Yorkshire, then a win would lift Lancashire up to 3rd.
Right.
Still a lot of runs to get here, mind you.
Well, yes, but they're going along very comfortably, I think, at the moment. They're picking up a boundary and over, and they're getting the singles as well. And the ball, of course, being harder and newer, is going to go.
And then Dolby to Jones. That's uppercut over point. 4 runs. Lovely shot by Jones. Up and over Matt Lamb at point. Down towards the boundary to take Rob Jones on to 66. Not out. And Lancashire to 255 for 4. Increasingly confident, as you mentioned, Rob Jones.
Yeah. He's anything with width, and they're giving him width. That last ball from Hannah Dolby was wide, and Jones laid into it and thought, thank you very much.
74 needed, 17.5 overs left. And Dolby to Jones, rocks back, muscles it out through the onside. Davis is underneath it, takes the catch. Jones has gone for 66. That's the wicket Warwickshire were desperately searching for, and it's a good catch from Davis, running backwards towards the boundary at a deep square leg. Takes the catch, and Lancashire lose their 5th wicket, and Jones, the innings comes to an end. Looks distraught, Rob Jones, as he walks past Luke Wells, who gives him a tap on the back. He's made 66, but his work with the bat he's done for the day. Warwickshire do have the breakthrough at last, 255 for 4.
Well, he's clearly quite distraught here, Rob Jones, as he comes off. He's like almost clutching. He's got his head in his hands almost as he walks off, and he's had but he's played a fantastic innings, I think. I don't think he's got anything to be. Obviously, he's disappointed. He wanted to be there and see his county home, but you can't fault him for his commitment, and an absolute genuine sign of somebody there who's really. Look, I don't think I've ever seen anybody come off the field that upset. It was a terrific catch in the end, and he was going really well. He gave the ball, perfectly legitimate shot. It wasn't like he was just swinging the batter. It was a terrific catch from Alex Davis. He ran back, got underneath it, and turned it in the end into quite a simple looking catch. But well done to Rob Jones, I've got to say. He came into the side because of all the call-ups, and I think he's handled himself really, really well, both first innings and second innings. And he took a couple of good catches as well, didn't he, during them? So he's had a pretty good game, I think. So well done to him.
The partnership in the end was 162.
Yeah.
By far the biggest of the match. So 255 for 5, 74 needed.
George Balderson is the new man. Just had to get himself set, and but the foundation has been laid, and now can they see it home? Warwickshire will think that might open the gate. We'll see.
Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end to the new batter Balderson, who drives nicely through the offside for 4. It's not a great delivery from Hannon Dolby to the new batter, and he's punched it away for 4. And he's up and running. He's Balderson, but it was a bit of a gimme for him to get first up.
Yes, it was a bit of a gift, that one, wasn't it? It was. Here, let's see. Let's just get you set. I'll give you this one. That I don't think that will go down too well with his teammates.
Well, it's such a rarity, isn't it, of Hannon Dolby to do something like that, especially to a new batter. But Balderson's going 259 for 5, and then Dolby to complete the over. Balls to Balderson. It's a wide ball. It's left, and it skips on through to the keeper. 70 needed off 17. The rate edging down to 4, which I think has been, it's 4.08, which I think has been that's the lowest it's been.
Yep, it started off at about 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
And it crept up to 4 during the morning session, and then through the afternoon it got up to nearly 4.5, or about, in fact, at one stage slightly over 4.5. But it's come down steadily, and particularly since tea. It's very achievable now. very achievable. Be a terrific chase if Lancashire can pull it off. I think this wicket has played pretty. To me, it's got easier and easier as the game's gone on.
Which I think Clive said that might well turn out to be the case. When we were chatting about it on the first day or two.
Norwell round the wicket to Wells, and Wells turns this one away square on the onside. He runs the first very quickly, but Davis is onto it and prevents a second run. 260 for 5. 69 more runs required. We've got 17 overs, less one ball. So really not a big ask of 17 overs.
Hampshire within 35 runs of beating Yorkshire now, still with 4 wickets remaining.
Going to put another slip in for Balderson, the new batsman, as Norwell comes in past umpire Malander, bowls, and Balderson fends that one back to the bowler. There's no run.
It was a good catch from Davis. He's got quite a bit of ground to make up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Following the ball, it's hit high by Jones. He's running towards the boundary. It's a good catch.
It covered a lot of air space, that shot as well. When you look and see how far he hit it, and he was only caught just inside the boundary. He wasn't far off actually getting it all the way. This next one is left outside the off stump. It pitches and through to keeper.
Some asking, isn't it, for Balderson to come out and try and, if possible, kind of keep Lancashire up with the rate, along with Luke Wells. He's only a young batter himself. He's only played a handful of first-class matches. Bit of pressure on Balderson now. It just opens the door back for Warwickshire, doesn't it? Breaking that partnership.
Yeah. His next one from Norwell is again right on the mark, and Balderson runs it up to Davis, who's now at mid-off. Davis seems to be all over the field. Everywhere you look, Davis has popped into the gap.
He's been busy, hasn't he? He's in the game. We touched on it before, didn't we? Sometimes that just happens, doesn't it? You just kind of, the ball follows you around a little bit, and conversely, you can be out there and the ball doesn't come anywhere near you all day.
Well, on his way, he's in and bowls, and Balderson is again just running it away into the offside. So just check the scoring a little bit.
Yeah.
As Balderson feels his way in, the field going out, stretching. Brooks being put back 20 or 30 yards at square leg, and the man dropping back onto the deep point boundary, encouraging Balderson to take the single. 260 for 5. This one is short and outside the off stump, and goes well over the top of the stumps through to the keeper. No shot offered. End of another over. 260 for 5. It's 69 runs required for victory, with 16 overs remaining in the day.
Have we had the signal for the last hour from the 2 umpires?
Oh, I think we had that some time ago, didn't we?
Did we?
Yeah, 5. Yes, I think they signalled it.
Okay.
Yeah, some time back. You've got to have 16 overs in the last hour, haven't you? And I thought that would have been from 5 o'clock.
It'll be Wells. Much depends on Wells, doesn't it? Goodness. 143 not out. Hannon Dolby edge down towards that third man region and gets a run. Wells to 144. 261 for 5. Brings Balderson back on strike. Field will change now. new batter out there, so there'll be a few extra bodies creeping in from the boundary.
Yeah, they'll put that second slip back in just for another over or so until Balderson actually starts to strike the ball and look a bit more comfortable. Hannondale was going to make sure he doesn't give him another freebie like he gave his first ball.
Let's play that away into the offside for no run. Yeah, you're right. It was signalled bang on 5 o'clock the last hour. So yeah, we'll get these 15 overs in, but there won't be any more.
Do you remember when we were at Edgbaston some years ago while the ground was being changed around and Keegan and Kerrigan were bowling?
I do, yeah.
And haven't they bowled about 24 overs in the last hour?
They got through them, didn't they?
Yeah, they're trying to get Warwickshire clung on for a draw, I think.
It's a full ball. It's nicely played by Balderson. It's in front of square through the offside. The pigeons are scattering. And he'll probably come back for 3. He does. Nice shot. Eased away through the offside. Balderson moves up to 7. Yeah, 264 for 5. Yeah, they got through an absolute stack of overs, didn't they?
The speed, it was you could hardly keep up with them for the speed they were doing. It was incredible.
It was, yeah, with a desperately searching them for victory.
I think that was the game that Ricky Clark took all the catches in. Was that the one? Because he set a record, didn't he, or something, for catches in an innings.
Wells. Oh, it's played at that. It bounces in front of the keeper, but it was a shot.
He hit it. Yeah, it didn't carry.
It looped in front of the keeper, didn't it?
Yeah. Just watching the replay, and he sort of came forward to it, and it popped down and bounced so easily. But in the end, it was absolutely nowhere near the keeper. Now Scott will be back in a minute to join Clive and see you through to the close, which is at the moment. Who knows which way it will go. This next one is turned by Wells into the onside. He'll get a single coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Warwickshire have got players all round the boundary edge on the leg side, but can't prevent any more. It's 265, so 64 more runs required for Lancashire, 5 wickets for Warwickshire. Here we are in the 85th over, so there's 15 more overs after this one, so a lot of cricket to go as Clive rejoins us, and Hannon Dolby comes in again past umpire Hartley and bowls, and it's played into the offside by Balderson. It's the end of another over at 265 for 5.
So must be fitting of what's been a very good match throughout that it's finishing in this way. Really interesting finish. I think Lancashire would fancy their chances from here, but when you get close, strange things can sometimes happen. Warwickshire. We got that 1 wicket. What a catch that was by Alex Davis. By the way.
Yeah, it was. We were saying had such a difficult one, particularly as he was getting very close to the boundary edge.
Liam Norwell to bowl to Wells. A brilliant innings from Luke Wells. It could well be a match-winning innings. He pushes that one onto the onside for a single. It's just the one. He's on to 146. So 266 for 5. 63 required. Still around about that 4 and over. Comes Norwell. 2 slips in place, bowls round the wicket, and it's pushed out to the offside. Will Rose will field it mid-off, no run. Alderson comes down the pitch, does a bit of prodding. Oh well, got 5 wickets in the first innings, yet to strike in this innings. And he's in again to bowl. And that almost gets through. Balderson just managed to play it down by his feet. No run. Luke Wells just coming down the pitch to give George Balderson some advice.
I thought it was a really good innings from Rob Jones as well. The it just got ended, but terrific innings for his side. He was just beginning to get really starting to open up as well when he went.
So Norwell to bowl. Balderson got an edge there. Where's that gone? Got an inside edge. It's down to back a square leg. Balderson doesn't know where it's gone. He's looking around him, and Wells is calling him through for a single. False shot. But he gets away with it. 267 for 5.
Yeah, looking to force it away through the offside. That inside edge went between wickets.
It's Lancashire who look the most likely to pull off what would be a remarkable win here, although Warwickshire haven't given themselves a glimmer of hope by finally breaking up the 5th wicket pair. That was as a result of a brilliant catch by Alex Davis running back towards the boundary off the bowling of Liam Norwell. Jones gone for 66, but he, along with Luke Wells, have taken Lancashire to tantalisingly close to their victory target of 329. They added 162 for that 5th wicket. Wells is still there on 146. Lancashire have to score around about a 4 and over. They need 62 more to win. Warwickshire still need 5 wickets. A fascinating finish to what's been a terrific match here, with Lancashire favourites now on 267 for 5. Oh. Norwell turns to bowl to Wells. That will be the big prize for Warwickshire if they can get it, but Wells plays that nicely down to third for a single. 3 singles out over. It's okay from Lancashire's point of view. 268 for 5. And 61 more required.
Terrific knock here from Luke Wells. 147 he's got now. And I think it's just inching their way towards the target. $61 more runs required, and once again Oliver Hannon-Dolby having a chat with Will Rhodes about where the field's going to go, talking to Danny Briggs, and it's pretty much spread out as Warwickshire try to restrict the boundaries. The problem is they can give away plenty of singles with the field as it's set. And Luke Wells waits and just drops this down into the offside, and Rob Yates comes running in and prevents the single.
Well, presumably that's what they want. They want Wells to get the single
strike,
and get Balderson on strike. That's Balderson looking pretty solid so far. Wouldn't expect Wells to hesitate too much to take a run. That's
Scott.
We'll get Scott back in a moment.
Yep, he can come in for me. Yep.
And
sorry, I didn't know he'd come in.
So Hannon-Dolby.
He's in and bowls, and this again is running to the offside. Balderson wants the single, but Yates says Wells says no as Yates comes in and picks the ball up and underarms it back up to mid-off. So 2 balls gone in this over. This is the 87th over of the innings, so there'll be 13 more overs after this one. So 13 overs from 4 balls. Still 61 more runs required for victory. 68 to Scores 60 for level. This one is going to be runs as it's played just in front of Yates, and Wells played it and jogged through for the single, so it brings Balderson down onto strike. 269 for 5. I'll make a. I'll make the way and let.
Thank you, Phil Britt. 269 for 5 then. Lancashire tantalisingly close now. Still got 5 wickets in hand, 2 slips in place. The fielders come in now more. 5 saving the single plus the 2 slips. Hannon Dalby to Balderson, who defends that solidly up to the offside. There's no run. Hannon Dalby might have got something in his eyes, just using his shirt to try and clean that. So wins today for Surrey. Just about got home against Somerset, win by 3 wickets, and for Kent, who beat Gloucestershire by 8. Hampshire, Yorkshire is still in the balance. It's
is it
179 for 7 now, Hampshire,
7.
but they only need 18 more to win. I think they get over the line, but not quite there. Glamorgan, having lost those 3 early wickets, do seem to be heading towards victory against the county champions, Bottom County. You don't expect to see Sussex right at the bottom, but they are at the moment, and Glamorgan 82 for 3, need just 59 more runs to win, so still 3 matches with jeopardy in progress.
Yeah, some belting finishes.
I'll finish off this over, then you can take the next. Hannon Dalby comes in to bowl, and that's guided out to the offside for no run by Balderson. So 2 runs off the over so far. Tight overs help Warwickshire a little bit. Wells is coming down to talk to Bolton. They'll have a plan here. Wells will be desperate to see this home now for his team, won't he? Having got this far.
Yes, he will be pretty gutted if he didn't. Now, it's a fantastic effort, 148.
Hannon Dalby to Balderson, who plays that out to mid-off. So just the 2 runs off the over, but no wickets. Warwickshire still 5 shy of victory. But it is Lancashire who are now just 60 runs away with 13 overs to go.
Yeah, run rate is back up over 4.5. They got it down to around about 4. But before the dismissal of Rob Jones, but it's crept up to 4.62. 60 off 13. Wells is the key, isn't he? Balderson's done well here. He's 8 off 16, but if Lancashire are going to get home, you would think it would be Wells.
It's a tricky one for Wells. He can get singles anywhere, but he probably wants more than that now.
Yeah, field well scattered. Norwell balls to Wells. It's forced away through the onside. Just be the one. Sam Hain deepish at mid-on fields, and Wells moves to 149. Not out. Lancashire to 270 for 5.
Yeah, ran that first one hard, but he hit the ball too hard for them to get 2. Field's quite carefully placed. They're not placed right on the boundary, sort of 3/4 of the way back. Difficult to get a 2, which is ideal. Well, obviously, ideally you wanted a 4, but
he's almost like
been good.
What you see his shots in T20 that are just dabbed up towards the 30-metre circle and they come back for 2. It was more that type of shot, really.
Yeah. You want slip in now for Balderson. Norwell.
Yeah, plenty on the offside. Short extra cover, point, mid-off. 3rd man, slip. It's off the back foot trying to force the ball away, but to one of those fielders on the offside. I think that's Sam Hain, short extra.
Wells coming down the pitch. It's a difficult one this for Balderson because he needs to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yep.
Singles are difficult to come by because the fielder's there to stop it, but at the same time, he can't afford to do anything reckless.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Wells is just talking him through it.
Can't imagine anything straight or on the pads here to Balderson from Norwell. Round the wicket, balls again. It's just pushed up to mid-on. Be a tight single, but it's good running. The pick up and throw by Brooks towards the bowler's end. He's got himself the run. Manoeuvred it just towards mid-on, but it was an early call that got them through for that. No hesitation. The commitment's got to be there for these tight singles. If you're going to run, you've got to be committed.
You have, and Brooks threw at the sums. He missed, but I think even if he'd hit, I think that was well run by Balderson. I think he would have been there. And now the field spreads out. It does mean that if Wales can get a single here, that's 3 from the over. I know they need a little bit more than that, but that's not bad.
Yeah, I was waiting for this. Noel had come in. Noel had started running, and Wells was still twirling his bat around and just tapped it. Got himself settled, looked up, and Noel was past the umpire. So it was an inevitable pull away from Luke Wells, with Noel coming in. Just like a twirl of the bat, there's the Lancashire tall left-hander. He's looking over his shoulder towards the leg side. You'll see there's 4 on the boundary. Long leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket and long on. Plenty of grass in front of them, mind you. Noel bowls. That is flicked away through the onside. Again, he pushes the first hard. Oh, they're going to come back for a second. Throw comes into the keeper's end and they've run 2. And the applause from the Lancashire dressing room and the Lancashire supporters inside the ground. And that's the 150 up for Wales as well. Fabulous effort to come back for a second and to reach 151. Not out from 261 deliveries. It's a wonderful effort from Wales, but he'll want to continue and try and get the job done here for Lancashire.
Well, it deserves to win Lancashire the match. Still got a bit of work to do for it to do so. They have got 4 runs off this over now. There's still 2 balls to go, and Will Rose is calling the field in. I think that's right. I don't think they can afford just to give Wales another easy single now.
Yeah, 2 balls left of it. You say mid-wicket comes up. Long on, up to mid-on. 2 behind square on the leg side on the boundary. Deep extra as well, 3rd man. Norwell to Wells. He does get a single. Just turns it off his pads down to Brooks at fine leg for... Oh, it could be Hannon Dolby, that, actually.
It is.
Fine leg gets 1.
That's their requirement for the over, then. And that's good work. They've had to work for it, but they've got it. Got the 5 runs off this over, and... the moment Warwickshire don't really have the answers. They got that wicket through an inspired catch from Alex Davis, but Lancashire have not looked too concerned since then. They've responded pretty well to losing that wicket.
274 for 5, 55 needed, final ball of the over and 12 remaining. Norwell to Balderson, drives it away through the offside for 4. Well, that's a terrific way to end the over for Lancashire. Frustration for the Bears. Balderson just sat in the crease and punched it through the covers for 4. 13 to him now, 278 for 5.
51 required now. That's really looking very much within Lancashire's reach. I'd be surprised if they don't win it from here, to be honest. Has the 5 penalty runs made a difference? Probably not much. Depends how close it ends up being. But at the moment, you'd say that even if they needed 56 to win now, they would still be clear favourites.
I won't feel like that for Luke Wells and George Balderson, mind you. Or indeed, I suspect, the Lancashire dressing room.
Hannon Dolby to continue. And again, the field spreads out for Wells, but it is a free run for him. It's a difficult balance to watch. They do have sort of a fielder at gully. They've got 1 attacking fielder. Wells comes down the pitch and pushes it into a gap on the onside, and again he helps himself to an easy single. And having got so many runs off the last over, they can afford to have an over where they only get maybe 1 or 2. 279 for 5.
It's a brilliant innings from Luke Wells. 153 not out.
Just 50 required for victory now. And well, Warwickshire must have thought had a great chance of winning when they had Lancashire at 19 for 2, 53 for 3, and still at 93 for 4. Warwickshire were clear favourites. But that stabbed in Rob Jones and Luke Wells has turned this game dramatically Lancashire's way. Coach Scott Reed here was telling them, yeah, just make the game safe, don't lose it.
At least they have done.
Hannon Dolby to bowl, and that's played To mid-on, there's no run. I was saying that yesterday about England. You're one up in the series. Don't go for it. 279 for 5. Dot ball, but we'll need a couple of really tight overs to put any pressure on Lancashire.
Yep.
And at the moment, they can't find them.
No, I mean that last one from Norwell, just real battle between bowler and batter to try and limit the runs, and then the last ball of it, absolute relief for Lancashire when Balderson punched it for 4.
So there's 5 fielders saving the 1 plus a slip as Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Balderson. Oh, he's going to get a run there, though. He turns it round to mid-wicket for a single, and the runs are coming freely enough for Lancashire. That's 2 of the first 3 balls of the over. Now they're all fielders going back, so if Luke Wells wants another one, help yourself. Not sure this is right. I really am not. I understand the thinking, but Warwickshire have to be trying to get him out, however unlikely that might seem, given that he's 153 not out, but I'm not sure about this.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Yeah, I think there's a degree of uncertainty. You can tell it with the way that fielders are coming in and out. I'm not quite sure what we're doing here. And
yeah, he has actually put 2 in, hasn't he? So I think Will Rose might be thinking along my lines now that he hasn't put them all the way back this time, and I think that's right, personally. I mean, he knows far more about cricket than me, I must add, but I think that's right. I've forgotten who it is, isn't me?
It's you.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's run down to shortish third man, and Rob Yates shies up the stumps and almost catches Wells nappy. That would have been a bit of a bonus for Warwickshire, but he misses, and Wells, I think, was back anyway. But
just looking for the single down to third, wasn't he? That.
Yeah.
There is a third man. There's a fine leg as well, but he was just trying to run it past Yates, probably to his right, just quite open up the face of the bat enough to tickle it down to the boundary and run through for 1.
49 needed by Lancashire, 280 for 5. It's Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and that's a nice little push into the offside. Good work from Wells to push it in for a single, and that single wasn't given to him this time. He placed that really well to get the run.
It was excellent, and he made the decision to come down the pitch, didn't he, to Hannon Dolby. Just allowed him to kind of get on top, that sense of momentum when you walk towards the ball, to push it away, and then straight away they both are aware that there's a single there. It's clever batting now, isn't it, by Wells?
Apparently I'm interviewing the coach afterwards. I had a feeling it might be a coach's day about a short while ago. I'll be disappointed, Wash. He really will be disappointed. Yeah. It's been a great match, and, as you say, it's hard on whoever loses, but you have to hand it to Lancashire. This has been a brilliant performance with the bat. Although they're not quite there yet. Mustn't count the chickens. Hannon Dolby around the wicket to bowl, and that's played out to mid-off by Balderson. The end of the over, 281 for 5. 48 required by Lancashire. They've got 11 overs to get them in.
Drink being brought out for the 2 batters here, and a towel.
Hampshire needs 7 runs.
Yeah.
They're 190 for 8. What a game. What a game, Southampton. It's kept us off 5 extra, but I can understand why. Although this one's a thriller as well. It's almost you wish they were on separate days. You can have them both on. But of course they're online, all the games online. Been some terrific championship games today. Our final days of championship games. As I said all along, there's only been one that petered out into nothing.
I mean, I'm really crucial. I know it's only the halfway stage of the competition, but if Surrey keep winning games, big wins potentially for Hampshire if they do get over the line to Yorkshire. If Lancashire do win it here, these are significant points.
Yeah, well, Lancashire will move into 3rd place, won't they, ahead of Yorkshire if they win. As I said before, Warwickshire just take a little look over their shoulders with Kent having won. I'm not sure if they lose this will take 5 points in this game. There'll only be 3 points out of Kent.
Back to spin here. Sorry, Clive.
Yes, it's Danny Briggs, yes. Well, that's interesting. Almost the last throw of the dice, really.
There he is. Left arm over, bowling to Luke Wells. Drops it into the offside, but just the one. Dom Sibley comes up from cover boundary.
Well, I gave him that one. Maybe they're hoping that Balderson might be vulnerable to Danny Briggs, who got the odd ball to do a bit, but he conceded runs. They made it tough for him.
Well, they've got a field. Well, I might as well wait till it's actually been finished being moved around. But there's a mid-off and a mid-on. There is a deep extra cover, backward point. The leg sides are still adjusting. There's now a short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, or deeper mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a short fine leg. Balderson down the pitch to Briggs. Hits it down into the ground, caught by Briggs off his own bowling, no run.
Can't help thinking bringing Briggs on when the ball is 10 overs old. I'm not saying it's the wrong decision, not at all, but it does underline that really Warwickshire feel now that it's going to need something pretty extraordinary. They're just going to gamble on something different and hope that it might produce something for them.
Briggs from the pavilion end, bowls to Balderson, who drives nicely for 4 to the right of Sam Hain, who is at mid-off. And Balderson moves on to 18, 286 for 5, 43?
Yeah, not many, is it?
He did.
Still leaking runs, I'm afraid, Danny Briggs. I mean, he's asking questions of the batters, but just once and over.
Yeah.
He's going for runs.
Briggs to Balderson. Oh, that's come off a bottom edge, past the stumps. Down towards short fine leg. He's through for 1, moves to 19. It's now 287 for 5. So that's 42 needed. 2 balls left of the over, and then 10 remaining.
Again, they're spread out here quite a bit. I don't really understand that. 5th ball of the over.
Briggs in to Wells. That's punched away off the front foot up towards Sibley.
That was easy.
It was. Comfortable single. It's 156 not out now for Luke Wells. 1 ball left to go of the over. 10 remain. 288 for 5. 41 needed for Lancashire for a successful run chase on the final day. Briggs left arm over, bowls to Balderson, who goes back and just drops the ball into the offside and wants a single. Rolls slowly towards mid-off, and they've got through for 1. It's a productive over for Lancashire. Balderson moves on to 20. The score moves on to 289 for 5. 40 runs needed. 10 overs remaining. 60 balls left.
Good call from Luke Wells to call Balderson through for 1 there. Lancashire, well, they're almost there. There's only 40 more required. It's going to take something really quite extraordinary to deny them now. 10 overs to go, so they're down to 4 and over. I tell you what, if it ends in a draw, they'll be wondering how. Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end to bowl. Rob Yates, who was fielding at gully, has now gone more to a second slip position. A little bit of a gap between him and wicketkeeper Burgess. 5 saving the 1 for Balderson, who has batted pretty well so far, and he's turned that one around onto the leg side. It'll be cut off, but he'll run round for 2. Very good start to the over from Balderson, very nicely placed. 2 more ticked off. And they'll be counting them down in the Lancashire changing room now.
Victory for Hampshire, beating Yorkshire by 2 wickets. As Sports Extra listeners join us here at Edgbaston. So Surrey winning, and the leaders, Hampshire second, beating Yorkshire by 2 wickets. Only just. Great finish there.
Good finish here, but it's not looking as close, because Lancashire at the moment look to be heading comfortably. 38 more required. That's pushed out to the offside by Balderson. No run. And then Dolby the bowler. Henry Brooks fields. But Balderson has come in and continued to support the brilliant Luke Wells, who's on 156 after the dismissal of Rob Jones. So a brilliant catch from Alex Davis. 466. Alex Davis said yesterday his century will mean nothing if Warwickshire don't win. Might regret saying that now.
His partnership's 36 off 47, no, 46 deliveries.
Really good effort. Warwickshire just had a glimmer of hope when they got that wicket.
They did, yeah.
Lancashire haven't played ball. And Balderson hits on. Oh, it's a misfield by Alex Davis, who's actually fielded very well, but I think he had his eye on the batters to see what they were doing, to see if he had a chance to run out. It's gone through his legs, and they've run through for one. Might have got the one anyway, but definitely an error from Alex Davis. 292 for 5. 37 is all that Lancashire need now, with 5 wickets left. You have to say plenty of time. 9 overs to go after this one.
Yeah, the door was open, wasn't it, with that dismissal of Jones, and it's a good catch from Davis, but they had to back it up quickly, didn't they, with another one. The new batter, Balderson's done well here.
And then Dolby to Wells, has whipped that away, and Davis, oh, it's had no one through. Oh, well, maybe just summarise the malaise. He's worked hard to get the ball back and has kept them down to 3 rather than 4, but it should have been 1. Sums it up a bit for Warwickshire. And I'll just talk about Warwickshire briefly now, but this is all about Lancashire winning. But it has been Warwickshire's issue this season. They cannot seem to bowl teams out, and that's been the frustration. County champions, of course, defend their title. Maybe they overachieved a bit last season. They've played some decent cricket this season, but they just cannot bowl teams out, and that's why they are probably heading for their 2nd defeat. But enough about Warwickshire. This is all about Lancashire, who have batted brilliantly. Alex Davis has been called in. Closer.
Yeah, double frustration for Davis. As you say, he's such a good fielder, but a couple of misfields there just kind of compounds the issue for the Bears.
And then Dolby to Balderson. It's a bouncer. Balderson dips his head out of the way. Dolby 3 for 68. Probably has been the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers in this game. Well, Liam Nall got 5 in the first innings, but Balderson's bowled pretty accurately. Dolby's bowled pretty accurately, pretty well. Took 2 wickets in an over early in the innings when Warwickshire looked to be going well, but Lancashire have turned it around spectacularly. Initially, the job they had to do was to try and bat long and make the game safe, and then have a look, and they've done just that. Scott hopefully back in time for the doom. What he's just going to do some reports. That's short, it's pulled, and it's gone through for 4. Terrific shot by Balderson, and Lancashire now are on 299 for 5, and they only need 30 more runs to win. Chasing a target, remember, of 329. In fact, it's 6. It's been given us a 6, so that's 2 more. The 300 is up. 301 for 5. And they only need 28 to win now. Great stuff from Balderson. He's really done an admirable job, just as Warwickshire thought. Just maybe, we might have a chance of putting pressure on Lancashire, but Balderson has batted splendidly. And Lancashire will go up to 3rd in the table with a win here. Would have closed the gap on the top 2, but they'll have stayed with them and they'll overtake Yorkshire. That'll please them. Both teams got 5 bonus points, so if Lancashire see it off, they're not there yet, but you have to say they are looking pretty close now. And if they do complete the victory, they will take 21 points from the match. And Warwickshire will get 5. Be a 3rd win for Lancashire. 2nd defeat for Warwickshire. Henry Brooks is coming into the bowling, so that bringing Danny Briggs in for an over, that experiment has been dispensed with after 1 over. Brooks to bowl to Wells, who deserves to be there at the end. He turns that one up to mid-wicket for no run. Warwickshire are no longer giving him a single. They're no longer putting everyone back, because they just haven't got enough runs to play with now. So 4 in there to save the one. No really attacking fielders though. Brooks turns. It's been a terrific 4-day game, with each of the first 3 innings lasting about a day, setting up this dramatic finish. Brooks short. It's pulled by Wells. Just beats the dive of Michael Burgess. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. It was almost a chance for Warwickshire. Slightly false shot from Wells, but he can be forgiven them. And that's the 50 partnership, which has got Lancashire close to the finishing line. 4 more runs, 305 for 5, and 24 more required. I'm going to be doing an update in a moment. Bear in mind it is to listeners in the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire, so it will be a little bit Warwickshire based, but that's why. As fine leg is just going round a bit. Henry Brooks comes in to bowl to Wells, but Warwickshire just having no answers on Wells. Just a simple tip and run. He might get 2, he doesn't, but it's a good single. It's 164, 306 for 5. Here comes the update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Well, Warwickshire are on the verge of defeat. A remarkable game against Lancashire in the LV Championship. Warwickshire at various times today looked likely to win this game, but a brilliant run chase from the away side has put Lancashire now to within just 23 runs of their victory target of 329. They were 306 for 5. It was a partnership between Luke Wells and Rob Jones that held Warwickshire up. They just gave themselves a glimmer of hope when Jones was brilliantly caught by Alex Davis off the bowling of Ollie Dolby for 66. But since then, the new pair of Balderson and Wells have put on another 50. Wells has batted brilliantly for 164. Once again, Warwickshire have been unable to bowl an opposing team out. It's been brilliant batting for Lancashire, bit of thinking to do for Warwickshire. They're just 23 runs away now, Lancashire, with still 8 overs to go after this one. They're 306 for 5. Brooks round the wicket to Balderson, who turns up on round to fine leg for a single. 307 for 9, 22 more required for Lancashire. Last ball of the over coming up, but still 8 overs to go, so time is not really a worry for Lancashire now. Warwickshire know the game is up. It'll be a tough one to take from their point of view. Brooks bowls a bouncer, which is always called no ball. That is, I have to say, that looked a little harsh, but probably immaterial at this stage. But the umpires judged that as overhead height. I assume it's that for that and not a front foot, but anyway, it is a no ball. So 2 more onto the total, 2 more away, or 2 more closer to victory are Lancashire. A day of fascinating finishes. The champions, still a couple going. Glamorgan need 41 more to win. They've got 6 wickets left, so they look good now against Sussex. I think that's the only other one there. All the others have finished. Brooks bowls, and that's a forward defensive by Wells. So Lancashire 309 for 5. They need 20 more to win in 8 overs. Take them over the finishing line will be Scott Reed.
Well, all 20 runs?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, go ahead. Best one I heard was listening to, I think it was Leicestershire v Glamorgan a couple of years ago. And I can't remember which way around it was, but I think the Glorgobblers was commentating in Leicester were 9 wickets down. They got to within 2 of victory, and he said, "Oh, I better hand to you to describe the winning runs." And of course, the inevitable happened, and he got out. But I don't think that's a danger here. I'll take it back when the 9 wickets down.
Okay, that's no problem. So I said this is a real gem of an innings from Balderson too, isn't it? 30.
Brilliant.
To come out with a...
He should have been nervous, he should have been anxious, but he hasn't been.
Doesn't look that way, no. I mean, he comes out, speak to me, comes across as a bit of a calm lad, but I'm sure there'll be a few butterflies in the belly. There was definitely an opening for Warwickshire when Jones departed, but Balderson's scored 30 of the 54 runs that they've put on. He scored more than Luke Wells in this partnership, George Balderson. Hannon Dalby to Balderson, is off the back foot and played into the offside, but for no run. Gathered by Rob Yates at short extra cover. Yeah, 30 runs to Balderson and 22 to Wells in this partnership that's worth 54. So we're trying to kind of get Balderson on strike, and which they did. He faced more deliveries, and he's contributed with 30 runs.
Just about trying to stop singles now for Warwickshire. They've got one man on the boundary, everyone else saving one.
And then Dolby around the wicket to Balderson, who plays it in the air past the bowler. And Hannon Dolby, as we know, is a tall man, and he was reaching away to his right, trying to get his hand on it. It would have been a pretty spectacular catch had he got something on it, but it went past his enormously long reach. Went up to mid-off for no run.
Correction, they've got two players on the boundary. They've got a third and a well now they've got one, because Liam Norwell's coming in from third. So they've still just got the long leg. I think this is the right. I mean, it's almost certainly gone the game, but they've got to try and make it hard for Lancashire. Don't want them just to keep tipping singles. They've got to make them tell them you're going to have to hit through to finish this off.
He's got plenty of company, hasn't he? Looking at him, short mid wicket, short extra, mid off, mid on, short point, short square leg. It's a wide ball which Balderson takes a swing at, but misses, and through to Burgess, and there is no run. 309 for 5. Wells 164 not out. Battered so far through the innings, Luke Wells.
The highest individual score against Warwickshire so far this season.
And Derby from the Birmingham end. It's a beautiful evening. Sunny's back with us. And it's Lancashire looking for more. It's a wide delivery, and Balderson's content to ignore it. Taken by Burgess, the keeper. No run. 2 balls left of the over.
Warwickshire's new tactic to ball everything wide. Hope Lancashire leave them all. Again, Wells comes down the pitch. He really has been steering Balderson through. He's talked to him a lot.
I think he was chatting quite a bit to Jones as well, wasn't he? And Rob Jones had not played. He played one game prior to today this season. And he has been the senior partner all day. It's off the back foot and driven away through the offside. It is partially stopped by Brooks. They flirt with the idea of 2 and decide against it. And Balderson moves on to 31, so it's 310 for 5, with 1 ball remaining of the over. And it's 19 needed to win. 43 balls to get them. Again, the feel for Wells is as it was effectively for Balderson, with plenty in around the batter, 2 outside the one-day circle, at deep backward square leg and at long leg. Hannon Dalby to Wells. Down the pitch he comes. He goes high, back over the bowler's head. Briggs is underneath it, but can't just make up the ground. And Wells comes back for a second and moves on to 166. 312 for 5. Briggs was in business there for a second, just couldn't quite eat up the ground quick enough. And in the end, 2 runs off the final ball of the over. 312 for 5.
Well, a bit of luck for Luke Wells, but I think he's earned it. As Angus Fraser was supposed to say to Brian Lara when he was about 300 and something, when he survived a false shot, you lucky so-and-so. It's not quite in that league here, but yeah, Hand always bowled reasonably well in this game. Warwickshire stuck at it. They just haven't had the penetration. I think they'll probably argue the pitch hasn't really given them much today. It seems to have, as it sometimes happens, seems to have got a bit easier to bat on, but nonetheless, again, it's another case of not bowling a team out. Craig Miles has just come on as a sub-fielder. I'm not sure he's gone off. Just 17 runs now required by Lancashire. What a performance from them.
Yeah, 42 balls left and 5 wickets to do it for Lancashire.
Don't you see many Lancashire supporters in the ground to see it all? You should bring a few.
Yeah, there's a few on the upper tier to our left. I was chatting to a few on the TV gantry before. Brooks into Balderson. That's driven down into the ground. Stopped by Yates at short extra cover, and there's no run. 31 to Balderson. The Dave, I mean, I'm pretty sure that people join us all the time, certainly when a finish like this happened. Lancashire set 329 to win the match. And after a pretty quiet start this morning, Brooks around the wicket, a short ball. Balderson ducks underneath it, through to the keeper, no run.
Just to add to Warwickshire's tough day, it's Ollie Allen Dolby who is walking off rather gingerly.
Oh dear, yes, I see him.
And that's Alex Davis has just gone to, hopefully it's nothing too serious, but...
doesn't look great, does he?
Yeah, he's walking off, trudging off. Might just be the hard work he's put in. But
that could be. Let's hope it's just that, a bit of stiffness. Brooks in. Swatted out through the onside by Balderson for 1 run. 32 to him now. 313 for 5. So yeah, there's a quiet kind of half an hour this morning, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells batting, and then the man unfortunately is limping around the outfield now. Oliver Hannon Dolby picked up 2 wickets in an over. It's a double wicket maiden, dismissing Keaton Jennings and then Josh Bohannon. Warwickshire sensed a real chance, with Lancashire still needing an awful lot of runs to win. Croft fell as well in that morning session. Brooks to Wells. That's a lovely shot. Glanced it off his toes all along the ground through mid-wicket. Davis is chasing after it. The cheers from the Lancashire dressing room will tell you that's reached the rope for 4. 170 now to Wells. It's within 12 runs of victory for Lancashire. 317 for 5.
they're not nervous cheers anymore, are they, from the dressing room? Not really, no. Cheers of conviction. I mentioned this earlier, but for those, I saw you were going through the day.
It's okay, you go.
Warwickshire penalised 5 runs for Henry Brooks running on the pitch. It's the first time I've seen penalty runs awarded for that. But the way the game's gone, you have to say it doesn't really look as if it's made any difference, really.
Brooks to Wells, up onto his toes, a shortish ball which he steers into the ground, down towards backward point, and he runs back for 2 more.
If Lancashire were to win this in the final over, Warwickshire might have felt aggrieved, but it looks like they're going to win it quite a bit before then. So 5 runs were added to their first innings total. A first innings lead of 6 became 1, as I say. It won't have made a significant difference as it's turned out.
No. The lunchtime score was 87 for 3. And then we saw the run out, didn't we, of Villas, which is a little unfortunate. Wells waits as Brooks is in and bowling. It's a short ball but wide. It always signals a no ball. Umpire spins round, arm outstretched to the scorers. No ball signalled by the umpire.
Only Brooks, I think, just expressing his feelings on that. But well, umpire decides it's overhead height. It's a no ball.
8 to win now. Then Villas was run out at the non-striker's end. Luke Wells hitting the ball back down the pitch. Norwell deflected it onto the stumps. Villas out of his ground. Forward goes Wells in defence. To complete the over, 321 for 5, 6 overs left, 8 runs needed. And then Jones and Wells came together and steadied things down for Lancashire. The tea time score was 167 for 4. Target of 329, but the Wells-Jones partnership, the biggest of the match by some distance, set up this run chase for Lancashire. They put on 162 runs, Rob Jones making 66. And Wells is still there.
Well, I think I had Warwickshire favourite at lunch. I had a draw the favourite at tea. Lancashire have defied both those predictions. We're going to see one last hurrah from Danny Briggs, who Lancashire have played really well. They've punished every loose ball he's bowled and got after him. And although he's bowled some decent deliveries, he's proved expensive. And by coming back on, he's now risking an analysis of 3 figures because he's 99, none for 99 at the moment. Change of ends for him.
Briggs to Balderson. That's cut through the offside for 1 run. Brooks gets across the ground. It's good fielding. They'll come back for 2.
That was an angry throw from Henry Brooks.
was a bit. It's excellent fielding. He's bowled a lot and he's in the field all day, but he's done ever so well to cut the ball off, and it was zipped him, wasn't it, from the deep. Wells to 175. Lancashire to 324 for 5. Wells off the front foot, pushes to mid-off, wants a quick single, gets one. 175 not out. Luke Wells, and Lancashire within a boundary of victory. Just 4 runs needed. It is Balderson on strike. Here's Briggs from the Birmingham end. Keeper crouches down, Briggs bowls and chips it straight to mid-wicket. And he's out. And Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. Briggs with the breakthrough. Balderson will not be there to see it home for Lancashire. Caught, I think, by Rhodes?
Yes, correct. Well, he won't be there, but he's done the job, hasn't he? I think he can be very proud of that effort.
Yes, he can. Because it was a nervous time when he came out to bat. There was a window of opportunity for Warwickshire. That big partnership between Wells and Jones, 162. It's a good catch by Davis to get rid of Jones, who made a terrific 66, and there was just a chance. But steady approach from George Balderson, 33 from 42 deliveries. He has played his partnership of 70 with Luke Wells to dampen all hopes for Warwickshire.
Hat-trick now for Riggs? Probably wouldn't be enough anyway.
Well, Daniel Lamb has been greeted by Luke Wells, who's marched probably 20 yards beyond the pitch down towards Lamb to chat to him on his way back, on his way out to the middle. Well, there's a couple of fielders close in. What are the Bears doing here? They've got a mid-off and a mid-on, short mid-wicket, backward square leg, slip, backward point, cover, 2 short extra covers.
Still trying.
4 to win. Briggs in. Lamb gets forward and defends away into the offside for no run. In fact, one of those 2 short covers is now settling in at 2nd slip. 2 slips. Final ball of the over. Briggs to Lamb again, just on the front foot and happy to defend. And there is no run, so that completes the over from Briggs. Lancashire still with plenty of time here. They've got 5 overs to get 4 runs.
Yes, they had 100 overs at the start of their innings when Warwickshire declared yesterday to try and get them in for 4 overs before the close. It's the first thing that Lancashire did well, actually, was survive those 4 overs. So they had exactly 100 overs to score 329. Some feat that they look almost certain to do that now.
This could be the final over of the match. It's Brooks to Wells. He's around the wicket and Wells defends away into the offside. Snapping all out towards short extra cover, and there's no run. It's a wonderfully constructed innings, this, isn't it, from Wells?
Brilliant.
The way he's certainly helped, I think, a couple of inexperienced batters, or relatively inexperienced batters, in Rob Jones and George Balderson. Anchored 2 partnerships, the 2 highest partnerships, or the highest partnership of the match with Jones. Brooks to Wells, that's turned out into the onside. It's picked up by Sam Hain at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, doesn't need to rush now. Well, you can see there's a little bit of nervous energy about him because he knows he's so close now to victory, but he's got plenty of time. He will desperately want to be there at the end so that he can punch the air and celebrate. I'm sure he will do.
Yes. Well, he probably deserves to be out there to hit the winning runs, isn't it? It's been a masterful performance by Wells. Brooks to him, goes back, trying to force the ball away into the offside. Can't get it past Sibley at point. And there's no run. There's 4 fielders in front of square on the offside. Mid-off, short extra cover, point. And the third man is the shorter boundary away to Wells's offside, either left-hander out towards the Holly stand to our right-hand side. And there's 1 or 2 supporters waiting for the end in the sunshine. They've got a bit of late evening sunshine, which is quite nice. Brooks to Wells, banged in short, and it's signalled as another no ball.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that one. That was way overhead. It would be a shame if he did another one of those and the match was won with, not that Lancashire mind too much, I suppose, but it'd be nice if the winning runs would have come off the bat. But Brooks, just a little bit of frustration and anger there, perhaps.
2 needed. 3 balls left of this over. Wells waits for Brooks, who's in and bowling. It's a short ball again. Oh, it's another no ball! And Lancashire have won it. Successive no balls sees Lancashire over the line. He doesn't hit the winning runs, Luke Wells, but he's on strike for the winning moment. And he ends unbeaten on a magnificent 175 not out. That is a wonderful innings from Luke Wells, and it's a fabulous run chase by Lancashire. Set 329, batting last on the final day to win the match. They've done it with 4 wickets in hand, thanks to a brilliant unbeaten 175 from Luke Wells.
Well, I was right. They didn't care that it came from a no ball, and I was right. He did punch the end celebration, Luke Wells, and got a big hug from Danny Lamb. What a performance by Lancashire. Warwickshire will have some thinking to do and some talking to do, no doubt. Well, that's for them. From Lancashire's point of view, a magnificent victory which keeps them very much in the hunt. Still early day, well, halfway through the championship season. They probably needed that win to stay in touch with Surrey and Hampshire, have both won today. But they move into 3rd place above Yorkshire. Warwickshire will be looking a little bit over their shoulders, no doubt. But what a match. And you have to say, from the ground south point of view, they produced a perfect 4-day pitch. It's gone pretty much the distance and giving us a really entertaining and exciting game.
Yeah, it's been a 4 days of really good cricket, and Warwickshire have played their part. They've come on the losing side of it, but it's been a fantastic game of cricket. But it's the man that Warwickshire are just allowing to take the players off the field that deserves unbelievable credit. It's a sensational 175 from Wells to get Lancashire over the line and clinch a really potentially significant win for them, but Warwickshire have played their part in a really good game of cricket.
Yeah, so Wells taking the celebrations, handshakes with the team. We're just going to keep a little eye on Alex Davis, who had his moments with some of his former teammates, but everything seems pretty cordial now as he shakes hands with them all. So there we are. Congratulations to Lancashire. Thank you so much for being with us. I always say that we couldn't do this without your support and you listening to us. We revert to T20 now from a Bears point of view. They've got a game on Friday against Nottinghamshire, which will be live online and on BBC, CWR and BBC, WAUWM on digital frequencies. One match still in progress, but that's virtually finished. Glamorgan need 9 more to beat Sussex with 5 more wickets left. You can hear the very end of that on BBC Online. So thanks to Grace Ballinger and Eve Jones, who were with us earlier in the match. Phil Britt, Scott Reed and myself, Clive Eakin, will say a very good evening. Look forward to hearing you from you again. Seeing you again, I don't know. Anyway, we look forward to having you again with Lancashire victorious here by 4 wickets.